What could be better on a Saturday morning except for the fresh smell and taste of flesh and blood? That'll be coming all day long, thanks to the fact that the AGE Open Series returns to St. Louis. My name is Bryce Platts, and who is this fresh face in the booth? Looks like Barrett Goss. Barrett, you seem to be, am I reading this right, an illusionist apologist? What does that mean?
It means the Punkage really dislikes me. So,
which means you must like illusionists.
It does.
Okay, it's all becoming clearer. Barrett, thanks so much for joining us. You hail from Philadelphia. You've flown out specifically for this, which makes me question your mental state, but we're really happy to have you.
Happy to be here. Really excited to get in the booth with you finally. Really excited for this weekend of Flesh and Blood. It's a really interesting weekend to be casting, I think, given the Nat season that we're in right now and the state of the game. Just really awesome event. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, really odd to be casting at all unless you're involved in a national event.
Yeah.
But we have something just as exciting because it's only 3 more events, including today for St. Louis, before we lock our top 16 cut for the Players' Championship. And that is the first Players' Championship that has ever happened in St. Louis, of course, because it is the first year in which we are servicing that region. So we're going to get into that, the standings, the top players, the ones that are kind of on the fringes of that top 16 cut. But first, we go to our weekend stories. We've already mentioned it. National season is in full swing, was kicked off, of course, by U.S. Nationals, which we both had the pleasure to attend. I was, of course, in the booth. You were in the trenches. How did that tournament go for you?
You made out much better than I did. Let's just put it that way. We're going to end it there. Overall, great experience. We got to see a lot of really innovative decks there. Nats is always a really cool season for the U.S. since we kind of get to trailblaze where the meta will go. We saw new decks like Ziggy pop up at the top. We saw old returning heroes like Phi make a resurgence with it. We saw Colin Erickson, AG Stalwart, take down the event with Gravy Bones. So we've seen the return of like some old villains to the format. Really cool event overall that kind of set the stage for the rest of the Nationals going forward last weekend and into this weekend as well.
Old massive contenders as well, like Oscilio, Constella Intelligence, with brand new shells. And in some ways, even scarier than before, because now you have this dash IE of old situation where do I sideboard for full Arcane? Do I sideboard for 0 for 4s galore? Now, that is something that can't be overstated as an advantage when you sit down against a random opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at Oscilio now, it does do this interesting fork, like you said, where if you sideboard incorrectly, you can, with some decks, lose the game on the spot with it. So you have to be really careful and cognizant of what's in the room around you, especially at those top tables. We'll probably see players today do a little bit of scouting in between rounds if they see an Oscilio. Maybe if Lucas Oswald shows up with it again, like he did at Nationals, people might take a little bit of a peek at what his board state looks like getting into it. But it really makes it hard to play into those types of decks when you don't really know what you're going to see when you sit down across from them. So you just kind of have to, with some decks, sideboard and pray that you chose the right direction with it.
Now, there are several nationals going on concurrently this weekend. Brazil and Chinese Taipei, to name a couple. There's so many more, though. So this meta continues to kind of distill into the form that we can expect when it comes to Pro Tour Vegas. But one thing remains similar. We've seen a win for Gravy Bones. We've seen 2 ninjas take down nationals, 1 Ira, against a very difficult field, mind you. It was only 14 people in that nationals. But listen, a win is still a win.
Yeah.
And then also, I'm sorry, the other ninja I want to say was Phi, or was it Cindra?
Cindra.
It was Cindra.
Cindra
Okay.
took down Singapore.
So 2 ninjas, bottom line. There was a Teklo win, a Dash IO win, so 2 mechs, and then also 2 Guardians to boot. So we likely are not going to be seeing Victor Goldmane at Pro Tour Vegas. That is all but certain at this point. But the real question in the room is, what is happening to Arachne Marionette? Still does not seem to be performing well, despite being the de facto best deck, not but a couple weeks ago.
Not only not performing well, his conversion rate's been terrible. Out of the first 2 weeks of Nationals between U.S. Nationals and then the first week of the first, I believe, 8 other Nationals, 100 people brought Marionette. There were 0 top 8s across the field with them. So we've seen a really bad conversion rate, not just play rate. He's getting played. They're not converting. So the question is this weekend, will people have figured that out? Is it because the meta was too open here to start the season and people didn't really know how to tweak the deck and hone it in like Assassins are so favored in doing? Is it just simply that the deck now lacks its ability to battle like Oscilio, where it has that fork with it, Victor has all the numbers and all the blocking power that it has and can still send a lot of pressure. So we'll have to see this weekend if it's actually a trend or if it was just kind of like a blip in the radar as the season starts. But right now, not looking good for him, looking much better for Oscilio, looking great for Victor. The one other big question is what happens with Prism here, right? Victor and Prism are tied at 951 points. So both of them just need a couple of wins across these last 2 weeks of Nationals, and then they're gone as well.
And while we have been talking, and the community at large has seemed to think that Victor Goldmane is not going to make it to PT Vegas, I don't hear the same amount of noise for Prism. And why do you think that might be?
I think that she's a deck that has a very high skill floor as well as a very high skill ceiling. It both drives players off and means it's not really a deck that you pick up out of the blue and just kind of decide, I'm going to take this to Nats without a lot of prep work with it. So it makes it really hard for people who haven't played the deck before just to pick it up for a national season. And I think that the meta overall is somewhat hostile to her.
Definitely.
Victor's not a fun matchup. You can get there. We saw last week, even with Dennis Zhang up at 40 life, there was still some shreds of hope there at the end for the Prism with the ability to kind of always have that Arclight Sentinel turn, protecting a Soraya, where they can turn around a game from that state. But again, Dennis was at 40 life at that point, and the Prism is in single-digit life points. So it's really difficult in the current meta for Prism to be able to beat those decks, and it's also a situation where if decks like Cindra, Mario, etc., really want to kind of approach that in a position of I don't want to lose to Prism, they can bring a lot of poppers in their sideboard, they can have anti-prevention effects with it. So she's a deck that takes a lot of skill and also has some very difficult waters to navigate. And I think that might hold her back a little bit more. Whereas Victor, he has everything, right? Like what can't this guy do?
He's got the glory, he's got the gold, he has the judges in his pocket. He's also got a rich dad when you put the cherry on top. So we'll see about Victor Goldmane proceeding into the hallowed halls and maybe Prism following in tow, but it seems like both of us are a little bit in doubt. What we are not in doubt about is that Light and Shadow will be clashing once again very soon. Usurp the Throne IAR is our next set 20 in the Flesh and Blood universe, and it is definitely going to be a Shadow set. I'm not 100% sold that Light is going to be involved. I could see a world where it's an all Shadow set, and then maybe, just maybe, the War of the Monarch continues for yet another saga. Maybe in set 21, where we get something like an all Light. Either that, or I have seen an incredible speculator, Juha Sarnalampi, suggest the possibility of an 8-hero limited format. I would be so stoked to see that.
That would be so cool. LSS was very pointed about saying that they were pulling out all the stops for this set. That's kind of what the community run wild with what they think the set might be. I personally would love to see more Light Heroes. Give me Prism 3. Like, don't let the torment end for all the people who hate Illusionist. Like, keep it coming here. Maybe not Light Warriors, but I think that there's so many cool things with this set. We have the return of Chain, potentially Viscerai coming back. We have the continuation of the Monarch storyline. We see there's so many Shadow Heroes that we have, but also so many ways they can take it. Do we finally see a Shadow Necromancer? Something that people have been calling for since I started playing the game. And we keep getting these little hints maybe with Necromancer cards, whether or not this is finally the time that we'll see that. But I can't wait for it.
It definitely seems like Shadow and Necromancer go hand in hand. It seems like a very obvious talent and class pairing. The question remains, though, what does Necromancer look like without its pirate backbone? We simply haven't seen any real class-specific Necromancer cards that don't deal with Watery Grave or anything like that. So it is anybody's guess as to what that class could potentially look like. I know a lot of people are also highly anticipating the advent of Cleric finally making its way into the game, because it is, of course, in the lore of Wraith. It is in one of those all-expensive lore books if you can get your hands on it. But will LSS be pulling it out now? That's the real question.
I'd love to see a Shadow and Light hero personally. Cleric sounds like a cool way to do it. Maybe another class, but there's so many things that they can do with this set, and it's really a set that I think is kind of a special spot in most players' hearts in some way or another, whether it's the heroes themselves or the lore behind it. So it's a much anticipated set that we've finally come back to after waiting, almost 3 years since we had Dusk Till Dawn. So there's a lot of ways that we can see this go, and I can't wait for Korea with a world premiere with it.
Going to be huge.
Yeah.
I, for one, am most interested in the possibility of Chain returning, as a lot of people are. But the main sticking point for me is that in a dev talk in the past, I don't believe I'm making this up. This is ingrained into my memory. James White mentioned that we simply can't bring back Chain. There's no way to do him justice. There's no way to bring him back in a way that is going to satisfy anybody. And so have they figured out a way to do it? One, I can't imagine that he's going to look anything like he did before because he is a game breaker in any format that he's involved in.
Free action points, it turns out, are really, really strong in Fab, especially when then also lets you turbo through your deck and play free cards out of your banish zone. Really hard to see that one coming, I guess. We've seen now with Silver Age and the bans that they've had to leverage at Chain there, and the deck is still quite strong, that it's really hard to stop just that fundamental core of the deck with Soul Shackles plus his hero ability. So something has to change with him, I think, for him to come back into CC. I really trust the LSS devs and be able to tweak the hero and still make it a really interesting hero. We've seen that with revisits in the past. Prism has both of her heroes. Bravo now has 3 different designs with him. So we've seen them kind of go through and be able to iterate on that core of what the champion is supposed to be and then bring it forward into modern Fab design. The one thing that I think that we can all expect is that whatever it is, it's going to terrify a lot of people.
Yeah, without a doubt, myself included, and I might very well be playing him. Now, the hype train has left the station for Usurp the Shadow Throne, and that was because of the trailer that dropped not but a couple days ago. It feels like it's already been so long, at least in terms of delving into the lore and learning as much as we possibly can about the set. But the next stop on that train is, of course, going to be Pro Tour Las Vegas, where the keynote delivered is going to inform us a lot more about what we can expect about that set. And one of the things that I absolutely love about the way LSS has been approaching new sets of late is that we're probably going to see some heroes spoiled right then and there, rather than having to wait for them like we have kind of in the past. I want to say Outsiders was kind of that way, where we didn't really get a look at Riptide and Azuri until the set was a lot closer to being fully spoiled. In this case, I think we're going to have a lot of speculation to do, but probably much more satisfying speculation with some hero cards.
Yeah, and for people who haven't been there before, there's a really special feeling in the room when you get to be there for that keynote. I remember PTLA, where we got to see the Part the Mistveil trailer and see all the Mistveil heroes for the first time after seeing cards that said had the Chi symbol on it and the Chi pitch symbol, and getting to be there in the room as everyone got to see the heroes for the first time and all those abilities, and the room just kind of explodes with excitement when you see it. Then there's the mad dash to the vendors afterwards, but that's a separate story. So hopefully we'll see all of them. Again, we know that there's some really weird things with this set. Scott Mines did an article for TCG Player with some really interesting spoilers for it, and one of them was that the Silver Age decks have 2 of Hero A in the box and 4 of Hero B. So what that means for the set, it means that they've definitely cooked up something interesting here. And we should see, like you said, a lot of those hero spoilers probably at the Pro Tour Las Vegas. And then we get to kind of have a couple of months there to see what the current card pool does with them and kind of speculate on what this set could give to them as well.
We at least have one of their names. That's, of course, Malice. It's up to the community to decide what class, maybe talent combination they are. I would venture to say that it's not light, though.
Not good.
Definitely not the conventional understanding of good, because at a certain point, I would say that Shadow has their, good intentions, whether it be for the people of Wraith. That's the real question. But, we're all looking out for ourselves when it comes down to it. Maybe they're nihilists, but maybe they're not so bad. I'm rambling on something that I don't think that I stand on good ground for this argument. Anyway.
You're out of your element.
Yeah, I certainly am. But Pro Tour Las Vegas, regardless of whether or not it will feature satisfying spoilers for Usurp the Shadow Throne, it will be the pinnacle of Flesh and Blood competition. And a very interesting competition because, of course, it'll be a dual discipline feature. Once again, Omens Limited and Classic Constructed. It's going to be fascinating to see how players continue to adapt this, I would say, most complicated draft format that we've ever seen before in the game when they get a second shot at it.
Yeah, we saw a lot of really interesting development even from the world premiere to the first week with US Nationals. A lot of people put a lot of time into it. It's one of the hardest events to prepare for, I would say, but given the amount of time that we have for it, you have everyone trying to build both the CC deck in a new format as well as figure out a limited format for the first time. The world premiere, we saw a lot of people kind of giving that first impression that Oscilio was the best deck in the format, that a good Oscilio deck usually tried to run over both Aura and Ziggy, and it might be a bit difficult for any deck to beat in the format. And then Nationals rolled around. We started to see a lot of those tech choices come out. Things like Thunder's Retort, Spellbane, Sigil, a lot of the arcane prevention effects coming out. And people really got to delve into the set and find out just what tools were there to be able to prevent the Oscilio from kind of taking those games over with the tall arcane spells. So as that time develops, we're kind of seeing all of those little avenues and offshoots of the format kind of develop, and all these different styles to each of these different decks. And it makes it a really interesting and compelling format for people. At this point, once the Pro Tour comes around, every single player in the event will have had their national season already, as well as a few other weeks besides that to prepare for it. So I expect to see a lot of really interesting and complex developments to the format. From the perspective of all the players in that draft format. And it's one of my favorite formats of all time. I have a soft spot for Rosetta Limited.
Agreed, yeah.
For anyone who remembers that and all the different avenues you had with the different hero builds with that and kind of how it evolved as time went on. And Omens at this point kind of seems like it is shaping up that way, where a lot of the cards and the game plans that we thought that we'd see early on are still good, but they're not the be-all, end-all to the format like we thought that they would be at the start.
And even if that were to remain the same, the archetypes, which obviously they won't, but if they did, the gameplay is still so compelling. There's so many ways to express your skill and points to be gained just by small minutia, little interactions. Should I discard my duality at this point? Should I activate my Volzar here? What does that afford my opponent in terms of information and different avenues for play lines? That's the real question. So expect Pro Tour Las Vegas to be one heck of a show. I know I will be there in person. Will you be joining us as well, Barrett?
I will be playing.
Awesome.
What I'm playing yet, I'm not quite sure. We'll see with the format and how it develops the next 2 weeks, what heroes do or do not
and
make
of course,
it
the
into
banned and
PT
restricted
Vegas.
announcement on Monday.
That too. I'd love to see Remembrance Gone, but I don't think I'm alone in that ad either.
No, I don't think you're alone, but it does seem like that prospect gets more and more doomed with each passing BNR. It is called for every single time, never seems to come to bear.
One day.
One day. We'll see about that. Moving on to AGE Premium. If you've been living under a rock or just not watching our streams, you may not know we have launched a premium content service on our website. That's www.age.events. There you can find strategy articles, extra AGE games, event discounts, and more. It's the front page of competitive Flesh and Blood. No longer does the Flesh and Blood community need to be fractured between all these different sites like Metafy, Patreon, Linktree, etc. You can just come to one place, and that is AGE Premium. The cost is $10 a month, and you'll get all of that and so much more. For everybody that plays in the AGE Open Series, it is an absolute no-brainer. If you are an AGE Premium member, you get $10 off on your tickets. So if you do some quick napkin math, Barrett, that does mean that AGE Premium is essentially free if you play at the AGE Open Series each month. This is something that we are incredibly proud of and want to share with as many people as possible. Now, I want to stick on extra AGE games, Barrett, because you have recently become a commentator for some of those extra AG games that you can find on AG Premium. And you've done an excellent job.
Well, thank you. It's so much fun getting to cast these games that don't always see the stream coverage, because there's so many interesting games of Flesh and Blood. And there's so many little gameplay decisions that are really handy to see if you're a player. Maybe you're picking a deck up for the first time. Maybe you're an old hat at the deck. You wanted to see what one of the pros will do with it. You can pick up so many tips and tricks that you might miss otherwise, because these games don't actually get put on the main broadcast. So highly recommend it for anyone who hasn't gotten to see it yet. It's a great resource both to catch great Flesh and Blood gameplay and also to learn a lot as a player. Speaking
of pros, Jacob Clemens is one of our typical correspondents. If you don't believe me about the best minds of Flesh and Blood, Jacob Clemens is probably the most irrefutable best mind in Flesh and Blood. Now, his article, Damn Near Perfect Unity, is all about the process that Team Super Armory employed for Pro Tour Yokohama. If you'll remember, that wasn't the greatest showing for Team Super Armory, one of the powerhouses of the game. That was definitely Team PCG's tournament to take down. In this case, Jacob shows a lot of I think oft unexplored vulnerability. He goes over the process that was employed by him and team captain Brody Spurlock when choosing their decks for the event. You'll remember that all but one of Team Super Armory's players aligned on both Arachne Marionette and Valda for the Silver Age portion. And Jacob does a retrospective. What worked? What didn't? How could we improve this process moving forward? And I think that is something that is so important to learn about, especially if team dynamics are a subject of passion for you like they are for me. Now, if we want to talk about success stories, though, we've also got those. Combat Chains That Don't Fit on the Mat is written by Ashlyn Slattery of U.S. Nationals fame, one of the two FIs that made their way into the top 8. Matthew Gump, of course, was undefeated until he ran smack dab into our boy Colin Erickson. And Ashlyn Slattery also befell the, shall I say, compass of Colin Erickson, but she did it with amazing flair. She's also just one of the most charming people to talk to, incredibly charismatic, and just loves the heck out of Fi.
Absolutely. So many good pieces and tips and tricks here from Ashlyn. Someone like me who is maybe not the biggest Fi aficionado.
Me neither.
But, you know, I'll dabble every once in a while. Like, he screams at me to put the deck together. So,
Sure.
you know, I try it out. Ashlyn has a bunch of great insights to the deck and a lot of really, really deep intelligence about how to build a Fi deck out and understand the deck, not just from how it'll play out on the chain link across from your opponent, but really understanding how the deck functions at its core, what the pieces are that you need to put together to have a consistent deck, and also to have those high highs that we know Fi for so much, especially with the the introduction of Art of the Phoenix. With Companion of Wraith, that kind of pushes the deck back up almost at the power level it had when it had Art of War in the format.
She's just also so incredibly passionate. It oozes through her words and makes the article so much fun to read and enjoy, even if you're not a Fi main like her. That does it for Weekend Stories, so we'll wrap those up. And we're going to very quickly be going to a break before we pair off the first round of the June Open for the AGE Open Series in St. Louis. We can't wait to get into the action. I know these players have brought the sauce. We'll see how they've been able to adapt. This is the first time on the AGE Open Series that we've really gotten to see the adaptations that some of these players have sorted out since U.S. Nationals. And that is an exciting time any way you slice it.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what decks people bring for this. Are we going to see a ton of Oscilio in the room? Is it Victor in his final week just running through the field? Will Ziggy show up? Will we see a lot of the Illusionists? Aurora, maybe? See where the Omens heroes line up overall, but I can't wait. There's so many things that can happen here and so many questions that can get answered by these players. It's going to be awesome.
We can speculate all we want, but the proof will be in the pudding, and that will be up next. Don't go anywhere. There's flesh and blood to be had.
Alright guys, we heard you, and we think it's time for you to tell us. What kind of cards do you want in the expansion slot?
Listen, I think I'm gonna need a new weapon. Luminaris 4.0 that gives action points instead of go again.
Ship it! Wait, no. Internally, you're already the best deck in the format.
Angel gets so many cards! Me want card too! Me want to smash! Me want to pass with
If only we could give you a blue 6, buddy.
Blue 6?
Ship it! James.
Now look here, T. I just need some arcane barrier evo. I'm a man of means. I can afford to invent some AV.
I just need purpose.
Visit the Golden Anvil, you'll be fine.
Forget about Gladiator Boy.
Olympia!
Oh, just tell me the price. I'll sell my soul if I have to. Aye, works for me.
Ship it!
Wait, James!
Brian.
How do you even understand that? OMG.
Spider also want beat wizard.
There is no way that is all they said.
Spider also say, buy from Bazaar!
What is that?
Hammurabi, TCG.
Buy from the Bazaar by contacting Hemel Patel through Facebook, Twitter, or Discord. Available for any and all Fabtcg requests, including high-end, master sets, and more.
See, now that's an idea I can get behind.
Ship it!
It's going to be a tale of ice and fire straight away here at the AG Open Series in St. Louis. It's June, which means that there are only 3 more events before this one comes to a close. This circuit will have its top 16, which means that everybody is clamoring over each other to try to get themselves the AGE points necessary in order to carry the day into our invitational event. Now, our first streamed match will be with Mr. Jason Feng at the top there. He is safe. 96 points and also a 94 AGE rating, 76% win rate, and 4 top 8 finishes, all in one season, mind you, places him at the very top, likely locked for the top 16 and the Players' Championship. He's also just a swell guy. Look at that smile. And also understanding the fear that Tough Nut and Rock does instill in illusionist apologists like yourself, Barrett.
Look, not many people read the last line of Rock or read Rock at all, really.
Or Tiger Stripe Shuko, mind you.
Or Tiger Stripe Shuko, but it turns out anti-prevention effect's really good in a Ziggy. I love that Jason specifies it's from St. Louis, but the Illinois side. Great little addendum there.
Nice and contentious. I'm sure that happens in Kansas City all the time as well.
Same thing. Also love the shout out from him for both the book and the movie for Project Hail Mary. We love a good book stand around here.
We really do. And I am 100% with him. I loved the movie, but I will say I think that is, oh my gosh, I'm forgetting his name, the author. Help me, whatever. I feel like that author, this is that author's best book. Move Over the Martian, move over Project Artemis, I want to say the other one, or Artemis Fall. Anyway, this is the one for me, and apparently it's the one for Jason as well. But will he be able to stand up to the stalwart guardian ablutions of the other side of the table, shall we say? Mr. Devin Garrett will be on Jarl Vitradi. I would imagine with a Stalagmite Bastion of Eisenloff. Will Jason be able to slip those kunai through enough times? What do you know about this matchup, Barrett?
It's always interesting to me because this is the one that when Cindra first came out was always like, this is the matchup you don't want to see.
Surely, right?
Jarl does everything that you don't like. Jarl blocks well. Jarl has good prevention effects. Jarl has ways to deal with your equipment if they want to. They have ways to give you frostbites, and your deck is 60 reds. And then every time that I see it get played, the Cindras, they're like, well, he blew up my equipment, he gave me a bunch of frostbites, and then he died. So it's always one that, like, it feels like it should be a Jarl favored situation, but the Cindra sometimes just always manages to pull it out. And I'm really interested here to see from Devin's side any specific tech choices that are done here for this matchup. We've seen a lot of the Jarls kind of trend towards, are they going to build an ice deck? Are they going to build an earth deck? Are they going to play for that more defensive kind of fatiguey, grindy plan? Or are they going to try for a bit more aggression, kind of looping Oaken Olds, Felling of the Crown, stuff like that? And then in addition to that, we have tools like Fiddler's Green for life gain. We have Fruits of the Forest for life gains. There's a lot of ways that the Jarl can mitigate those flick knives and kind of outlast the Cindra here. So I'm really interested to see what Devin brings this and how he approaches this matchup.
Well, only Devin knows the way that he approaches this match. He's on the right side of your screen, Mr. Devin Garrett on Jarl Vitradi, trying to outlast the unending and long stare of Jason Feng straight into the camera here. On Cindra Jerkai of Retribution, also bears mentioning that Jason Feng has come out victorious just last month. It wasn't on stream, but he did it in concrete fashion, shall we say. He has been at the feature match table before, and in a high-stakes situation. He took on Lucas Oswald not but a couple events ago, did succumb to short guy big hair. Now short guy short hair, right?
Well, I think now the short hair makes it so he's like medium guy short hair. It kind of bounces him back out, right?
He wishes. One thing I will say about Lucas Oswald, though, that I discovered at U.S. Nationals, the guy is a heck of a basketball player. There was an impromptu basketball game organized between a lot of the top players. I decided to show up thinking I could take on a bunch of nerds. I got dunked on by people I never thought I'd even see run.
I think I heard that Lucas likes to play the "I'm real tired" card, and then just comes sprinting down the court afterwards.
He also goes, "I'm so exhausted. I went and threw up twice, but now I'm still messing you up, even though you're like one of the few people that's actually can beat me in height." Anyway, looking over at Devin Garrett's side of the board, the equipment is fascinating. We have Heart of Ice. We have oh my gosh, Cornet Peak. Thank you so much. Of course, Gauntlets of Boreal Domain. It's a nice kickoff, too. Crumble to Eternity, immediately putting a -1 defense counter on those flick knives, thereby giving a target on their back for things like Mangle and also Frozen to Death.
Yeah, and this is one of those things that the Jarl has to, if they can hit that turn 0 play of getting to put that -1 counter on the flick knives, it can change so much about how this game goes. A large portion of what Cindra needs to do in this game is kind of get that additional value from the flick knives damage. Since Jarl can't prevent it, you have to either kind of build through with life gain or have something like a Shelter from the Storm to deal with it. So if you can deal with that flick knives in the first 4, 5, 6 turns of the game, you can save yourself tens of life throughout the course of the game.
Now, base of the mountain in the foot slot, correct me if I'm wrong, Barrett, usually that is something that we bring in for tall damage, something that Cindra is not known to bring into the mix.
Is that base?
That is, I think that's base. Oh no,
it's the Earthen Tread?
You're so right. From the Terra Armory deck, they look exactly the same, don't they?
They do. And I believe this one has additional block value, if I'm not mistaken. This is one that I don't remember, honestly, but it's a little bit better off. Rootbound Trunks, thank you. So is Blade Break 1, only 1 slot there, but it will make an embodiment of Earth when it defends with an Aura card. So it will help a bit. There we go, up on screen.
Oh, wow. Okay, Devin's deck is going to be testing my old guard knowledge. I want to say this is Emerging Avalanche.
I believe so.
Yeah, and this is from Tales of Aria. We'll just be on blocking duty here, but if I remember right, that is just going to be another one of those classic Guardian auras that is going to afford a little bit of extra power at the beginning of the next turn, if it is, of course, resolved. Also has Ice Fusion, it would seem, and if it's fused, it will create Frostbite. So Devin has shown that he wants to tax the resources of Jason Feng as much as humanly possible, while also blocking out a heck of a lot of head jabs. And that's exactly what we have on the combat chain now. 2 iterations, Rising Resentment and Pain in the Backside. Jason Feng lines up a third card here. This is turn 1 here. Devin Garrett was able to establish an arsenal, did elect to go first after winning the die roll.
Yeah, and we see here, pretty classic Cindra play here. 3 go again, 3 go again. Following up here with a Snatch. A little bit unfortunate from Jason here that he doesn't have another card to kind of threaten to present with that, but he probably expects us to get blocked out in this situation, so he's not going to get the Mask of Momentum trigger, and the draw isn't particularly relevant here. So Devin, okay with just letting that hit here. Jason can't do anything but arsenal that card and pass back. And we do note here that Jason didn't elect to spend that Flick Knives there in case of a defense reaction, because he would have lost that extra card draw from it and not had an arsenal here, or being able to get back the kunai because he only had 2 draconic chain links.
All right, Crumble to Eternity pops at the beginning of Devin Garrett's turn, conveying Dominate to his next attack this turn, and it is going to be Renounce Grandeur. In this case, just going to be sneaking in more damage. Dominate, not super relevant because, of course, doesn't necessarily have an on-crush effect because Jason doesn't have any aura tokens, at least on the board. But, excuse me, I'm speaking a little bit too quick here. This crush will prevent Jason from creating any aura tokens on his next turn, which, you know, preventing a fealty token from getting on the board for a Cindra can be incredibly relevant, but still not something that Jason wants to commit all-important resources in order to stop.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of what Jason has to do on his side is only really block out the attacks that have some kind of on-hit effect that really matter to him. The name of the game from Jason's side is I need to press damage through here whenever possible into the defensive deck, because if he spends those cards on defense, he's liable to just not have enough to end the game sometimes. We see here leading off with a Draco Fire, new card here that Cindra has been able to pick up with the most recent set, giving +2 to your next Draconic attack, and it costs 1 less, and then has that nice little added effect for the late game here, which should come in quite handy into Jarl when you need that resource later in the game.
In this case, doing some pretty hilarious head jab cosplay, which I think is the 90% use case of this card. It guarantees a Draconic starter that you still don't have to pitch for. Really huge for Cindra. It also allows you the opportunity to swing a dagger and also flick the same one, but the response from Devin Garrett is a nasty blizzard. This one played at instant speed, likely before the opportunity to block. Devin forces Jason to pay 2 resources in order to keep go again on this kunai. And of course, as you would expect, it's nothing but reds in the hand for Jason Feng.
Yeah, we don't know yet which specific build Jason is on, but in general, the red line decks run somewhere between like 2 and 4 blues. Usually it's Warmonger's Diplomacy, maybe you throw daggers or 2 in the deck. So Jason gets taxed a lot in this matchup for any kind of frostbite effects or things like Blizzard that requires you to spend resources or lose an effect. In this case, Blizzard has the potential to shut down the entire turn here. And we see Jason pitching, is that 2 Ancestral Empowerments into the pitch zone?
It is indeed. Cards that definitely lose equity when you are on a smaller hand. Less options to deploy them.
Also one of those cards that can force an entire extra card out of Devin to prevent an on-hit, potentially, with it, if it's threatening to continue the chain, or even a Mask of Momentum trigger here. So seeing this go to the bottom, Devin has to be really happy to see 2 of Jason's combat tricks out of the way until the very late game.
Oh, it's 2 cards pitched for Jason Feng, but the response from Devin Garrett is to block with Stalagmite, one of the all-important only 2 blocks that he gets with that shield. Must mean that he has something juicy he would like to be able to play on this turn, because he's already done some serious work in disrupting Jason, I would say.
Yeah, this is a resource that's kind of like at a premium from Devin's side. Like you said, you get 2 times throughout the game where you get to really tax the Cindra's hand. And this is electing to use one very early here. As we see Jason here playing a Draco Fire, it looks like in response to the Frostbite generation here from the Stalagmite.
Making it so, of course, Jason will be able to play that attack in the hand even through a Frostbite, because that reduction effect will combat the cost increase that Frostbite staples onto your cards. And so here it goes. Ignite, which will then reduce the next Draconic attack activated or played. So all of a sudden, another kunai can follow up this Ignite. Now, it's not going to be a Mask of Momentum threat, but it is still more damage leaking through. And if Jason is thinking the way I am, and Devin wants to do something on offense, it'll punish him for doing so.
Because it also lets him get through and kind of have that all-important 3rd Draconic attack, so he can use the Flick Knives on that first kunai and then rebuy it one really important feature that Cindra has in this matchup is she always needs to have a kunai available to her every turn. You have to get that flick knives value turn over turn if you want to be able to push through and grind this Jarl down. So Jason really prioritizing, and we can see here, no cards in hand, so he's spending his entire hand to do this, and it's not about the damage that he's pushing this turn. Again, this first kunai was for 3 damage into a 4 damage ignite into presumably a 1 damage kunai here and a flick. It's a small damage payoff over here, but he's setting himself up for next turn and then future turns to keep that infinite value train rolling.
Now, can we figure out what Devin is holding on to with an iron grip? It does seem to be a glacial footsteps. Yet another mainstay of the Tales of Aria days. That one will gain dominate if it is fused, but is an incredibly expensive attack. At 6, comes in for 10, would require you to keep either a full grip in hand or 3 cards, plus have glacial footsteps in the arsenal. Does seem like Devin really wanted to send it. Seems like his game plan is kill Jason rather than just starve him out.
Yeah, and what we're seeing here that's really interesting to me is that we talked about at the very start of this what kind of build the Jarl would be. And it looks like Devin is leaning really heavily into that ice style of the Jarl. So we see these emerging avalanches, glacial footsteps. I think I spied in his hand a Channeled Oblique Expanse, which is an amazing tech card in an Oscilio meta when you expect the Oscilio to just be trying to draw a bunch of cards throughout their turns. So it looks like he's leaned really heavily into that ice forward Jarl build. We see the Heart of Ice is on format there as well. We'll see here how he wants to convert this, but what it probably means on Jason's side is Jason's going to be looking at a lot of Frostbites this game.
100%. And also could be an indication as to why Devin has decided to block with Stalagmite earlier rather than later. Might want to get rid of that or make the heavy keyword on Summit the Unforgiving work in his favor. If there's one thing that we know about Ice and Frostbites is that if you can utilize them just on your weapon, like, oh my goodness, what was the hammer called back in the day?
Winter's Wail?
Winter's Wail, thank you. Then it can be a really difficult situation for your opponent. What else can be difficult is, of course, an Arctic incarceration. I am having Lexi flashbacks all of a sudden. 3 Frostbites on the side of Jason Feng, who once again has nothing but reds. Now, Devin is doing an incredible job of forcing his opponent into dirtily situations, but the question remains, how's he going to close this game out?
Yeah, and Devin scoring a bunch of points here with one of my favorite cards. Shout out Icelander metas. I love turns where I can try to Draconic Ninja down entirely with 1 card. I'd expect here from Devin, what this does normally is it lets you buy space for your next hand. Jason here, just Arsenal pass lane. He can't do anything with his hand, and I really like that he recognizes that he can't swing with anything and get any kind of value out of it. He also can't swing with the kunai because he can't afford to buy back his other kunai. He doesn't have enough resources in hand for that. Just looking to save the cards here and saying, Devin, convert your hand. Guardians aren't particularly well known for being able to convert large hands turn over turn. So he's kind of saying that Devin needs to have specific cards in hand to be able to actually do something here. And we see another Crumble to Eternity here being pitched. I see a Seeds of Tomorrow in hand, but we see a Renounced Grandeur coming in here from Devin. Again, just swinging in, trying to get some of that chip damage into Jason and kind of start to slowly whittle him down here in this game.
Devin did have access to a Batter to a Pulp, perhaps wanting to wait and pair that with something like a Dominate effect down the line in order to strip those Flick Knives.
Yeah, it feels like he's come really prepared for this event for 2 things. He wants to attack the Draconic Ninjas and all those like small red line decks, and he's come really with a lot of Aura hatred in his heart. As we see, Channel Oblique Expanse here. Will leave the field. Didn't really do anything here, but does have that added bonus of if it doesn't get to stick around later in the game with other copies of kind of really stopping that Mask of Momentum from getting out of control. One of the things that is generally difficult for the Ninjas in this matchup is getting those 3 hits off with it, but with Channel Oblique Expanse out, it shuts that down entirely. So we see here, Jason finally getting a turn here right now with no Frostbites. We'll see whether or not Devin wants to pull the trigger on that Stalagmite this turn at all. As we see Fire Tenant of
Strike First.
Strike First, thank you. Coming in for 3 go again, giving that next Draconic card +1.
And while it does have a lot of red on the art, it does, of course, not have the Draconic keyword. So Jason's still required to find himself a starter. And now it is Seeds of Tomorrow played out. So it's not just ice in the deck of Devin Garrett. There is some earth to be had. The Batter to a Pulp goes to the bottom of the deck. And now 2 prevention remain floating after that fire tenant strike first. And all of a sudden now there's a Draconic Chain Link in Blaze Headlong coming in for 5, crashing in, I should say. Accepted readily by Devin Garrett. Only takes 3, of course, because 2 prevention floating from that Seeds of Tomorrow still remain. But he keeps a 3-card grip.
Let's see what Jason wants to do and how he wants to convert this hand. I do see a, I think we have a loyalty in hand here from Jason. We'll see if he wants to actually commit anything like that. As you see, cut through coming in here, currently for 3 with no go again. And the classic trick here is, of course, using flick knives to flick that dagger, get 1 damage in, and then turn on the go again with it.
And Devin perhaps a little bit sad that he didn't hold on to that Seeds of Tomorrow damage prevention.
Yeah, well, he can't get it now. Cut through, I believe, is an on-attack trigger. So Jason would have had to have flicked knives with the Blaze Headlong, but because Seeds of Tomorrow had the prevention effect, he couldn't actually get that damage through, so he couldn't get the dagger through. So this might just be that Jason is going to go in... excuse me, it is if it hits his combat chain. So he can still flick it here, and then Jason has 2 cards, but if Devin has the prevention effect here or blocks this, he can also just elect to use Cindra's ability, rebuy the other kunai if he happens to have 2 cards he doesn't want, or he can just Arsenal pass. It looks like he will elect to do the flick trick here. Goes up 4 go again coming in here, and it looks like no deract here from Devin Garrett.
And now that a kunai has entered the eyeball of Devin, Jason Feng has go again on this cut through and will be able to continue the pain. Now, yes, does have an Art of the Dragon Blood, also has a Demonstrate Devotion, which he can deploy here, but because of the Renounce Grandeur effect, the Crush effect, no fealty token is going to hit the board.
No fealty, and we do currently see on Jason's side no kunais out, and we do only have 2 Draconic Chain Links here as well, so we'll need to play the 3rd Draconic Chain Link here to be able to rebuy with Cindra, or pitch that card in his hand to actually get them back. So we see Devin here looking to move a card forward in front of that Demonstrate Devotion.
Could it be that Jason just decides to send Art of the Dragon Blood and go kunai less?
It's hard to say here.
It's scary, huh?
It's really scary not to have that as Cindra, particularly when you've seen that the Jarl is ice-based and ice-focused and still has at least 1 charge on the Stalagmite, because it could mean that you just have to spend an entire hand rebuying your kunai.
Now, Devin... For all of the things that we've seen about his deck, it doesn't seem like he is overly committed to defense, still accepting damage right and left. There was, of course, a Mask of Momentum trigger, which could help smooth out this hand for Jason Feng. Perhaps find yet another Draconic attack, but it is Art of the Dragon Blood that he's still lining up. Couldn't quite catch the card that he drew off of Mask.
Devin here thinking, oh, it is an Ignite. Oh, that's a perfect draw here from Jason.
Absolutely huge because, of course, will be that 3rd requisite Draconic Chain Link in order to get Kunai of Retribution safely back into the equipment zone.
And he'll be able to bring them both back here. And then Arsenal, a really good card in Art of the Dragon Blood. Does not have the fealty right now for it, but has the potential to be able to get it here down the line, or just always have a 0 for 4. Looks like it's just electing to send it here, actually.
I don't hate this. I actually quite like this, especially when a Guardian opponent has... stated earlier in the turn that they're willing to accept damage like Devin Garrett has, now bleeding all the way down to 15 after a monstrous chain from Jason Feng.
And really interesting on Devin's side. He took a lot here, right, to be able to keep this hand. Decided that he didn't want to block the Mask Momentum trigger here, had already seen a lot of the buffs from Jason's side go to the bottom of the deck with those earlier pitches of those Ancestral Empowerments. So curious here what he elects to do with his hand. It looks like we're just going to Coronet Peak to make Jason discard a card or pay into it. I'd assume that Jason's going to pay just to not lose the card in his deck.
Curious indeed, especially because Coronet Peak, lest my memory deceives me, does not have go again.
It does not. I think the issue here, having spied Devin's hand, though, is that there was another Seeds of Tomorrow in his hand, which is, it's the unfortunate thing with the card when you run multiple of it. It's such a good card in a matchup like this, except when you see 2 together, since you can't play them both in the same turn.
So Devin just protecting the possibility of arsenaling so that Seeds of Tomorrow can do its dirty work on defense. Gets rid of 1 card from Jason Feng in the process, who now leads off with an Oath of Loyalty. 26 plays 15. In this game, honestly, when you told me Cindra versus Jarl was coming up, I would have thought would go the distance.
Now I see an Unmoving Unforgiving here, really testing me with my Jarl knowledge.
Unforgiving, unforgetting.
Okay. Always throwing one here. As we see him fetch the Mangle here out of his deck. Critically, Jason does have that -1 counter on the Flick Knives here. So Devin really wants to be able to send this Mangle next turn and either threaten to rip Jason's entire hand or get rid of that really critical equipment piece in this game.
But already at 15 life and perhaps even lower by the time this turn is over, has Jason already done enough work with those flick knives? I mean, are we coming to see exactly what you were talking about? Oh, they killed my equipment, but they also just kind of died?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll see here. Devin probably has to commit some amount of equipment this turn if he wants to keep enough to be able to cast this Mangle in his turn here. As we see, the Seeds of Tomorrow will come out of hand. And then this will cover this first Flick Knives. We'll see what else he can cover this turn. Hopefully on his side, he's really hoping that Jason doesn't have a huge send after this so that he can keep both these cards, send that Mangle in, and be able to really threaten Jason and reestablish board control here. As we see, no blocks, of course. Seeds of Tomorrow are going to cover 3 damage off of that, demonstrate loyalty here.
And I will say Cornet Peak was the linchpin in making this 2-turn cycle play happen. Obviously, in conjunction with Seeds of Tomorrow, stuffing Flick Knives and even more damage besides.
You see Jason,
really nice setup from Devin.
Yeah, absolutely here. And Jason, everything is kind of out in the open here. It's just 3 go again. There's no threat of a Mask of Momentum draw here. There's no other Flick Knife shenanigans coming off. The only thing that Jason really has left this turn is to rebuy that kunai. So Devin kind of knows that he has the all clear here this turn, and it looks like we're going to elect to commit that Coronet Peak here, make sure we cover that damage fully and keep our life total at a pretty reasonable pace here. So committing that, we got one kind of like turn bot out of having that, so we got a little bit of extra value out of it. As we see here, Devin committing into those gauntlets of the Boreal Domain, and Mangle coming in here for, there's no Earth cards, so it's just
it'll
the
be
ice
8
half.
Dominate.
Yeah, so it's just the Dominate from it.
Going to be enough to remove those Flick Knives, of course, because Mangle just requires a crush to happen, unless, of course, Jason wants to get Mask of Momentum in the mix.
I guess, like, technically he could do the Blood Splattered Vest, but
True.
I'd assume that he would not want to give that quite this early here. It depends on really how much he thinks that Flick Knives matters to him closing this game out, right? We know that already that Devin has a heavily ice-focused deck. So far, we've seen 0 blues out of Jason Feng's deck. So the extra cushion that you get from that Blood Splattered Vest is one that could be really relevant down the line. And Jason has gotten 1 or 2 mask triggers here, but might decide that it's not really that relevant going forward, as it looks like we're going to commit the Vest instead of the mask here.
So Flick Knives will remain safe. Only 3 damage leaks through. Mangle's Crush effect cannot remove an equipment piece with a -1 defense counter on it. And Devin committed a lot to this play, perhaps thinking that it was an assured situation that he would get Flick Knives off the board, but there's still blocking equipment, even though it's a Draconic Ninja that he faces.
Yep. And here, Jason has committed something pretty significant here, I will say. The Blood Splattered Vest being gone is a choice from him on how he wants to navigate the rest of this game. So we'll see here how he wants to try to finish this out, as we see another Oath of Loyalty in hand, I believe a Draco Fire as well, and then another red head jab. Let's just call it what it is at this point. It's a red jab it's a head jab with a non-hit. And we'll see here how he wants to navigate this turn as well as going forward here. It looks like he's going to try to rely on that Flick Knives to close this game out, as Oath of Loyalty comes in 4 go again. What's Devin's answer to this?
Head Jab Plus is on the combat chain. Devin does seem to be answering with a card from hand. I'm not seeing any 4 blocks, though, Garrett. It's just 2 copies of Glacial Footsteps, blue and red, respectively, a Buckling Blow, and, of course, an Oaken Old. A card that is much harder to fuse, I would imagine, with so few Earth cards in the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And it might be that he's relying on those dual Earth Ice cards that Carroll has access to really be able to get the most out of Oaken Old. It looks like this is going to be a turn where that second Stalagmite block comes in, though, to try to commit into stopping Jason. And Jason, of course, has the best answer left in his deck.
The 3rd copy, mind you.
The 3rd Draco Fire, having had the first 2 for that Blizzard turn. Or for the first Stalagmite, excuse me. And we see here Frostbite coming out. Gonna still let him get that 3rd Chain Link here.
And even though Devin didn't get the Flick Knives that he had his eyes on, I would have to imagine that he was thinking my Stalagmite stocks go way up now that Blood Splattered Vest is gone. But of course, Draco Fire does make that prospect null and void. Burning Blade Dance is the follow-up here. 2 cards committed because, of course, it does crash in for 5. Flick Knives will draw blood. 14 now for Devin Garrett as Jason Feng wraps up this turn with no Mask of Momentum triggered, but just a little bit more damage, a little bit more of that peanut pushed across the line.
And Devin just having an Arsenal pass back here. And this is the thing that Cindra does in this matchup. She just slowly grinds you down with that Flick Knives value turn over turn here. And Jason getting drawback up, has the full 4-card hand, and critically now Stalagmite is gone. There's no more turns where Devin can just put that in front of an attack on a chain link and just say, I get to kind of tax you for your next turn. We will see Jason here starting the turn out, though, using the second ability of Draco Fire, the one that isn't seen as as important as the first one, but banishing 2 of them at the start of his turn, starting the turn with a free resource. And this really kind of opens up the chains of what he can do this turn, as we see a Fire Tenant First Strike coming out here to start the chain. 3 go again, and +1 to the next Draconic attack on the chain. Really quick block here out of Devin Garrett. And we'll see how Jason wants to follow this up. It looks like there's a Hunter or Hunted in hand. So we have that, he has one of those 1-for-5s in hand that he wants to end the chain with that floating resource.
Goodness. And a third copy of Seeds of Tomorrow is the response from Devin Garrett, soaking up the Flick Knives activation and 4 more damage on the remainder of the turn. Got to shout out once again the potency of these prevention effects that continue floating throughout the turn. We've seen a lot of them injected into the game from Omens of the Third Age, and I think that's exactly why Arachne Marionette has lost some potency in this current metagame. All these Oscilios running around with things like Cosmic Suture really are difficult to overcome when you have a Flick Knives based game plan. One that seems so indomitable in the days just post the Hunted. If you'll remember that calling in Memphis where Brody Spurlock and Yuki Lee Bender just wiped the floor with this Cindra deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see a really interesting play here from Jason, electing not to commit the rest of his hand into this Seeds of Tomorrow here. Just says, I don't want to waste these cards into prevention while you still have a blocking hand afterwards. So sending in a Hunter or Hunted afterwards, Hunt the Hunter, sorry, for 6. And it looks like we're getting a block with a Hypothermia here from Devin Garrett to fully cover that 6. Jason may be thinking about if he wants to pitch 2 cards here into Cindra. Yep, get those back. And it's a full committal here from Jason just to kind of do a reset of his board, get those kunai back, and then go next turn potentially with a 4-card hand and be able to have a bit more play into Devin.
Now, one of the things I'm wondering about Devin's loadout is the Heart of Ice. In my mind, that's got to indicate he's got some sort of graveyard interaction, perhaps hoping to snipe the kunai that are lying in wait in the graveyard with an activation of Heart of Ice. I could imagine that would make it so difficult for Jason to buy them back in response.
There are also some Cindra lists that run at some amount of D-Rax, maybe something like Loki Beyond the Grave that he wants to have a little bit of coverage for in those big dominate turns. His game plan here seems like it might have been, I want to send some of these big dominate attacks and kind of get through these crush effects like Mangle. So maybe a bit of insurance there. As we see Arctic Incarceration number 2 come out from Devin here, looking to just kind of rob a free turn from Jason.
Certainly has, but once again, can the Guardian convert? It's a fistful of blues, unfortunately. Now, he does have a saving grace here. Summit the Unforgiving, of course, allows Devin to sink 6 resources into a heck of a lot of damage and a potential Frostbite, which can hurt Jason so very much.
And one thing we need to remember here, Jason elected a block with that Blood Splattered Vest earlier and gave us an equipment slot open. So now Jarl Vitretti's ability is actually active of being able to, every time you play an ice card, put a Frostbite into an equipment zone here. So we will see Devin here electing to take this turn off to use his Summit now that it's fully active with the Heavy, coming in for 6, and on hit it'll create a Frostbite token in that exposed chess piece.
So Devin showing that there are still alternative ways to play Jarl Vitrati. And I got to say, I am so happy to see Summit at the feature match table. It is such a flavorful weapon when it comes down to it, even though a lot of players don't think of it as the most powerful option for Jarl. It's an arsenal for Devin Garrett. 15 plays 17. All of a sudden, the life totals are much more even. Jason has a Frostbite to overcome, will be required to pitch a cut through, which by all intents and purposes would otherwise be worth 4 value. So another victory for Devin Garrett there. Perhaps we can ascribe 10 total value to that swing of Summit, the Unforgiving.
Yeah, huge card here, and we see a 2-card 3 effectively coming out. Oh, with the Blizzard from Devin as well. And now this becomes like just a Blizzard plus, right? Because again, Jarl's ability is active on both turns, giving that Frostbite to the chess piece and also threatening to remove Go again unless Jason pays 2. There's no way Jason can pay this. Unless Jason has a blue in hand, he'd have to commit a full card just for that. He doesn't have a blue, so his turn's going to be over after this.
Folks, you've been asking for Ice to come back. Devin Garrett says it's been here all along. Y'all just haven't had your eyes open. Essentially 3 resources taxed for Jason Feng, does not decide to pay into Blizzard, which likely means he's just going to be passing on this turn because all of a sudden this classic Draconic Ninja starter, Ronin Renegade, doesn't have Go Again. And the taxes will keep coming because in the hand of Devin Garrett is the first copy of Channel Lake Frigid and plenty of ice cards to pair with it. Now, this is a card that is often run in pretty much any Jarl list. If you are running ice or if you have the ability to run ice, chances are you want to play Channel Lake Frigid. But standard Jarl lists that we've seen, for example, at US Nationals, Pro Tours of old, lean much heavier into the earth side of things than the ice. It's not a foregone conclusion that you're going to be able to pitch an ice card and flow Channel Lake Frigid into the next turn. Devin Garrett says, I am loaded with ice. Not only am I going to be able to resolve it this first time, I might even be able to keep it around a second turn if you let me.
Yep, and we see that he very clearly built his deck with this in mind here. As you also see, I believe a Channel Ice Lock Glaze in his hand. So he's full tilt into having this ice-based deck as he pitched the Crumble to Eternity instead here. And I expect to see, yep, there's that Channel Lake Frigid, one of my all-time favorite cards. Thank you, Icelander. And Jason here just put between a rock and a hard place as that Frostbite comes out too here. His first card on his turn or attack action will take 2 additional resources, which in Cindra means 2 full cards. And he needs to commit a card here this turn no matter what because he has the Fealty out. So this is kind of just throwing cards away almost from Jason here just to be able to keep that Fealty token around.
I do wonder if Devin Garrett is an auditor at the IRS because he is making Jason Feng pay his taxes. It's a Frostbite and also Channel Lake Frigid, stymieing whatever Jason wants to put together on this turn. 17 plays 14. It's still an even race when you look at the life totals, but the disruption train has certainly started for Devin Garrett, and it is surmountable.
And we just see Jason here looking at that lava burst in his hand like, wow. I really wish I could make this a 5.
Instead, it's likely just going to be a pitch card.
So we see Burning Blade Dance coming in here. That's right. Put him in the pitch zone, Jason.
Put him in the pitch zone. You don't even have Go Again on this Burning Blade Dance. There is, however, an on hit, and Jason can't do anything but laugh. It meets an Unforgiving. All of a sudden, yet another Mangle put in the Banish Zone and now playable for Devin Garrett. It's going to be much harder to stop this crush effect without giving up something like the Mask of Momentum. Maybe something that Jason wished he had done a lot earlier in this game because he hasn't been able to even threaten Mask of Momentum, let alone actually get a card draw off of it.
I think we got one draw, but it was like on a snatch turn or something like that where it wasn't really particularly relevant.
Totally.
But generally not one that you expect to get in this matchup. But what it does mean is that this Mangle's probably going to hit this turn. And then Jason has to commit at least a card to that. And since Devin is so ice-focused here, we see him commit pitching a card in the Gauntlet to Boreal Domain. And then if we have a second ice card, that Channel Lake Frigid's still here, baby.
The pain keeps coming. It's 1 flow counter on Channel Lake Frigid, but that's only until the end of this turn. Soon to be 2, because Hypothermia and Channel Bleak Expanse will keep it around. The lake is normally where you want to be in the summer, but I think Jason would refute that, at least in this position.
2 feet of ice here on top, and we see Devin here pitching a second Hypothermia. He came so prepared for these aggro ninjas here. Wants nothing to do with them as we see they dominate coming across. And critically here from Jason, if he wants to save the Flick Knives, which he most likely does, we'll have to commit that Mask of Momentum, but then he's opened up 2 armor slots. And Devin with this many ice cards has like a pretty reasonable expectation that he could actually fill both of those in one turn potentially, whether it's play an ice card and swing Summit or play 2 ice cards. So this train of Frostbites and snow here is just going to keep coming on Jason. Devin's just going to try to bury him underneath the ice for the rest of this game.
And all of a sudden, I totally am getting Winter's Whale flashbacks. I remember the days of piloting aggro into Oldham, and all of a sudden, letting them keep 1 card still hurts you so much towards the end of the game.
Yeah, and we see Summit here. It's going to probably start to do its best impression of Winter's Whale after this, as Jason's going to have to commit 2 cards every turn just to stop the ice from getting through to him. And we see him here looking like he'll commit that mask. Going to take 3 here as he falls all the way down to 11. And Devin here suddenly had that massive life deficit to start, is actually back in the lead in this game.
Back in the lead, and also in the lead on board. So it's not just life totals that are going in the favor of Devin Garrett. He wasn't even able to use all of his cards on that last turn, and he still remains in a commanding position. Pain in the backside now coming in, forcing Jason Feng to pitch a card. Channel Lake Frigid's effect is still active, ladies and gentlemen.
And this is also probably where we see Devin having that Heart of Ice come in extra, is in some turns being able to pitch that extra card. It didn't come up here, but potentially paying into those Channel Lake Frigids, as we see it here. just once again stymieing Jason's turn as well. Just have a pretty quick block here from Devin Garrett. Oh, reading what that is? That is Nerves of Steel, my friend.
Oh, yes, of course. I remember this card. This was one that I hoped would never be played against me. And then I very quickly forgot about it because I didn't want to think about it. Ancestral Empowerment, going to give +1, but of course at the cost of a card out of hand. That is still a card to be played, and so thereby must be paid with an extra resource thanks to Channel Lake Frigid. 1 damage going to come across the line. Devin Garrett down to 12. Quickly usurped in life totals right after he finally bought himself a lead, but there's a lot of cards in hand for Devin Garrett. What is he going to send? I see a Glacial Footsteps. Could just be a whopping 8 power attack.
Yeah, he has a couple of lines here. He can decide that he wants to send just the 8 here. He can play out the channel the Ice Lock Glaze, which is a really interesting card here. Jason looks like he has to read it here too. This one will say that cards in your opponent's arsenal are frozen while they control a frostbite or frozen permanent here. And now, with Jarl Vitretti's ability here, playing this out will give Jason a frostbite as well. So Devin coming in here for a 6 on-hit frostbite into that chest slot. And Jason currently cannot play that arsenal card. So even though he will get out of this Channel Lake Frigid this turn, he still has to deal with this frostbite and can't play his arsenal until he's gotten rid of it.
Man, there's something really satisfying about seeing the full, I guess, flavor potential of Jarl Vitretti. When you look at his art and also the card list from the Armory deck, I would have to imagine that this is the way that the devs imagined Jarl being played, especially into an undaunted Draconic Ninja.
And for newer players who didn't have to deal with this, this was the best part of the Icelander meta and the Ice heroes of old, was getting to kind of tell those heroes that wanted to build 60 red cards, I'm gonna tax you with the deck building stage. You have to slow down just literally when you put the deck together, and if not, this is what I'll do to you. And it's so refreshing to get to see that again after so long without it. Devin here putting together a deck that just is a nightmare for these red line decks, as we see Ravenous Rabble coming across here for 4 go again. But again, costing Jason a card out of his hand here just to send this.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, Barrett, because the aggro deck du jour that Icelander was, putting the herd on when it comes to the deck building stage was Phi, who does, of course, run a Searing Ember Blade, and so is therefore, I would say, more insulated than Cindra by running extra blues. He's happy to do so because he's got to pitch one every single turn. This build of Cindra Drakai of Retribution, however, incredibly redline and therefore so susceptible to consistent frostbite pressure. Now, I do wonder if Jason Feng was aware of Devin as they both occupy a local meta together. Winter's Bite out of the... Is that a red one?
That's a red Winter's Bite here. Devin is my hero.
Crazy. Okay, Winter's Bite in the red will force target hero to discard a card unless they pay 3 resources. That is just too tall of an order for Jason Feng. There's also another Frostbite in the head zone thanks to the fact that it was an ice card. And oh, wait, there's more where that came from. Winter's Grasp is an ice card. And now because of the exposed chest zone, yet another Frostbite comes to bear. Now, Devin accepted a lot of damage on that last turn cycle in order to make this play. 8 plays 14. The question remains, can Jason Feng just send enough damage to make it so Devin can't carry the day?
Yeah, and we'll see that Channel Ice Lock Glaze leave the field here, but Jason Feng underneath 2 Frostbites this turn does not really have anything left in his hand here. Just going to draw and pass back up and say, do the classic, you're a Guardian with 5 cards in hand, what can you do? And we'll see here, can Devin kind of continue to establish control over this board here? We see a Batter to the Pulp coming in. Okay.
Batter to a Pulp comes in now for 10. If memory serves.
I don't believe the on-hit is going to be relevant here, but 10 damage is a hell of an on-hit.
This will, of course, destroy an equipment with no defensive value, and technically both Dragon Scalar Flight Path and Flick Knives have defensive values because those values are 0.
This is kind of like the piece that Jarl has to deal with those Gravy Bones compasses or Crown of Dominion, things of that nature. But 10 damage here when Jason is sitting at 14 is not insignificant. He has to decide here whether or not he wants to let himself go low, potentially be open to something like an Oak Dominate to end the game. Again, we're out of equipment here. Jason, folding the entire hand here, says, I don't really want to deal with that. We'll go to the next hand and see if you can do this again.
It does make me want to take a peek at the deck size of Jason Feng. It is getting rather low. He can't do this forever. A Guardian will always win a game where you are giving up your entire hand in order to block out their attacks. They simply have higher numbers printed on each of their cards, and so deck damage goes in their favor. That is part of what draws people into the Guardian class. Now, we see an Oaken Old in the hand.
Do we have the Earth card, too?
I don't believe we do. I believe Unforgiving is just a Guardian block.
I believe all of the Earth Ice dual ones are blues in the Jarl deck.
It's just Crumble to Eternity and, of course, Pulse of Eisenloft, which we saw Devin pitch very early in the game. Oh, my goodness. There
he
is
does
a
have a
Crumble to
Crumble.
Eternity. That's the last copy in the deck, if I remember right.
I believe so.
9 Dominate. All of a sudden, Devin Garrett may have very well found his way to closing this game out. No, it's not going to be this turn cycle exactly, but man, this card is such a house.
Jason Feng saying, can you commit 5 cards into a hand that actually does something? And Devin very promptly saying, yes, I'll take your entire hand next turn.
And look at this. Not only did the Heart of Ice allow Devin to get rid of Unforgiving on a turn where he knows he's going to disrupt his opponent, you might say, oh, you could just overpitch into Oaken Old in order to do that. But it has insulated him from, just in case Jason was able to establish a defense reaction in the arsenal, or heck, even in the hand, he would have been taxed in order to pay it.
We see Jason here just 3 go again. Not a whole lot of pressure back on his side. Lets Devin kind of get a block in here with this Mangle in hand and just passing back
And
here.
that's it.
And we
3
should be
meets 3.
And if we remember at the very start of the game, Jason hasn't hit his pitch stack yet. Oh no, the Pulse of Eisenloft.
Pulse of Eisenloft in the hand. Now Devin doesn't even need to hold on to Crumble to Eternity in order to fuse this Oaken Old. It's, once again, 9 Dominate. Jason forced to take the brunt of that damage. 2 cards going to randomly go to the bottom. 1 remains in the hand, but the damage has been done. The bloodletting has been fierce all of a sudden. Jason Feng, all of a sudden, from a commanding position all the way down to 2 life. He does get to respond with Head Jab Plus. It's Oath of Loyalty, 4 go again. Devin is going to be able to meet it, at least with 1 card. Frozen to Death gets in the mix along with Gauntlets of Boreal Domain, covers up all that damage, and it's just a fistful of blues once again for Devin. Does he have the Dominate to close this one out? It's Glacial Footsteps fused with Bolts of Eisenloft, gets the fist bump from our previous month's champion. Jason Feng does fall to the unrelenting blizzard of Devin Garrett. This is Ice Jarl in fantastic flair.
And this is everything that you want to see in this matchup for everyone who's both an old player and a new player who wants to see how to deal with these Draconic Ninjas and the people who are building these deck lists that have 0 ability to stop an ice card. This is the kind of deck that you want. He has Arctic Incarcerations. He has Glacial Footsteps. He has Summit. He has every fun ice card that you could imagine all put together, and that's just a masterclass on how to kind of whittle those Cindras down over time, come back from that really, really low life total early on, and just take over a game entirely through the mid game into the late game where those Oaken Olds got to come into effect.
And ultimately do the counterintuitive Guardian thing of take a heck of a lot of damage, ultimately.
Yeah, and we saw there at the end that Jason was just getting these hands that just, he had turns where he had to pass. He had turns where he was just sending 3 no-go again effectively. Really just stymied at every turn as Jason's powerful cards got to come online. We got to see the true strength of that Summit actually at the end. Haven't seen that very often from Jarl. Doesn't really get played in the competitive decks at the Pro Tour, but maybe people have to start to rethink their deck building here as we see him just kind of utterly dominate a Cindra into the later turns of the game.
Now, before we move on, we do have to take a minute to thank our brand new sponsor. That's Hammurabi TCG. If you know Hemel Patel from The Bazaar, he is your friend in the card game business. If you need singles, just message him. You can find all of his socials on the bottom of your screen, including his email. Just go ahead and send him what you want. And he is offering pickup at Pro Tour Las Vegas. Place your order by July 10th and you can grab it all right when you need it most before you get into the competition.
Yeah, I can't speak enough for Hemel and getting his cards to you. If you're like me and you have a shiny addiction as well, great person to talk to for that. He's more than happy to hook you up and take your money.
One of the stories I like to highlight when talking about Hammurabi TCG is, of course, one that's close to home. Zachary Wallach on the AG Pro team is a Drip Lord, just like yourself, Barrett, and he's also an illusionist apologist. But when Gravy Bones came on the scene, screen, he was desperate for a full playset of those Marvel zombies. Who had them? Hemmel. And he had them right when Zach needed him, right before a big tournament. So it wasn't just the cards that he needed in order to play the event, it was the drip that he needed to make himself feel good about it at the same time. So get on over to Hammurabi TCG. No, there's not a website. Just use those socials once again at the bottom of your screen, and Hemmel will sort you out. It pays to have a friend in the card game business, and that is Hemmel. We're going to be back in just a little bit with, of course, more Flesh and Blood action. Justin, in my ear, are we doing an interview with Devin? No interview because, of course, that game took a little bit longer. We want to proceed throughout our day. So hopefully we'll get to hear words from our Ice Guardian later on. But there's definitely going to be more Flesh and Blood just after this. Don't go anywhere.
right, guys. We heard you, and we think it's time for you to tell us. What kind of cards do you want in the expansion slot?
Listen, I think I'm gonna need a new weapon. Luminaris 4.0 that gives action points instead of go again.
Ship it! Wait, no. Internally, you're already the best deck in the format.
My angel gets so many cards. Me want card too. Me want to smash. Me want to pass with
If only we could give you a blue 6, buddy.
Blue 6?
Ship it!
James.
Now look here, T. I just need some arcane barrier evil. I'm a man of means. I can afford to invent some AV.
I just need purpose.
Visit the Golden Anvil, you'll be fine.
Forget about Gladiator Boy.
Olympia! Aha!
Just tell me the price. I'll sell my soul if I have to. Ye works for me.
Ship it!
Wait. James!
Brian.
How do you even understand that? OMG.
Spider also want beat wizard.
There is no way that is all they said.
Spider also say, buy from bazaar.
What is that?
Hammurabi, TCG.
Buy from the bazaar by contacting Hemel Patel through Facebook, Twitter, or Discord. Available for any and all Fabtcg requests, including high-end, master sets, and more.
See, now that's an idea I can get behind.
Ship it!
turns out that Burning Kunai are blunted immediately when they face a couple ice cubes and a big man with a pike.
Hot summer, still cold down here.
100%. And that is saying a lot when you're in Southern California like you and I are. Of course, still bringing you all the action live, even though it's happening in a different time zone. That is the power of the remote broadcast system at Arcane Games and Events. Okay, enough about us, Barrett, because we have a metagame to show you. And one of the things you said to me, Barrett, when you first saw this was, nobody knows what to do.
Nope, everybody's still kind of trying to figure out where to go with this format as we see the most represented heroes at 9% each with Cindra, Jarl, Valda, and Victor here. 3 Guardians on top, which is interesting. It seems like either St. Louis really likes the Guardians or some people kind of have an inkling that the thing to be doing in this format is blocking and sending really big attacks.
Other folks holding on to Arachne Marionette with Graphene Callistra clutches. 2 Vinset Iron Maidens in the room. And I will say, unfortunately, some of our one-ofs, Tough Nut and Ziggy Starlight, falling in round 1. A surprising one-of will be on feature match next round. That's Oscilio Constella Intelligence in very unlikely hands as well. It is Nathaniel Brower, who up until this point has been a Valda stan in St. Louis, playing 3 events and bringing Valda twice in Classic Constructed and once in our February Open, which of course was Silver Age. That man likes Seismic Surge tokens, but he's not one of the 3 Valdas in the room. Instead, bringing a variant of the Majin Bay list that we saw have a breakout performance at U.S. Nationals. He'll be taking on Melody, piloting Hala, Blade Saint of the Vow, a deck that I am personally incredibly excited every time I see it on coverage, because it is so easy to generate fearsome numbers with the sharpened mechanic, which honestly, when it was first spoiled, left something to be desired, at least for me.
Yeah, it was really interesting where people first saw it and kind of tried to compare it to Dorinthia with the Dawn Blades, where it's like you have those +1 counters and you don't really want to ever give them up. If you can, your entire game plan is built around that minigame of can I keep the counters and kind of get the value from them in the end. Hala's almost the exact opposite. She wants to get rid of those counters right away for extra effects. But we're kind of seeing her ability to convert those hands into like really high value turns, even with just up to like 2 blues. So it'll be really interesting here to see of one, does Melody pick the right Oscilio deck to play into here with her sideboard strategy, and 2, how she navigates this with being able to block out a large amount of flash turn.
The onus will, of course, be on Melody and Hala, Blade Saint of the Vow, to figure out what they're up against. But now we go to the feature match area to find out if she's able to find the answer and, of course, the way through. It is Nathaniel Brower versus Melody Wilson. On the other side of the table, Oscilio Constella Intelligence versus Hala, Blade Saint of the Vow. We will find out right here and now what these players are going to be able to do. Is it going to be the flippant sharpening and whetstone of Hala, who brought Arcane Barrier 3 already? A huge mistake based on just the equipment presentation on the side of Nathaniel Brower.
Yeah, it's one of those things again. You're kind of playing chicken here of like, which one is it? And if you pick wrong, you know that you're in for a lot harder game time than you would have had otherwise. As we see Nathaniel here taking no time off here on his first turn, sending Ravenous Rabble in, although it is only for 3 with that Sigil of Brilliance on top of his deck.
Small win for Melody when, of course, they're wearing the wrong clothes.
Now, I will say there is still some value out of AB2 into this matchup. The new Volzar will amp 1 throughout this game, so there will be a lot of Arcane coming in for 2 damage throughout the course of this game that Melody can, if they choose, kind of pay into that and cover it. Maybe an Echo Flash turn, getting the full 3 value out of it. As we see Electrostatic Discharge into a Snatch for 7 here. Nathaniel just sending the cards out of his hand. Doesn't really want to keep one of these for the next turn and see what they can get out of Melody, as Melody looks like blocking 6 out here. Going to take the one down to 38, and Nathaniel will get to draw a card. Now, I will say one thing here with this, though, is that letting Nathaniel draw the Sigil of Brilliance here is kind of letting Nathaniel just have whatever he wants for his hand, electing instead to play Sigil of Solace out here, get that 3 life gain, and then pocket that Sigil of Brilliance. Presumably because Oscilio, with the new Volzar, a lot of the Starfall cards and Volzar care about having cards played in instance and graveyard that turn. This will set him up really nicely for next turn, getting that Sigil of Brilliance out and having it pop and go to the graveyard here. But deciding just to put that into the arsenal here and just get that life gain early on.
And now all of a sudden there is not just an Echo Flash, touted as free damage by Majin Bay during his U.S. Nationals run, but also an Astral Bridge and a Kindle, a very interesting inclusion that was not in the 80 of Majin Bay.
Yeah, Kindle kind of just a card that lets you have a bit more reach with that amp mechanic and kind of get those last few points of Arcane out, as well as maybe get a quote-unquote scam card off the top of your deck with some extra Arcane. As we see here, Melody starting to turn off with a red Edict of Steel, going to put that +1 counter onto the sword with the sharpen mechanic, and then generate a Flurry token. And Flurry just kind of like this mechanic that new with Hala, incredibly powerful with all these warriors that have the ability to give go again to their sword and get that second attack off with that weapon. Previously a mechanic that was pretty much exclusive to Dorinthia, I would say. Now seeing it be a lot more available to all these other warriors as well, as we're coming in here with 4 go again on this first sword, 2 more cards still in Melody's hand.
And it's very interesting. The onus for Dorinthia usually, or in the past, was find a source of go again. For Melody and Hala, it's much more about finding those flurry tokens, the ability to attack twice, because of course Zenith Blade will gain go again as long as it's been sharpened. And if there's one thing that cards and also the hero ability of Hala do, it's sharpen your weapon. So this is now the second swing of the Zenith Blade. It's a discard of Echo Flash. In response to that arcane damage, of course, you may activate Volzar Meteor Storm, because before that arcane damage can come through, Echo Flash has to be put in the graveyard. One of those counterintuitive interactions when it comes to Echo Flash and other cards with Starfall.
Yeah, Echo Flash kind of gets the bonus here since it is DM and has some really unique properties to it, where it will get that damage on the first part of it. And we'll see here, it looks like Melody electing to just take that damage. I believe we should have seen 3 damage come through here. And we see here Melody getting that swing through. Nathaniel still not blocking out at all. As we noticed with that early hand, this deck does have a lot of instants, which also means a bunch of no blocks here for the deck as well. As we see Melody also generating that flurry token for next turn as well.
That, of course, coming on the back of Deadly Display, a warrior attack reaction. Fresh from the Armory deck, Hala, and it's a drawback up for Melody Wilson. Nathaniel Brower now on the play, and after letting a ton of his blood out of his own body, is able to turn on the go again clause of Scar for a Scar. So it's 4 go again, and Nathaniel holding back a ton of cards besides Constella, Contemplation, Astral Bridge, and Kindle. I do wonder if Kindle is going to be going into the bin to try to find some extra juice. But then the question is, what am I really doing with that Astral Bridge afterwards?
And interestingly enough, we also know that that Sigil of Brilliance is still in the arsenal. Nathaniel lucky not to play it out there, saving it maybe potentially for that Gone in a Flash turn, really wants to hold on to that and value that as having that 6-card hand potential. So seeing him with an active game plan here by keeping that there, as we will see how Melody wants to navigate this turn. They are electing here just to block out this Scar for a Scar, want to keep their life total nice and high here. Kind of a little bit scared of, how much damage this deck is capable of pushing out in a single turn, as a lot of their cards can go out and be just 4 damage, 4 damage, 4 damage, and we can convert those hands into 12, 16 damage potentially.
Astral Bridge, the card discarded. Card found, second strike. No damage has come across the line. Melody Wilson blocks not just with a Deadly Display, but also Paragon Plate, a brand new equipment also out of Armory deck Hala. One of the actually the only one in that Armory deck that doesn't consume itself on activation. A really cool chess piece that does help fix cost curves at the cost, of course, of flippantly discarding those +1 power counters, which, as you mentioned, Barrett, is something that Hala is totally fine to do, which is something that makes her unique compared to Dorinthia.
Yeah, and we see here Melody electing to pitch that blue here. She doesn't want to take any extra arcane damage that she doesn't have to. And it does actually stymie Nathaniel's turn here, as he has that second strike in hand that currently has had no damage done for this turn. So just 3 without any go again. And it looks like Nathaniel electing here has that Ponder token from the Constella Contemplation. Will just draw an arsenal this turn. So not a great conversion from Nathaniel's side here, as we see an IP effectively 3.
Okay, and Gone in a Flash has finally been found, but with a second strike and 2 Kindles in hand, this is not the combo turn that Nathaniel is hoping for. 37 plays 38, and Melody is crashing in with an Edict of Steel in the red. It is a second flurry token generated, unfortunately, which are like redundant embodiment of lightning tokens. Of course, will both pop at the same time and only give 1 additional swing, even though they're both coalescing into the air. So 4 go again now for Melody Wilson. It's just one of the cool things about Hala. A simple 2-card play like this is a 2-card 8.
And we'll see here, Nathaniel, I believe, did pocket a Fate Foreseen off of that Ponder, so we'll have a bit of block value here. And one of the strengths of this Oscilio deck is that hero ability to manipulate their hand to kind of clean up some of these bad cards. Nathaniel here with these 2 Kindles in hand can potentially turn one or both of these into new cards off of that Oscilio ability, one on each player's turn here, and sculpt this next potential Gone in a Flash turn here, as we do see that Fate Foreseen block. And we'll see if there's any further reactions here before taking that damage. As Nathaniel here pondering what his fate says with this orb. We do know that we have at least 1 draw off of the Sigil of Buoyance to start this turn, potentially 2 more as well. So Nathaniel could be digging as far as 4 cards down here, but elects to keep that card on top with the Fate Foreseen opt. Looks like we will just go on to the next attack here with that Flurry token. This Melody crashes back in here with the Zenith Blade.
And still with 2 Kindles in hand, Nathaniel's got to wonder, is it go time? It's a block of Lightning Greaves, but Nathaniel still has consternation on his brow. Now, Barrett, it's not like Oscilio of old. The combo turn doesn't have to be the end-all, be-all, and even back in those days, Evan Herndon at the World Championship, not the World Championship, at Pro Tour Yokohama, showed that Oscilio can still play without the combo. In this case, though, it's even less important to have the complete destructive combo turn that Gone in a Flash has been known for. Really, it just kicks the can down the line, gets you a little bit of offensive overlap, and then just lets the rest of your deck convert for 4 per card.
Yeah, and we see here the Melody was able to have another Deadly Display there to push even more damage and make a Flurry token. So Nathaniel here really needs to convert this and kind of start to play catch-up, as we see that Digital Brilliance will pop. Popping Bracers of Belief here to start the turn. And this is also another one of the really cool interactions with this Oscilio deck, is kind of being able to understand what the top of your deck is, whether it's an Oscilio draw, something like an Astral Bridge. There's a lot of high-value ability from this Bracers of Belief and the ability to see that top card to converting and sculpting your hands.
This card from, I'm sorry, what is AZL?
That's Armory Deck
Azalea. Oh, shoot. I was trying to look up the original set here. Apparently, I'm not going to get any help. Is it Arcane Rising?
It's one of the early sets. It might have been Arc.
It is Arcane Rising. Okay. So Bracers of Belief, fascinating, of course, because it comes out, I want to say, at the same time as Ravenous Rabble. So it's 2 different effects, one stapled onto a card, the other an arm piece. Has been around for a long time, made its way into decks here and there, but really seems at home in this brand new Oscilio list for all the reasons you outlined, Barrett.
Yeah, and we have to assume here that Melody sees the writing on the wall here. Nathaniel blocked with his Lightning Greaves last turn. This Gone in a Flash has no go again. We've popped a Bracers. She knows that the Gone in a Flash combo is coming here. So the question is, how much damage does she want to mitigate this turn? And unfortunately, it looks like on Nathaniel's side, our hand, we did draw an Entwine Lightning, and then we have 2 attacks and 2 Kindles.
So not ideal.
We're missing that arcane damage here, what those amp cards give. But at minimum, they do let us bounce that Gone in a Flash and swing with it again here.
And, transforming yourself into a 0 for 4 is not a bad floor when it comes down to it.
No, not at all. It turns out having a hammer for free repeatedly is actually a pretty good way to play Flesh and Blood. As we see Nathaniel here sliding those boots forward, as we see if Melody wants to block this attack or going to wait later in the chain. Do you have a good opportunity here just to convert 6 block on a 6 power, as she will put 2 cards here in front of this Gone in a Flash.
Even though Melody, of course, did have a functional turn, but I think she's showing that she's dealt with Gone in a Flash combos before. The one way to stymie it, or at least to protect yourself for the future game states to follow, is just to deal with as much of this damage as humanly possible.
And we see here that first Kindle coming out. Again, like you said, all it's going to function as is effectively an 0 for 4 here, which is completely fine. It does still have that amp floating if in some way Nathaniel does want to take that extra kind of risk here and gamble of turning one of those other instants into an arcane spell potentially. But for now, we'll just see it come across for another 4 from this Gone in a Flash. And we'll see here how Melody wants to approach the rest of this turn and if she's just going to block down on these Gone in a Flashes.
Always nice to see fresh faces in the coverage area, of course, Barrett. Melody has only played 1 AGE event before, and that was, of course, the St. Louis Open in April. Was on Hala, Blade Saint of the Vow there as well, so it does seem to be dedicating herself to this hero, but having a much better start, I will say. In the April Open, did go 1 win straight into 3 losses, and I would presume a drop. So always nice to see fresh faces in the coverage area and also performing well. Nathaniel Brower is someone that we know very well as, like I mentioned, a Valda stan, also in the race for the top 16.
And we see here this Gun and Flash coming in. Nathaniel down to 1 card in hand as Melody is sitting on 29 with 2 cards in hand here. So Melody with the potential here, 25 now that they've updated life totals, does have the option here to block down if she wants to. It looks like she will elect not to, and Nathaniel here will use the second Kindle. Now the question is, will he bounce the Gun and Flash or will he use the Kindle? It looks like we're electing just to take the 4 damage here and not risk seeing the top of her deck for a potential Arcane spell here. As Melody says, I will take that 4 happily, and at the end of all of these Gone on a Flash triggers and all these attacks, we've tied it up at 21 each, which is honestly not that bad for Melody.
No, certainly not. Does still have the space in order to make value plays, and that's the warrior namesake. Just make the game go as long as humanly possible. Eventually, all these pennies that I have on my cards that are just a little bit above rate of yours are eventually going to pay dividends. And it's an activation of Hala, Blade Saint of the Val, to sharpen this Zenith Blade. Flurry token goes by the wayside in order to give an additional attack to this Zenith Blade. It's met immediately by a Fate Foreseen, but that's not all. It is still going to be a 2-card 8 for Melody Wilson.
Yeah, and again, we're just seeing here where the Hala deck can convert cards really well. Like a 2-card 8 is completely reasonable in this game, and Hala usually has so much good defensive tools that she can afford to, block a couple of cards like she did last turn, and then still send those efficient attacks and then slowly whittle your opponent down here. Now, again, we see one of those really cool plays out of the Oscilio deck where Nathaniel has that Sigil of Brilliance popping. He has Astral Bridge. He has Ravenous Rabble. He has so much information on what his next turn is here. And we'll see here as that Sigil of Brilliance does pop, he elected to keep an Enlightened Strike here on top. And we'll see how he wants to navigate the rest of this turn, as he does have potentially a Ravenous Rabble here to sculpt the top of his deck and see just if that Astral Bridge will hit or not, as that is an interesting one to hit there.
Yeah, Echo Flash on top of the deck will not only reduce the power of this Ravenous Rabble down to 3, it will maybe combine nicely with the Astral Bridge, but the issue here, of course, is that it's not a card that you want to activate Oscilio for, because you want to be activating Oscilio when it's already in your hand.
Yep. And unfortunately, it's also a card that you don't want to have to pay for with this deck, since you don't really run many cards that you would like to pitch. So it looks like here, Nathaniel Bauer electing just to have that Entwined Lightning come forward is going to fuse with that Astral Bridge, come in for 4 go again here. And it looks like we're probably just going to convert this turn into potentially either a draw card from the E-Strike or 7 power with it. So converting 4 cards into potentially 15 damage, not something that you're particularly unhappy about here if you're Nathaniel. And
now, of course, if Nathaniel decides to go ahead and draw a card off of that Enlightened Strike, we'll still have the opportunity to activate Oscilio, activate his Volzar Meteor Storm, send an additional 2 Arcane, and save something for the arsenal. He just won't know what it'll be.
Yep, which will then give him, I believe that'll be a 4-card 16 then? Or 17.
No, it is an activation of Astral Bridge. So Echo Flash goes into the graveyard, will still do the same thing that it otherwise would, allow Volzar to be activated, and also send 2 arcane damage. And now, after Melody has already sent Toe the line in order to prevent some damage, it's going to be much harder to deal with that arcane damage. And so she does keep 2 cards back, exactly what we've seen from her time and time again. Hold 2 cards, make a value play, block with 2 cards in order to stay in the game.
Yeah, it looks like Nathaniel here valuing getting rid of that Echo Flash from the top of his deck and also getting a pocket that Enlightened Strike. He wants to make sure he just has that go again in the next hand, or has the ability to sculpt a hand if he potentially hits, maybe a full instant hand or something like that. As we see that he does draw up here and has a Scar for a Scar and then 3 more instants. Melody says, I don't really care about that. She's just going to send that Zenith Blade yet again at Nathaniel for 4 go again.
And all of a sudden, we see the floor of Hala being incredibly powerful, as well as the ceiling. It's a 2 blue hand that converts to 8 value once again. And it would be even higher, mind you, if, of course, Valiant Dynamo was in place of that Null Rune Boots.
Yeah, and we're really seeing here kind of throughout this game as Melody has gone on, how that value lost from that 3rd Arcane Barrier piece has really come back to kind of keep these life totals relatively equivalent as we go through. As Nathaniel will block that first Zenith Blade for 3 and take 1. That second one just says, send the bill to me. dropping all the way down to 12 here as Melody will draw back up. And we'll see how Nathaniel wants to convert this hand, as it is a lot of damage here, right? With Scar for a Scar, Lightning Press. Constella Contemplation, maybe one of the best cards in this deck, since it both does 2 arcane damage potentially from its ability, as well as then giving you that Ponder token. So we'll see how Nathaniel wants to convert this hand going forward.
Now, the Ponder token isn't going to be particularly useful because, of course, the Arsenal card is Enlightened Strike. So unless Nathaniel decides to hold back that Lightning Press, which I would think he doesn't want to do, the Ponder token wouldn't be super valuable. So I could see a world where Enlightened Strike bottoms Constella Contemplation, maybe draws a card.
He also has the option, if he wants here, he could discard to Oscilio, draw a new card, then have E-Strike and have it live. So it really depends on how he wants to get his value this turn and how he wants to sculpt his next turn as well.
Right.
As we see that Scar for a Scar coming through here.
These Scar for Scars have been turned on by the offensive posture of Melody Wilson for the second time now this game.
Let's see how Melody wants to navigate this turn and how much they want to give. It looks like they're electing not to block, and that Lightning Press will come through for 7 guaranteed damage here to Melody, dropping her all the way down to 9.
A bit of a punish here, especially because I think Melody is trying to detect the moment where she can just put her foot on the gas and start making Nathaniel block for his life, which is exactly a situation that is going to make Hala look so good. All of a sudden, the exponential tempo gain by forcing cards out of the hand, usually the only attacks in the hand of Oscilio, is going to carry the day. It is an Enlightened Strike out of the arsenal to follow up this Scar for a Scar. Constella Contemplation still in the hand.
That should be
draw a card.
Okay, drawing the card. That was the question that I had here. Is Nathaniel going to choose to draw a blind card here, or is he going to just elect to take that 2 damage? There's a lot of play here from the Oscilio side, where if it's a bad card, a lot of times you can cycle it with your hero ability, but it is still a blind card that could potentially not be what you would like to see going to your arsenal here. Does decide to, though.
Luckily, the card drawn here is Flittering Charge, which I would call a hit based on the number of instants that the deck runs, ultimately. I would say a dead card would be something like an Echo Flash, of course, which can be discarded to Oscilio. So not bad in this case, but if it were to come in multiples, that could really mess you up.
Now, one thing that did happen here is Melody elected to say no blocks that entire turn and drop all the way to 4 here. Now, this Oscilio deck doesn't do the tall arcane damage of Oscilio of old, but it can chip out those last few points very critically here. So we're going to see how Melody navigates this turn, as it looks like. What do we have coming out here?
We have a Brimming Blade, so it's going to sharpen that Zenith Blade twice. 2+1 counters gained there, which might not look that crazy, but if you get to swing twice, all of a sudden 4 is stapled onto that card, and then it's a cut and carve, and now Iron Song Determination cosplay coming out from Melody Wilson. This Zenith Blade has Dominate. The last card in hand, also, Barrett, it is Beckon Steel. So this Zenith Blade does have Go again. It's also going to get an additional +1 counter if it connects, and then it'll be allowed to swing an additional time.
Melody wants the house, the farm, the kids, the dog, the whole 9 yards with it. As we see Nathaniel's hand here, having that issue that Oscilio has had kind of traditionally since it lost all the cards with the bans from the previous deck list, where it doesn't block that well a lot of the time, right? Our hand here has a 2 block with Lightning Surge and then 3 no block cards. Sigil of Solace kind of does like a blocking impression since it gains 3 life, but cycling 1 card away here with Oscilio, looking for something to kind of stem this bleeding, as we see an Entwined Lightning, which only blocks for 2 again.
Yeah, so Comet Collision is the best blocking card in this hand. Sigil of Solace is also there to help out with the Dominate issue.
So we do have the Comet Collision, so our hand blocks 7 here. Effectively, you have like 10 block with this hand, right? Now, the question is, how much does Nathaniel want to keep to try to end this game on Melody's side, and how much does Nathaniel feel that he can just take the damage here, survive, and then just blow Melody out of the water next turn with a go wide turn,
right?
With that Flittering Charge that's also in Arsenal.
Because 12 is still comfortable, mind you, but when Dominate is in the mix, it does make you think twice. With Beckon Steel in the hand for Melody Wilson, it's going to be 6 into 7, which is technically lethal. With Crown of Providence on board, though, Nathaniel can stop it and keep a full hand.
Yeah, and we'll see here if Nathaniel elects to put that Crown of Providence into play. I'd suspect might want to use it here to sculpt his hand a little bit better than what it is. But we'll see how he wants to deal with the rest of this turn, as dropping all the way down to 6.
6 and then 7.
Just had to do it, didn't you?
Comes Melody Wilson. You know I can't resist. I have a 14-year-old nephew. I can't stop. Won't stop. So now it's 7 Dominate for Nathaniel Brower to contend with. Lethal is on the stack, but Nathaniel has multiple ways out of it. Sigil of Solace, Crown of Providence, and, of course, a blocking card in the hand.
Yeah, Nathaniel can convert this hand pretty comfortably if he wants to keep what he has and he likes it. That Crown of Providence can block along with the lightning attack in hand that's not the Entwined Lightning that's escaping right now. The Lightning Surge, sorry, can block for 4 total there. If you would like to keep a little bit healthier, then you can go Entwined Lightning, fuse with the Comet Collision, Flittering Charge, Sigil of Solace into that Comet Collision is a play line that he has access to here.
Right.
So we'll see if he's okay with that. It looks like he's actually going to keep the Lightning Surge as well. Drop all the way to 1 here.
All right.
Says, I just want to keep that extra card for an arsenal potentially next turn as well.
Nathaniel now takes a second to read Beck and Steel.
It doesn't matter unless it kills me, okay?
And we finally see a utilization of the attack Q, a brand new zone brought to us by Joshua Scott and the good folks in our Rules and Policy Division at LSS. Flittering Charge is the first attack for Nathaniel Brower, already swinging for lethal. And Melody Wilson, after taking so much damage, is now on the chopping block. Provoke plus Paragon Plate gets in the way. Sigil of Solace comes out of the hand. Back up to 4 goes Nathaniel Brower, and go again conveyed to Flittering Charge. All the damage dealt with, though. It is Entwined Lightning fused with Lightning Surge. Nathaniel perhaps holding back that Lightning Surge just because he didn't want to show Melody too early that Comet Collision is going to be the coup de grace of this turn.
And also one thing coming into play here, we did say early on that Melody having that Arcane Barrier 3 here, kind of a problem that you maybe necessarily wouldn't like to have, but we are seeing here with Comet Collision, one of the few cards in the deck that's still large enough that AB3 will come into play. As we see Volzar tapped here, Comet Collision coming in here for 5 arcane damage here.
Ooh, so painful. Melody did hold back a blue, but the issue was they were trying to be able to play both of these cards on her turn. It will just be a sharp incline placed for the arsenal. It's not bad. It can be a 1-card play because, of course, it does reduce the cost of the next attack of a Zenith Blade.
And here, this is the hard spot that Oscilio puts you in, is if you spend this card here and they just have the instant that does arcane damage, after pitching with like an Oscilio or something, you just die on the spot. But Melody electing to say, I don't have any option here, I have to pressure this hand from Nathaniel, and sends that Zenith Blade in for 4 damage here potentially, which is lethal.
Yep. Something that demands respect from Nathaniel Brower, but he has found a second copy of Gone in a Flash, a card that looks a lot less enticing in this deck once those boots are gone. He's also got even bigger than that in hand, something that surprises me, but it seems, Barrett, that you have seen this card in practice.
It's an interesting card in decks that want to block out part of your damage, so you get a little bit of chip damage and then you get to see the top of your deck. It does a lot of like really interesting things for the Oscilio deck, and at its worst case, you get to pitch it to Oscilio to draw a new card with his ability. So one that has been played with by some Oscilio players, isn't what I would say is like the standard card right now, but a really interesting tech choice here from Nathaniel Brower into this field that has a lot of blocking decks. As we see that Gone in a Flash going on the chain, just blocking the Zenith Blade going down to 3 here. And we'll see how Nathaniel wants to convert this hand, as we know that Lightning Surge is an arsenal here.
Lightning Surge out of the arsenal now on the combat chain. 3 plays a very uncomfortable 1 against breakpoints. Melody forced to give 2 cards, even though she's losing a ton of defensive value, even bigger than that, discarded in favor of a Ravenous Rabble. Absolutely huge here for Nathaniel Brower, because now that an instant card has entered the bin, he can activate Volzar, send Comet Collision for the win, and the Constella Intelligence reigns supreme over the Blade Saint of the Vow. Lightning still just turning that Zenith Blade into a lightning rod and absolutely electrifying the armor of Hala.
And news of Oscilio's death greatly exaggerated after the ban list in May. We see here again just that mixed damage coming through. It's the best Rune Blade impression that you've ever had in here. That's not a Rune Blade, right? As we saw half of Nathaniel's damage of that game coming through with that physical damage, and then him closing out with those taller arcane attacks. Even with that AB3 on Melody side, she still couldn't kind of hold up to those comic collisions at the very end of the game. And this is just the hammer and anvil that Oscilio currently has in the meta, where even if you choose to combat one of those 2, you're still getting hit with both of them.
Exactly. And, it does make us wonder if the 80 was known by Melody Wilson. Perhaps just a shifting of the equipment suite a little bit could have eked out enough value to stay in that game. I think about I mean, she was so well established in terms of her flurry tokens and her sharpen activations. I dare say a Valiant Dynamo would have gotten probably about 5 points of value that game.
Yeah, throughout the game, there were a lot of opportunities where potentially there was some of that life barrier to gain back where she didn't need to have something like a toe of the line on a physical attack or using prevention in ways that could have been used for later. So really well played there from Nathaniel's side to be able to eke out those last few points and kind of put Melody into that checkmate spot where there's no right answer, right? You have to give a card on the block there at the end. You have to give 2 cards because they're breakpoint attacks, and suddenly that Arcane comes through and hammers home that victory. So great play by Nathaniel there to kind of bring that home. Starts out 2-0 with our only Oscilio in the field.
And perhaps a lot of people in the room are going to be regretting their choice not to bring the Constellar Intelligence, especially if Nathaniel has his way. He remains live at 2-0 for top 8. Melody, for her troubles as well, is still live for top 8, but does take that early loss, which of course makes top 8 contention a little bit more difficult. Now, if you liked what Melody was doing, I highly encourage you to contact our sponsor, Hammurabi TCG, because he is going to be ready with Mastery Pack Warrior product when that product, wow, I'm saying product a lot, lands. Sharpen your swords. Mastery Pack Warrior pre-orders will open on July 1st, which is really, really close, mind you. Grab the full set, bundles, and singles at the Bazaar using either the email, Blue Sky, or X links at the bottom of your screen. Don't hesitate. Go ahead and message Hemmel. He is your friend in the card game business, and he can get you what you need.
Doesn't matter which warrior you like, whether it's the classics like Dorinthia, Kasai, which we see here, both of them getting great new cards here, or someone like Hala, Olympia. All these heroes getting a ton of new tools with this set that are sure to push them forward into the meta. August looks like it's going to be a lot of swords coming our way.
100%. And they're going to be swords in many different varieties and flavors than we are we have come to expect. We've got Durendal, which we just spoiled at U.S. Nationals. We've got Golden Grail, which has been a known quantity for quite some time. Olympia could be looking very fearsome and might join the fray at the top of the Warrior pack.
Look, Gold is the payoff before. Gold's no longer just the payoff. The rest of his cards are. And the rest of those cards look utterly terrifying, especially if you're a deck that doesn't want to block out like an Oscilio.
100%. Now, we do want to take one quick moment to thank Fantasy Books and Games. They are, of course, where all of our players reside right now in St. Louis. They are on the Illinois side, so Jason Feng must be very excited to be there. Their facilities are great, and also the people that we get to interact with, Dan Gomez, our stream tech, and Michael Thompson, our head judge, and the man that brought AGE to St. Louis are both fantastic. So support that store if you're in the area. You can find them on Facebook and Instagram, FantasyBooksInc.com. They are one of the sponsors of the AGE Open Series. We're going to be back in just a moment with an interview with Nathaniel Brower, our victor in round 2, even though he's not playing victor. He's instead our one Oscilio in the room. We're going to get all the insights as to why he made that decision and, of course, a couple momentous moments from that previous round in just moments. We'll be back with Nathaniel after this.
All right, and welcome back into the booth here with Arcane Games and Events with our St. Louis Open. I'm joined here by Nathaniel Brower after that round. Nathaniel, welcome into the booth.
Hey guys, thanks.
All right, so we saw you there start off with a 2-0 start into this event with Oscilio Constellar Intelligence. I know that your previous events here in the AGE circuit, you were a Valda player. Was that correct?
Yeah, I've been playing Valda for basically like the last year since she came out.
So how do you wind up on Oscilio for this event?
It was a lot of the new cards with omens that came out, and I just saw the opportunity to just like, hold on. I like playing a Lightning Rune Blade in the past in Briar. I said, I think I can build Oscilio to play similarly to just like Lightning Briar back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And I really like that play style. So here we are.
Okay, big departure.
It's working.
Not picking up Aurora, though, I noticed. Decided to go with the Wizard instead of the Lightning Rune Blade, even though we have one again now.
Yeah, it's Oscilio gets to draw more cards.
That's true. We like drawing cards here. Now, this last round you got to play against the Hala, which I don't know how much experience you've had with it. Walk me through a little bit about both your sideboarding playing with it, and also we saw at the start of that game, we mentioned in the booth about how when she flipped over that equipment, you got to see AB3 at the start of that game. So walk me a bit through about like your thoughts going into that game and how you felt approaching the matchup and at the start of it as well.
Sure. So like we said, when I saw AB3 flipped, I was like, okay, this is going to work in my favor. My deck is mostly physical damage with a little splice of arcane damage that, Comet Collision at the end there. But my sideboarding was really straightforward. It's the stock default 60, that you would see in any Fabtcg list. So I didn't really have to do too much extra work before the game started. But seeing AB3 is always good for my deck. I know other Oscilio players, it's like, oh gosh, AB6 is
oh no,
can be kind of rough,
yeah.
sometimes. But AB3 is very favorable.
Yeah, and we saw there, like throughout the game, Bryce and I both commented about how the loss of Valiant Dynamos in that on those gone into flash turns and the chip damage over time really like helped a lot with your life lead throughout that game as you kind of clawed back into it. We saw there that early dip from the Hala swinging, and she kind of converts a lot of damage, I have to imagine, like compared to maybe what you're used to before the Valda, where it's like a lot of your cards block. You're staring at these hands and like, oh, this hand blocks for 2 damage.
Yeah, none of my cards block, and if they do block, they block for 2 usually, which feels terrible. So
yeah.
But yeah, I hadn't had too much experience against a Valda in the past. I had played against one previously at an AGE event here, and horrors from playing against that holodeck. I got my tech plating shattered. It was horrifying.
Oh, that's awful.
And now, terrible.
We noticed that when we looked at the metagame breakdown, a lot of Guardians today. Nobody's above, like, there's 3 copies of, like, 4 different decks, I think, throughout the room, but those include 3 different Guardians, including Valdas. Now, is that your fault that St. Louis is all Guardian players and a bunch of Valdas, or is that just the general vibe in the room?
I wish I could say that I had that much influence. I don't think so. I think it might just be the general vibe. Just looking around here, a lot of good Guardian players here, and maybe I should have played Valda. You're telling me there's a bunch of Guardian in the room?
Yeah, there's I think 9 total, and it's 3 of the 3 represented copies are the Guardians. So you have a bunch of them to see throughout the day with the Oscilio pile. Now, It looked like throughout that game that you did manage to get that Gone in a Flash turn online pretty early overall. But one thing I noticed was that you chose early on to arsenal that Sigil of Brilliance and elect to hold on to that for a couple of turns. Were you just kind of looking for that setup for that turn with the Gone in a Flash, since we know that that combo is like one of the more potent things the deck can do?
Yeah, I think so. When I arsenaled it early, just kind of setting up, because Melody kept hitting me for like 7, over and over again. I was like, I'm not gonna have a lot of time to throw a good combo here. So maybe if I can just kind of play it out and just get an extra card in my hand for the combo turn, that's what I was kind of hedging my bets against. So.
Yeah, and then we saw you hit the combo turn, and you had a 6-card hand, but then 2 of them were Kindles instead of spells that actually converted and got a little bit of extra chip damage. So it probably was like one of those situations of, oh, I have it here, but it's not as great as it can be. But at the end of the day, a card that still converts into 4 damage isn't one that we're unhappy with, right?
Yeah, it wasn't ideal. Kendall is usually a card in this deck that will draw another card, and sometimes sends that combo collision for an extra arcane damage. But in this instance, it's just an extra 4 physical, which was enough to claw me back to equilibrium there, which it helped a lot.
Yeah. Now, have you gotten to do any of those like cool Kindle plays yet today or not? I know you've only had 2 rounds and we saw the one, but did your first round let you do anything cool with it?
No, unfortunately, it was mostly just kind of cycling. I played a Cindra round 1, so that arcane barrier or the spell void dagger is more annoying than you would think.
Yeah, just kind of racks up. It's almost like an arcane Valiant Dynamos. I know is a lot of the comparisons that people use with it, where just that 1 per turn with it. Now
that's a great way to
Now the other card that we saw that was really interesting was the even bigger than that deck. Now I've seen like some people like kind of talk about it before. It's a really interesting piece when you have like those decks that want to block like 1 card, so you get that chip damage. Walk me through a little bit about how you wound up on those in the deck. Are you running 1 copy, 3 copies, and what are you looking to do with it in this deck?
Even bigger than that is my favorite card in the deck. I'm on 3 copies. At the very worst, on your combo turn, it opts 3 and you get your action point back, and it can ideally help set up your Astral Bridge flip when you play Astral Bridge on your Gone to Flash combo turn. It also just, when decks when they pick up that this is a physical Oscilio, I'm going to block, it can kind of sometimes put the fear of God into them for blocking after you resolve 1 even bigger than that. And then they just sometimes don't block. And then you can get Quicken tokens. Enlightened Strike with a Quicken token is very good.
Turns out.
Yeah, it's, drawing a card with Go Again for 5 damage is kind of where you want to be. If they printed more of those cards, I'd play them.
We already have a bunch of ways to make embodiments, but we would rather have the Quicken and the Look, right? So
good old-fashioned Quicken. Yeah.
So you've kind of like decided to take like almost like a hybrid look of it, of like you have the even bigger than that's for the physical side of it, and then the Kindles for the arcane side, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Really cool. Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing like how it works out. How do you feel about the rest of the field then? You have kind of like we were talking earlier in the booth that there's a bit of a smattering of everything here. It looks like there's like 30 plus players and nobody has more than 3 represented. So you have a lot of different decks here. Are there any that you're looking to specifically play against and any that you're looking to avoid?
Playing into Mario would be fine. I think it's fast. Both decks go pretty quick. I like my chances into Mario. I may eat my words later, but I'd rather play against Mario than Jarl. Let's just put it that way.
That's totally reasonable. Frostbites, it turns out. We saw round 1 of a Jarl with a Cindra, and those Frostbites kind of causing a lot of pain there. I have to imagine it's almost as bad here where you're not really looking to pitch your cards.
I don't want to pitch ever if I don't have to. It's something about, it's not optimal, negative value, something like that. It's not great.
Yeah, now, talk me through a little bit. I know that this isn't your first AG. You've done 3 before, I believe, 2 that were CC and then 1 Sage with Valda as well. How are you enjoying the experience overall with it as well? Just throughout having the circuit through there, I know that there's only 3 more events until the Players' Championship, and you're currently at 14 points. So looking to kind of push through, have a good finish here, and put yourself into that top 16 for the Players' Championship going forward.
Yeah, that would be great. Kind of have to do pretty well here in the next couple of events to maybe make that top 16. Got a long way to go, but we'll definitely keep showing up. AG has been really fun. I've been watching your AG broadcast since they started in Los Angeles, and then popped on YouTube one afternoon and it's like, oh, there's a New England circuit. I wish there'd be one in the Midwest, and here we are. So yeah, it's always fun to go to. Spend a Saturday afternoon or morning afternoon, just playing Flesh and Blood.
Yeah,
But it's a great experience. All the stores are really great.
Yeah,
Michael
we've
does a
seen-
good job keeping us in line. So
yeah, shout out to Michael and all the judge staff and all the people behind the
shout out
scenes.
to the judge staff.
We've seen you here
Absolutely.
with a 2-0 start with this event. Going forward, are you looking to play maybe the Pro Tour here in Vegas in July, go to any callings in the fall, kind of continue with this Oscilio train into the future?
Possibly. Yeah, I will not be at PT Vegas. I am kind of gauging calling Kansas City though.
Mhm.
So we'll see. This deck has a long way to go. There are a couple, changes that I'm kind of eyeing in the future, whether things, something happens with a ban list or something. But there are a couple things that you can definitely optimize. This deck is by no means found out, but turns out Gone to Flash combo is pretty good.
Yeah, it turns out that Lightning Greaves is still a good card even after the bans. Now, we
Who'd
know
have
that
thought?
we know that Victor is probably not long for the world here, Prism potentially as well, and there's another couple heroes that are actually at the top of that ban list, right? We have Kasai, Phi, Cindra are all like up near the top, -IO. Are there any of those decks that you think once they leave kind of open up a spot for the Oscilio deck that it currently like is maybe threatening it a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, Victor's just, can get so much value on defense by winning clashes and stuff. So if Victor goes, I don't see how this deck gets worse. But yeah, once Victor goes, yeah, if Prism goes too, I don't see that hurting this deck. You kind of just want to, you can trade fast with aggro decks. You're good into the mid-rangey decks. And Gone to Flash gets you a lot of places and can kind of set you up for a good finish, whether it be with like Comic Collision for 5 or 6 sometimes if you draw Kindle.
Yeah, we saw Jonathan Magnuson with a Ziggy deck at U.S. Nationals with Gone in a Flash, where it's like, this kind of covers a lot of sins with a deck, right? A hammer 6 times in a turn is not one that you're really going to be unhappy about. Now, speaking of a different weapon here, as we know coming up here in August, is Mastery Pack Warrior. Do you have any thoughts on how that might affect this matchup at all, or other decks in the meta, especially with like how Oscilio is sitting? Because we saw here with the Hala deck, still able to run AB3, but also like has access to a lot of other armor pieces and other arcane barrier if it wants it. So talk me through a bit about how you think that'll affect this deck going forward.
I think I was talking with some friends about Master Pack Warrior earlier, actually, and it's like I don't see how Hala gets worse, right? It's just going to get a bunch of new tools. Probably will be able to race even faster into pesky aggro decks like this physical Oscilio deck. So we might have to change a few things up. Maybe add in be less greedy, add in a few more defense reactions, because that deck will run you down pretty quick, faster than you expect.
Yeah, and we saw those Fate for Scenes come in not only handy just for blocking damage, but there's that really cool interaction of just being able to see the top of your deck between that, even bigger than that, the Braces of Belief coming in along with the Ravenous Rabble. Are there other tools that you're looking at, like maybe like ways to kind of manipulate that? Because it seems like it's a big part of how this deck functions is having that ability to kind of like twiddle the top of your deck and then either manipulate it with Gone in a Flash or with any other card like that with Astral Bridge.
Yeah, so looking at the top is, if you had the Dio ability, this deck would be completely amazing. But that's kind of like where even bigger than that comes in handy, because you don't get to look at the top one. You get to look at the top 3, and then sometimes you'll find an attack. But oftentimes you can just kind of set up your Astral Bridges, like you said, as you said earlier, just like, oh, I need to get this card out here. I want to draw up this this starter, like maybe it's a Lightning Surge or something for next turn. Your turn's kind of like, fizzily 4 into 4, and then you get this instant out of here, draw the Lightning Surge, set up for your next turn. Hopefully it's a little bigger, but yeah, looking at the top is very, very crucial.
Yeah. Okay, now final question for you. Anyone that you want to shout out here or say thanks to or give any on-stream props to here before we head out and you go into your next round?
Yeah, another shout out to you all in the production side of things. Appreciate it. AG always has fantastic broadcasts. Shout out to Fantasy Books and Games here in Fairview Heights, Illinois. And shout out to Michael, keeping us all in line, keeping the event on time, make sure we all get home safe. So thank you, all of you. Appreciate you.
All right, appreciate it, Nathaniel. Good luck in your next round. I believe we'll be starting that up here pretty shortly, everyone. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Some things stay the same, even though there's been a shakeup in the metagame and also available product in Flesh and Blood. And that is, of course, that the Constella intelligence seems to continue to reign supreme. Isn't that right, Barrett?
Yeah, still really hard to turn down a hero that it draws an extra card a turn and does a bunch of mixed damage and then just kind of kills you out of nowhere for 25 damage with a gun and a flash.
Yeah.
Turns out it's a really good formula for Flesh and Blood.
0 for 4s are very sweet. I have heard from a couple of my locals that they were so excited to play some more Aurora. So excited that they're willing to play not Aurora in order to get that feeling again. And maybe that is what Nathaniel Brower has experienced that pulls him finally away from Ms. Seismic Impact. Bryce Platt's back here, of course, with Barrett Goss. We now bring you round 3 of the action at the AGE Open Series in St. Louis. This is the June edition, of course, and the Players' Championship race is becoming ever tighter as we go from event to event. Only 3, including today, are all that separates these players from the Invitational that everyone is looking for at AGE. And where are those events going to take place? Well, right now we find ourselves sat firmly in St. Louis. It is June 27th, which means that we have a concurrent event happening in New England at Great Stories Comics and Games. That one, of course, is not streamed, but we will be bringing you updates as they become available throughout the day. Next month, you can look forward to St. Louis coming back at you. This one will be off camera at Mystic TCG on July 11th, dodging, of course, Pro Tour Las Vegas, and giving you one more opportunity if you are a St. Louis native to hone your skills before the height of competitive Flesh and Blood is where you find yourself. July 12th, the very next day, we'll be featuring an on-stream open series from New England. That one is going to be incredibly exciting because if you'll notice the venue, Barrett, the Doubletree Manchester Downtown. Why are we at a more legitimate venue than an LGS? Well, that is because the day before, of course, is the Grave Troll Games Battleground, which is going to be happening at the same venue. That's right. It's the first AGE doubleheader with a Battleground. You can expect more of those to come your way. The first day, the Battleground, of course, will be streamed via the Grave Troll Games YouTube channel. That'll be assisted by us. And then, of course, AGE will be coming at you just the next day. And we turn our eyes back to Los Angeles on July 25th. Those are just a couple of the dates to mark up in your calendar and a couple of those opportunities to earn AGE points. Just like one of our feature competitors, Phillip Scott, who has answered some of our silly questions. He is a Puffin enjoyer, and no, chat, he is not going to disappoint you. That's the hero. He's got locked and loaded. Will Crash Site Salvage be the salve for what Nathaniel Brower, yes, he's back in the feature match, is cooking up?
Yeah, and we'll see here what he can do with these new cards. Puffing the recipient of not 1 but 2 cards with our newest set, with Crash Site Salvage and Gear Turner. So we'll see here if those cards are enough to be able to push that cog build forward here. Take a look at some of the other things that Phillip Scott did. Shout out to Colin for winning the U.S. National Championship here and playing with dogs in his backyard. One of my favorite pastimes.
And, you know, he is making me scratch my head a little bit. Which city has the best food in the entire world? San Antonio, Texas. This has been a huge surprise for me. Not just Phillip, but another member of the St. Louis community and our very own villain in L.A., Evan Bridges, all have said the same thing. What am I missing about San Antonio besides Whataburger?
No, I think you got it. I think that's it. I think that, they're card game players. We go to the same spot every time, and we eat the same thing every time, and why not?
Okay, fair enough. Well,
San Antonio Whataburger, sponsorship opportunity right here.
Grab yourself some Whataburger ketchup like Evan Bridges. Grab some fries as well and get ready to buckle up for this next feature match. It is Puffin Hightail versus Oscilio Constella Intelligence. Nathaniel Brower back in the same corner that he just won the previous match in. On the other side of the table, though, it's a complete shakeup. Melody is out. Phillip Scott is in, who's going to be trying to crank his way through this and the rest of the AGE Open. Can he get it done? That's the real question.
Well, question one is, what's the equipment loadout? And we see here again, Phillip Scott coming out with that Arcane barrier here. We have the Visitronic Model I with the head slot, as well as, I believe, the adaptive dissolvers for the leg pieces here. So we will see here how he wants to navigate this. Puffin has a really unique attack angle into Oscilio, and we'll see if he's able to line up this game thanks to the power of Palantir Aeronaut and being able to destroy equipment here. But we'll see Phillip looking like he wants to lead off here, bringing that Poly Crank out to start this game, putting that bird into play. Looks like we want to get some early cog generation here out as a Gear Turner, that new card out of Omens the Third Age coming in here from Phillip Scott.
And it's immediate crank of the bird, even though Phillip Scott might not be able to get the second crank, of course, if Nathaniel's able to block this out. But oh my goodness, I'm only seeing one blocking card, and it is Scar for a Scar, only blocks for 2. Phillip Scott going to be rewarded for sticking his neck out on this turn 0. Going to get a lot of information from this blocking decision from Nathaniel Brower. If it's one card, if it's no cards, Phillip has full steam ahead to keep cranking, draw a card, and put the hurt.
Yeah, and we see here Phillip kind of running that bird out here, not even necessarily just because of the extra card draw that Puffin can do here, as we see that cog coming out from that Gear Turner, but it also kind of just gives you a little bit of a life lead. You usually expect the bird to die right away, especially when there's arcane pings that could potentially hit it with certain cards. But in this case, Phillip's just saying, I'm going to take my early life lead out of this. I'm going to get it out. I'm going to get that crank out of it. And I'm going to have here so that Nathaniel has to devote some amount of resources to it on his first turn of the game here. As we see, Phillip does fetch that copper cog out. Now, Gear Turner may be the less heralded of the 2 cards out of the new cards, Scrapyard Salvage being the second one, but this card really fixes one of the issues of Puffin of having access to those cogs. As we see Phillip here, will use that ability, crank the cog, get that card draw here, and we'll see how he wants to approach this turn, as having that cog come out does effectively give the Gear Turner go again as he gets to continue this turn. And the really interesting thing here is he knows Nathaniel doesn't have anything in hand because that Gear Turner has. So,
and now he can send this Cogworks Dovetail, even though he's only got 1 cog on the board. So it'll likely just be go again as the chosen mode. Nathaniel is likely, yes, going to let it hit. And so now, all of a sudden, Sky Skimmer can continue.
Yeah, and this is just a brutal start here for Nathaniel as the shields are down and Phillip Scott gets to go and just hammer home a ton of damage to start this game here. As we see that cog will be tapped here, and Nathaniel dropping down here to 31 damage. As we see a Sky Skimmer coming in here.
It does seem like Phillip decided to buff the Cogworks Dovetail, and then on hit, after the cog untaps from the on-hit ability of Cogworks Dovetail, then provide go again. So this Sky Skimmer is not going to get a bonus of +1 or go again. It's just going to crash in for a good old-fashioned 4. And Nathaniel Brower shakes his head and says, that's what I wanted to be doing.
So we see him playing out that Kindle here just to get it out of his hand as well. And not a great start to the game here for Nathaniel, as Phillip gets to do exactly what he wants to. He establishes a cog early in the game, chips a ton of damage across on turn 0, gets that arsenal set up with another Sky Skimmer for next turn. And Nathaniel has a lot of work here to do this turn. As we see him draw up here, that Sigil Burns will pop to start the turn. Can we get a hand here that functions, as we're staring down a bit
close.
of a...
So close.
These are definitely cards in Nathaniel's hand.
Now, this would be a very different story if that Snatch was, of course, gone in a flash. This is a combo turn in a bucket, but now Consigned to Cosmos Shock can do its dirtiest play in Flesh and Blood, and that is, of course, to zap Polycranka right out of the sky. Looks like Nathaniel, even if he's taken his lickings right now, will be eating chicken for dinner.
So we see him here looking through. I expect, the Oscilio coming through here to get rid of one of those even bigger than that. Just see what their hand is. Okay, and now our hand suddenly is unlocked with this flittering charge as we send in 4. Definitely no chance of this getting go again, Phillip.
One of the stark similarities, I will say, of Constellar Intelligence in the present and that of the past is that oftentimes these hands are one card away from being incredibly functional, and that Flittering Charge has saved Nathaniel from a very difficult spot. He's still got a life valley to overcome, and Phillip taking a defensive posture here with Cogworks Tinker Wings.
Tinker Wings or Tinker Wings?
I know, man. I can't make myself stop doing it. It's
no, I love it.
Blade Flurry, I sometimes pronounce Blade Furry, and you can imagine that is problematic.
Now, we do see the Astral Bridge coming out here. Oh, no, and Nathaniel hits the gun and a flash off the top.
That is a big owie, a twist of turn of fate. Of course, Astral Bridge being the card that is meant to facilitate Gone in a Flash, not discard it. There is still 2 arcane damage as a rider on that Astral Bridge because, of course, plenty of instant cards have hit the bin for Nathaniel Brower on this turn. But he shakes his head in derision. He is not happy with the way that this has played out so far. It is Snatch on the combat chain now. Nathaniel, if I remember right, still has an instant in the hand, so holding it back is really nice to play with the information that your opponent understands. Normally, Snatch as an on-hit is less potent when, of course, there's a card left in hand and no action points to be generated. But when your opponent can play an instant speed and still save something for the arsenal, it's a different question entirely. Looks like players are confirming life totals here. It might be a discrepancy between the life pads and also the tablet. Nathaniel showing, of course, that his hero is supposed to start at a life deficit below 40, and I believe that's the confusion there.
Yeah, and we see here the Snatch is coming across here. Looks like Phillip's just going to say, I'm going to let this hit. At least I'm assuming that's what this is. Let's look at the top card of our deck.
Exactly.
And now going back to Phillip's turn, he's going to have 3 cards in hand here as Nathaniel decides he's going to arsenal that Ravenous Rabble, and we're going to go back that even bigger than that, still in the hand here. Didn't get to get any real value out of this card so far, and we'll see what Phillip wants to do. Now, there's a good draw from Nathaniel. We got rid of 1 Gone in a Flash to find our second one.
Now, this is still not a perfect combo turn. There's only 2 instants in the hand, and we know there's a Ravenous Rabble in the arsenal, but it still can function, and if Nathaniel does decide to pull the trigger and blast those boots, he will still have a good arcane damage finisher. Not usually what you want with the combo turn nowadays, but still potent. Could be a way back into this game.
Yeah, and we see Phillip here playing out another Copper Cog here, and then playing the Cogwork Stubtail again, looking to get that untap with it and come in with that minimum, the Spitfire here to end it. Now, the one thing that we do see from Nathaniel is since he still has that even bigger than that, the potential for him to set up the rest of that combo turn, right? Since he gets to look 3 cards deep, get the Quicken token, draw the card, potentially extends kind of similar to how the Astral Bridge does of getting that additional instant card into your hand. So we'll see here how much Nathaniel wants to kind of commit into this. The one thing he has to be a little bit concerned about here is if he misses on that and then Phillip sets up he doesn't want to wait too long on this, right? Like if he tries to take a turn off, block out, and then Phillip is able to set up one of those Plantier Aeronauts and actually have that turn where he gets to blow up a crucial piece of equipment here. Nathaniel does have that Crown of Providence, but notice he didn't commit that yet to this point because he wants to make sure he has something he doesn't have to give that he needs to keep for later.
Now, the question is, will Nathaniel even be able to find an attack on the top of the deck? Because even bigger than that does require that card to be found to have power greater than the amount of damage you've dealt. So also could be ruinous if Phillip just decides to say no blocks on the beginning of this combat chain.
And usually the only attack in the deck that can actually still be found after that is an Enlightened Strike. But you only have 3 of them in the deck, so it's like, can you line that up where that actually is a thing?
Or a Ravenous Rabble, mind you.
Or a Ravenous Rabble, actually, sorry. It's one of those things of, they're in the deck, but it's not what you want. You want your opponent to block a card, and then you can have access to every attack in your deck. As we see here, 3 block coming out from Nathaniel Brower, dropping down to 19, and all those cogs will get tapped. That will get Go Again, and we see the Skyscammer coming in here for another 4, and then it'll have Go Again, thanks to all those cogs getting untapped.
Yep, and Nathaniel, his posture physically looks very different than it did in the last game where he was in it until the end. Right now, Phillip Scott throwing him in a dumpster. at the behest of a Cogworks Dovetail Sky Skimmer into a fully powered Spitfire. There's nothing Nathaniel can do to stop that outcome. So it's still 7 damage to contend with. Does go ahead and block with the Lightning Greaves, takes 3 down to 13. And Phillip Scott, with 34 life points in the bank, keeps on swinging.
Yep, and we see here Nathaniel saying, just send the bill. I have to put something together on this next turn. No additional blocks coming out here from Nathaniel Brower. And we'll see how much pressure he can send back to Phillip Scott here. But Phillip still has to be happy. He's at 34 life. Nathaniel is dangerously low already as we draw up here. And Phillip looks like he might have some thoughts about the draw up here.
Phillip Scott, a dog lover in his own right. Shout out to Phillip's dogs, who are going to likely enjoy him over this summertime, but wow, he is committing war crimes here. It's not just the offense that is lining up, it's also the defense. Golden Sky Warden gets in the mix exactly when Phillip needed it to, when that golden cog would have otherwise broken at the beginning of the turn. Not only that, also the copper cog, so 1 gold token left behind, 4 block on the combat chain. It's an activation of Oscilio, finds an Entwined Lightning for Nathaniel Brower. 13 plays 34, and Comet Collision will fuse this Entwined Lightning. It's 4 go again, and that Comet Collision likely to be the finisher on this turn for Arcane, will have to be contended with. Phillip happy to take all of this damage, though, down to 30 now. It's an activation of Volzar, and then yet another 5 Arcane. Phillip all too happy to accept it. And so it's only 1 card bought out of the hand, and it's the only one that Phillip actually wanted to defend with. And now, so much damage, so many questions to be answered.
Yeah, and the question here is how much can Phillip pressure Nathaniel's hand? Nathaniel has like On and Flash pocketed now. So Phillip has to rip some amount of cards here to stop this combo turn that potentially is coming up here. We took a decent chunk of damages last turn, but not enough here to really make Phillip feel threatened. But if a Gone on a Flash combo comes out, that can change in a single turn cycle.
Now, you know, I do see a Cogworks Zeppelin in the hand. Looks like some pleasantries being exchanged between these two players who likely know each other very well, I'd imagine. That's one of the colorful things about the AGE Open Series, is that we come to local scenes where folks know each other incredibly well.
See Sky Skimmer number 3, I believe, coming out here.
That's right.
Pretty innocuous. Definitely not going to get go again here.
Oh, whoopsies.
My bad.
Cog tapped, and then it's a backspin thrust. And Phillip gestures, yeah, we're going to do the little tap on tap thing, on again, off again.
Well, they won't, they?
They will, every single time.
And this probably, believe this was the first expansion slot that Puffin got, and really was like one of the first cards that when she got it, was like, oh, this is going to be a power piece added to this deck. And we've seen this deck really evolve since it first came out with High Seas, with all these additions of all of these really strong 0-for-4s, it feels like, or 0-for-3s with Go Again with additional effects. And this was really the first one that kind of started to push her back into that cog space, where previously it was kind of unknown if that was the correct way to build her, but really giving you all those payoffs for those copper cogs and the tap-untap mechanic here.
Golden Cog untapped for backspin thrust in the damage step, of course, providing Go Again when it's most needed. And then Phillip Scott gets to crack in with Spitfire from the Crow's Nest, coming for the dome of Nathaniel Brower, and it connects down to 5 now. 5 plays 25 as a card is established for Puffin Hightail in the arsenal. It's back over to Nathaniel Brower, who's going to try to make lemonade with the lemons he's been dealt.
Yeah, and right now this might be a little bit sour as we look at this hand. We have that Flittering Charge with the Sigil of Brilliance, but only able to follow up with a Snatch right now because we don't actually have that other instant here. We really can't get that Gone in a Flash combo online. And Nathaniel probably hoping here just that he can sink a little bit of damage, and maybe if the Snatch Draw gives him an instant he can play, maybe a Sigil of Solace to give a little bit of a life buffer back. He's really looking for something here, or maybe an off turn from Phillip to really be able to pull this back and set that Gone in a Flash up for future turns. But at 5 life, we're getting awfully close to that danger zone where he won't have the time for it.
And an off turn is on the table. Both cogs that have been established by Phillip Scott will be gone at the beginning of the turn. And Puffin can absolutely be in a rough spot if she's not able to get cogs online. Now, Sunken Treasure going to be able to find a plethora of yellow cards. The Sigil of Brilliance, the one chosen for Phillip Scott, transforms that card in the graveyard of his opponent into a gold token. Sigil of Brilliance going to provide Go Again to this Flittering Charge after it leaks 1 damage through over Sunken Treasure. Snatch now gets in the mix, another 4 damage. Looks like Phillip happy to take it. Down to 24 he goes. Nathaniel Brower draws up a Kindle. Here we go. Amp 1, draw 1. Oh, I missed it, Barrett. Doesn't look like it was playable, though, because Nathaniel just passes back.
Oh, daggers. It's a flittering charge again. Card you normally want to see here, but not in the situation as we drop a hand that only has 1 instant again. Nathaniel here still struggling to get this gone into flash value. As we go back to Phillip's side, we see an Enlightened Strike, a Sunken Treasure, and I can't quite make out. Oh, we're going to see a cog in the machine. We just
no respite for Nathaniel here.
No cogs, doesn't matter anyway. We're going to get 2 of them back right away along with that action point and that card draw here from Phillip Scott, as Phillip here is going to be able to string together a pretty powerful turn with this Enlightened Strike in hand and this extra card draw. As we see the Palantir Aeronaut off the top. All things went from bad to worse for Nathaniel. He just doesn't know it yet.
You know, I could see a world where we don't send the Aeronaut, especially because with Adaptive Dissolver in the foot slot, there's no unicycle to do the tap thing. Of course, Phillip does have a gold token with which he could create yet another golden cog, go for the full-powered Palantir Aeronaut, which likely would not be coming for any equipment particularly, but putting Nathaniel in a situation where he can't win. He has to devote too many cards to the block to stay alive because, of course, Palantir Aeronaut can target other cards defending. Doesn't have to be the prerequisite blocked with equipment.
Yeah, and we'll see here. I don't think that we quite know what is in his arsenal right now, so maybe there might be a way to convert that. The other awkward thing here, though, is that he has that Enlightened Strike in hand, which is really awkward if you want to try to save that Palantir Aeronaut for later, and you can't play that card, because if that card in arsenal has a cost, suddenly you don't have a way to play the Enlightened Strike too. So Phillip here, maybe a bit of an awkward hand, and he's trying to figure out how he wants to navigate this going into the next turn. He does have a little bit of space with his life lead, but he has to do something to keep Nathaniel off of that full 6-card hand potential that Digital Brilliance is giving him right now.
Phillip also has 2 action points from Cog in the Machine, so can always go Enlightened Strike with the off-chosen mode, draw a card. Does keep the blue in hand for Phillip Scott, which indicates to me maybe that card in the arsenal has a cost. Card drawn, was that yet another blue?
I think.
Oh, soup up huge here. We lost cogs at the beginning of this turn.
Yeah, it can still swing. Even if it's a blue, it's still fine. And we've got that blue. It lets us actually crack that gold, I think, if we need to. It gives a little bit of redundancy here for the turn, as Nathaniel has to block something here. He's not giving us the old knocker either.
I remember the arsenal now. It's Cogworks Zeppelin.
Perfect. So that actually gives us a lot of breadth with how far this turn can actually go that we didn't have otherwise, with a lot of go again here.
Does likely mean that gold, well, I guess gold could still be popped here.
Yeah. If we want to, it also lets us set up for the next turn arsenal as well.
Yeah. No, I don't hate that, especially if he draws into something like a Cogworks Zeppelin.
Yep. As we see here, Nathaniel just kind of going into the brain blender, trying to figure out how he can navigate this turn, still keep cards and pressure Phillip back.
The rough thing about Oscilio is sometimes you go into that brain blender, and even though you turn into Viscera, you still don't come out with an answer that actually helps you. E-Strike meets E-Strike. Unfortunately, the defending one loses 2 points of value. So down to 3 goes Nathaniel Brower, and his situation gets even stickier.
Yeah, and we see 2 blocks in the hand there. Or is it 3? 2 blocks. So definitely not what we want to do with these cards that swing for 4 at this point, that's for sure.
And ironically, probably one of the highest blocking hands that Oscilio can hope for.
Yeah, it's not 0. At least it's not a 0. We might have to see this Crown of Providence come into play here, as we just need to stay alive and find something that might be a better blocking card here.
It is 2 go again here. Nathaniel, remembering that, yes, this is not the red variety, and so doesn't need to block with that flittering charge in addition. It is a Fate Foreseen found on top of the deck. Perhaps a small blessing in this case when Cogworks Zeppelin in the yellow is the follow-up. At base, we'll be coming in for 5. This does allow Phillip to fully power up this Cogworks Zeppelin with that twice per turn instant, tapping a cog and giving Cogworks Zeppelin +1. Nathaniel, with no 3 blocks in hand, doesn't have the clean block to stop the on-hit.
Yeah, and letting this hit then also means that you get the Spitfire hit afterwards with the untap. Or, sorry, you actually won't have the ability to unless he blocks the 6 here, right? Because there won't be the extra cog for it. So it looks like Nathaniel deciding here he's just going to block the 3 here and then have the Fate to fully cover this with the potential 7 with it. As Phillip is looking like he's going to hold this here and look at the copper cog with it.
You know, it is a punish in this situation. That Fate Foreseen doesn't just block its 4 on its face, but also the 2 that would have come from Spitfire afterwards. So Fate Foreseen blocking for 6 is something you don't usually see unless it's being used against a fragment attack. Pretty huge for Nathaniel. But with the life totals the way they are in the early game, the way the cookie crumbled, Nathaniel still not super happy with it. Does have a very efficient 2-card 8 play here with Ravenous Rabble and Scar for a Scar, as long as the deck cooperates. And now a lightning press off the top. Revealing yet another Echo Flash. This is
Nathaniel's
something that
Rabbles.
is known as the Nathaniel now.
Yeah, Nathaniel's Rabbles, similar to mine. There might be cousins. Mine always hit the blues. It looks like his hit the yellow. So like he's the like beloved nephew and I'm kind of the black sheep, it looks like. But still not what you want to see here. It doesn't get over that breakpoint attack crucially here. And knowing that you have that Echo Flash coming next, also not the greatest. You get a little bit of chip damage, but not a card that blocks. And in this situation, we need blocking cards.
How do you feel when your opponent does something that Phillip just did? Gesture to block with a card and then look at the life totals, pull back, go, I don't need to do that.
Depression, sadness.
Scar for a Scar with Go again now. I love the sequencing from Nathaniel and the way he holds his cards back. Could have gone ahead and sent that lightning press when his opponent didn't block at all, but instead holds it back. Scar for a Scar having Go again would then make Phillip wonder, is it going to be a snatch when all is said and done? You know, it's small victories like that that can stack up and make it so that Nathaniel will end up in our top 8 despite some misfortune here.
Yes, we see this Copper Cog coming out from Phillip. We do see Nathaniel draw up, does have a couple of instants, but also does have a Fate for Scene here. So pairing up a little bit as another blue soup up coming in here for 2 Go again. Critically not threatening to kill us, so could potentially say no blocks here and see if he can actually brave this turn. Doesn't really want to commit that 4 block in as if he can help it.
I like the Oscilio activation here, discarding Echo Flash, of course, responding with Volzar Meteor Storm. Phillip said, at me? Oh my goodness, down to 8 I go. You've still got to survive this, and yet another Echo Flash makes it into the hand. This card is absolutely huge for generating free damage, but Nathaniel, look at his face. He knows that this is the last card that you want to randomly draw off the top of the deck.
Yeah. Really wanted a blocking card here, so now we're kind of at the mercy of what the rest of Phillip's hand can do here, since he knows that 2 of his cards will do nothing except maybe further his own demise.
Ooh, yep. Damage accepted. Down to 1 goes Nathaniel Brower. After looking so confident at the end of last match, cheating scoundrel plus Sky Skimmer. It's only in the blue, but Phillip, after holding back an entire hand, which honestly doesn't have that much damage in it compared to what we have come to expect from Puffin, knows that this was the hand to put his opponent in the dumpster. And it's 2 cards committed. Fate for Scene, as well as Ravenous Rabble at the top of the deck, matters so much less when you have no more blocking cards and no more Oscilio activations on this turn. A small breeze, a flutter of a sparrow's wings could blow this man down. And Phillip doesn't continue the pressure, does not send Spitfire.
And we'll see here. I think he can't because you have to tap a cog.
Right, to
and then
give
have
the
cop
go
it
again to Sky Skimmer.
Yeah. So he can't actually swing the Spitfire here. Now, we do see here Nathaniel having an interesting thought where he can technically crack that code with the Echo Flash if he wants to. Potentially get an attack, then press that, and then has the Oscilio as well. So we're going to see, I like this play actually a lot from him. We can see what that top card is, but the issue here is we have no attack right now.
Yeah. And he could be thinking, well, I'm activating Oscilio for Echo Flash anyway, so maybe I do that first, but I do like using the Bracers of Belief. He's got to know the top of the deck. It is an Entwined Lightning. Absolutely huge here. So Nathaniel's going to be able to activate Oscilio, discard the Echo Flash, send 2 Arcane, and then crash in with Entwined Lightning, not just for 6 because of that Bracers of Belief, but 9 because of the Lightning Press in hand. He could still steal this game, Barrett.
And this is, how much is Phillip going to commit here? Does Phillip actually respect that there could be a press in Nathaniel's hand? We're seeing that same issue once again, where from Nathaniel's side, how much do you respect it and how much do you leave for the next turn where you could potentially just die from the Arcane that Nathaniel draws up? And this is huge on Phillip's side as he stares at this hand. He'd love to send at Nathaniel to close this game out. He won't get to keep all of this. Absolutely insane line from Nathaniel here to be able to pull this back into a spot.
Man, Nathaniel, not just a good sequencer of cardboard, also a thespian. He's still keeping up this facade of being disappointed, even though he's found the one possible way to get back into this game after everything that has come before.
And one of the best parts of this is just that, like, all it took on his part was just Phillip had to hit that hand that just sends an anemic hand back, and then suddenly he goes from being in a spot that you have no recompense of coming back from to potentially be able to just win this game off of a lightning press out of his hand here if Phillip doesn't block enough.
And on the way here, he has had very good blocking decisions when he needed to make them. He's shown that he understands the way Puffin Hightail works, that Cogworth's Zeppelin, if it had connected, would have completely changed the context of this game. Even the color of that card, if it was a red instead of a yellow, wouldn't have been able to be covered up by what Nathaniel Brower had in hand. Absolutely huge break in this game that otherwise has just not gone his way. And he feels me calling to the ether. He looks straight into the camera, knows he might just find a way through, but Phillip also playing around Lightning Press here, astutely understands the Lightning Suite. Aha! I knew it, says Phillip Scott. And 3 damage will leak over the, a total of 5 damage will leak over the top. Phillip Scott now down to 2. The context of this game looks so much different, and there are all of a sudden, Puffin is in shot range, but it's 3 Sigils of Solace in the hand for Nathaniel.
What are these draws from Nathaniel's side? This is insane.
Somebody bust out the geometric calculator. Oh my goodness.
We're going fishing.
Yep, electrostatic discharge has got to go to the bin.
Okay.
Comet collision in the hand. If Nathaniel can hold onto one of those sigils, on his turn he can play sigil, activate Volzar, send 5 Arcane. But is he going to be able to do it?
Well, we see here that we're definitely not going to die to the Sky Skimmer. We have the sigil solves for it, but it depends on what Phillip's follow-up to this is, right? And Phillip has to think on his side that he's at 2 life. He has the AB3 here, but he has to also be cognizant of the fact that if he taps out and has no cards in hand, he could just die to Nathaniel.
So even if Nathaniel is forced to play out all 3 of these Sigils of Solace, he still gets to send 3 Arcane on his turn, which is kind of a check for Phillip's hand.
Yep. You have a blue or give me multiple cards.
Or even if you only have the 1 blue and your turn doesn't function without 1, could keep Nathaniel still in this game, ever inching towards lethal shock range for Phillip Scott.
And Nathaniel up a life point off of this exchange. He's happy with this.
Go again, provided to Sky Skimmer, cheating scoundrel out of the hand. Nathaniel doesn't like it. Backspin thrust coming in. 7 power on this attack. Threatening go again and a crash in of the Spitfire. That's 9 total damage. Nathaniel, if he wants to survive, he simply can't. He's got to
give it all.
He's got to give it all.
And Phillip taking that line, deciding I have to go shields down here. I have to make sure that I can actually do this. And I have to threaten to kill him here because otherwise I'm too likely to die on my own turn. So taking that line, playing the cheating scoundrel, playing the backspin thrust, doesn't have any ability to sit there and just not get hit by the Arcane.
After a catastrophic start of this game for Nathaniel Brower, he is still in it. Both of these players riding Occam's razor, just playing to their outs, playing to win at every corner, not leaving any value on the table.
And we'll see here. We should be getting the gold out of Phillip Scott here. We'll see what he wants to do with that gold. We won't get the card draw this turn, unfortunately, because that copper cog there was left from the last turn. We should have taken the gold from Nathaniel, right?
Gold token missed there, but it is a Sigil of Solace played out for Nathaniel Brower, which gets raucous laughter from both of these players. I mean, it was hilarious, too, because not only were they all in the same hand, the draw sequence, if you saw him slowly drop his hand, they were literally all next to each other.
One after another here. And I believe this should... Oh, it's cheating scoundrel. It's wagering. It's not actually stealing like it was the gold-bladed hook. So we have a gold each. And now we have that corrected here from the player side of things. It looks like not going to be any change here from what our players elect to do this turn as Phillip draws back up. And it looks like it'll just be an open pass here from Nathaniel since there's nothing to do. Is that a pummel in Phillip's hand?
I didn't see it. What my eyes were drawn to were the 2 blues immediately. We have a copper cog and I believe another blue. So Phillip is incredibly insulated from whatever instant speed arcane damage Nathaniel can throw.
So we see Nathaniel here slowly teasing his draw up. So we do see arcane damage in hand. We have the Sigil of Brilliance that we can pitch here into the Constella Contemplation. So technically has the lethal available in his hand right now. We'll see what Phillip can do with this hand as he ponders, looks up at the sky.
Oh my. What he's thinking about right now, he has a Golden Sky Warden, and with the pummel, of course, works out perfectly to 4 cost plus pummel. The issue there is that you would tap out and potentially give way to Nathaniel to close this game out with 2 Arcane, which he has in hand.
And we see here that he has a Crash Site Salvage in hand. He can play it, give it go again, and make that gold because he can get rid of the copper cog with it. And we get the card draw here. Okay, we're allowed to get the card draw. And that's really nice. You get that in Lightning Strike here, which will give us a 5 go again here and threaten Nathaniel's hand.
And I'm sorry, folks, I'm a bozo. Crash Site Salvage is the card in the hand, not Golden Skywarden. J.K. Roffelmau. That play line I was talking about, which is way too risky anyway, is not viable for Phillip Scott.
Send Sky Daddy.
Mm-hmm.
As we see, I'd expect here, I think that this should be an E-Strike bottoming the pummel at some point this turn cycle. We'll see how he wants to lead off with this turn instead.
I do like sending Crash Site Salvage first, potentially, keeping the blue in hand, just because I've been killed by Kano a little bit too many times to leave blue shields out of the mix. And yes, it is Crash Site Salvage, scrapping, of course, that copper cog, which will not only provide go again for the scrap, but also a gold token on the back end. It's a Sigil of Brilliance discarded for Nathaniel Brower, drawn up a second strike. A lot of 2 blocks in that hand, Barrett.
A lot of 2 blocks. We can block with this with one of them and go down to 1, but dangerous follow-up afterwards here, as Nathaniel's just desperately hoping that Phillip taps out with these last 3 cards.
God, I love watching these players go back and forth. You can tell that they've been in the arena together before.
Phillip kind of like, almost like, what, you have the Sigil of Solace for the 4th time here or something? Like, he just looks like what's next for me?
Wouldn't it be great if you ended this game with a DQ?
So you see Phillip here trying to figure out what he wants his next play to be here. He has that Cogworks in hand along with the Line Strike and the Pummel here, but I have to expect that he wants to send that E-Strike. He needs to preserve that blue as much as possible here because it's really hard from Nathaniel's side to send a larger Arcane attack unless it's specifically with the Echo Flash and getting that extra damage with it and being able to play it and then get its ability going to the discard pile. So we'll see here what he wants to do. It looks like we're getting rid of that gold to draw a card here.
Insulation and potentially more resources. Is that a cog in the machine drawn up?
I believe
it is.
So we've gone down 1 resource off of this exchange.
Which is interesting. Now, I don't believe he's cranked twice yet, so we'll be able to get another card if he so chooses. But it is Enlightened Strike, bottoming that pummel like you foretold, Barrett. And so the cards, the resources necessary to survive 2 Arcane are still in the hand for Phillip Scott. It is 2 cards blocked with lethal still on the stack because they each block 2. It is 5 go again. Activation of Volzar. It's a Hail Mary. Constella Contemplation will deal 2 arcane damage. Phillip stares down the barrel, wondering if there's anything else Nathaniel can do. But there it is. Arcane Barrier 2 with a red. And that's it. Fist bump extended. Nathaniel Brower succumbs to the onslaught of cranks from Phillip Scott. And man, Barrett, I'm wondering if that turn 0 didn't go the way it did. Did Phillip have any hope or prayer in this game?
I mean, that was a game where we saw both the highs of Puffin and the lows of Puffin, right?
True.
We saw that opening hand where he just got to push a ton of damage. He got to have it set up with his cogs. And then we saw some anemic turns with a bunch of blue soup ups and blue sky skimmers. So Puffin giveth and Puffin taketh. Even with all of those new cards, we did see that Crash Site Salvage and that Gear Turner both come out. They were huge in this game. That Gear Turner turn 0, fetching a cog, set up his next turn cycle beautifully. That Crash Site Salvage at the end there, let him have that 3 go again. So we saw these new Puffin cards come out, but we also saw some Puffin hands that were a little bit questionable.
And you know, the question really for Phillip was holding or taking a ton of damage and sending a hand of nothing but blues that he really thought would be enough pressure to keep Nathaniel out of the game. Turns out that if he had just wavered even a little bit more, if Nathaniel's deck had cooperated even a little bit, we could have seen a completely different outcome to this match. So maybe playing your reds, pitching your blues is still the right heuristic to follow. Nevertheless, Phillip does find himself at 3-0. We will hear from him in mere moments. We'll be back with an interview in short order. But of course, we do have to talk about our friends at Hammurabi TCG. Buy from the bazaar because Hemel Patel is your friend in the card game business. And what better place to buy cardboard from than friends? Go ahead and use the socials at the bottom of your screen. Email, Blue Sky, and X to secure your singles order. Hemel also provides full play sets of commons and rares and majestics. Whatever you'd like, he can have it ready for you as long as you order by July 10th at Pro Tour Las Vegas. That's barely a week before the event. As long as you get your order in before then, Hemel will have you covered.
Yeah, coming up real fast. Get it for both the Pro Tour, get it for the Calling attached with it, get it even for the Silver Age Battlegrounds on Sunday. A lot of options here, or the Showdown rather. A lot of options here. If you have any cards that you want, Hamal probably has them. He has them in non-foil, foil, or even if you're like me and you want the most shiny things possible, he probably has those as well.
Fun fact, he also has several pallets of round the table product that he had to buy in order to secure a relationship with a distributor. That's one of my favorite things about Hemel. He says it all smells like fish because of the way it was distributed. But if you'd like to
It's
see
a great smell.
maybe Hemel can secure, if you buy enough from him, you can secure a tour of the,
The warehouse.
fish-smelling round the table warehouse
The
one
fish
of these
market.
days. That's definitely one of the places I want to visit in the world of
I'll
Raid.
top 5 now, along with San Antonio.
Yeah, 100% for the amazing food, apparently.
For the food. Yeah, for all that Whataburger.
So if we've got you thinking about Whataburger, go ahead, take a quick break, get yourself some calories, and we'll be back with an interview with Phillip Scott, Mr. Gear Turner, Mr. Crank Meister, in just a minute. Don't go anywhere.
All right, guys. We heard you, and we think it's time for you to tell us. What kind of cards do you want in the expansion slot?
Listen, I think I'm gonna need a new weapon. Luminaris 4.0 that gives action points instead of go again.
Ship it! Wait, no. Internally, you're already the best deck in the format.
My angel gets so many cards. Me want card too. Me want to smash. Me want to pass with.
If only we could give you a blue 6, buddy.
Blue 6?
Ship it!
James.
Now look here, T. I just need some arcane barrier evil. I'm a man of means. I can afford to invent some AB.
I just need purpose.
Visit the Golden Anvil, you'll be fine.
Forget about Gladiator Boy.
Olympia! Aha!
Just tell me the price. I'll sell my soul if I have to. Aye, works for me.
Ship it!
Wait. James!
Brian.
How do you even understand that? OMG.
Spider also want beat wizard.
There is no way that is all they said.
Spider also say buy from bazaar.
What is that?
Hammurabi, TCG.
Buy from the Bazaar by contacting Hemel Patel through Facebook, Twitter, or Discord. Available for any and all Fabtcg requests, including high-end, master sets, and more.
See, now that's an idea I can get behind.
Ship it!
Master Cranker is in the booth with me. That's Phillip Scott, the Puffin enjoyer that has just felled a seemingly unstoppable, literally unstoppable, Nathaniel Brower, the only Oscilio Constella intelligence in the room. And honestly, it looked like you had him screwed 6 ways until Sunday, until the script was flipped a little bit. There were 3 Sigils of Solace in one hand, and it just kept him in the game long enough to potentially shock you out of it. But in the end, Phillip Scott reigns supreme. Talk to me about the emotional roller coaster that you just went on, brother.
Well, it was my first stream game, so I was a little nervous.
Really?
But, oh, yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
awesome.
And so I felt really good going into it. I think somebody said, hey, just bring AB3 just in case, which thankfully I did. And then, yeah, I felt real hot. And then midway through game, I was like, oh my gosh, the deck's not working anymore. Happening.
But nevertheless, you still had hands that were potent enough against Oscilio's non-blocking hands or very subpar blocking hands to really keep tempo in your favor. And now there's a very pivotal point that I want to talk about there. You accepted a ton of damage from a seemingly middling Oscilio when you were at about 20 points of life. But then what you were cracking back with was majority blues. And you thought, I think, that it was going to put Nathaniel into the dumpster or at least secure tempo so much in your favor that you wouldn't have to worry about what he's doing anymore. As fate would have it, he survives, is able to send a 2-card 8 with a lightning press attached to it, and that made the game really close.
Yeah, at the point I took all that damage, I just kind of realized I was like, you're right. I have to keep the tempo. I have to try and push something. I didn't realize how low I was going to go, and in lieu of the arcane damage that might come through. But
And then right after that, you did have other difficult blocking decisions. There was an instance where the top of the deck finally started cooperating for Nathaniel. He finds himself the Entwine Lightning, the one attack that he needed in order to utilize a lightning press and also a little bit more arcane damage. And so you shove the Tunic in right at the correct moment to keep yourself above that life threshold for one turn longer. But at that point, you have got to have been scared.
terrified. I was just like, at that point, I was like, I just have to hope that what I'm presenting is enough, and he didn't have the juice to send back at me.
Now, Phillip, you said that one of your favorite summertime activities is hanging with your dogs. Can we talk about dogs a little bit? What are their names?
Please. So I got a whippet named Moose,
Uh-huh.
and I lived in Italy for a few years, and so I picked up just a stray dog over there, and his name is Texas.
Awesome.
Big old mixed dog.
You described your first dog as a whippet. I thought that was aren't whippets like carbon dioxide cartridges that people huff for a good time?
I believe so. Yeah. Not an expert myself. But yes.
What do you mean by whippet? Is that a dog breed?
Yeah, whippet. It's like a little greyhound.
Oh, sweet. Like how big? Like 40 pounds?
Yeah, 30, 40 pounds. Yeah, something like that.
Huh. I didn't know that there were little
man,
greyhounds.
So fast. Oh yeah. It's above I think Italian greyhounds are like the 5-pound dogs.
Okay.
And then there's the whippet and then the greyhound. But yeah.
Fascinating.
Good, great dog. Highly recommend the breed.
Awesome. And then your second dog, Texas. What breed is he?
Mix of some sort. Yeah, I picked him up off the streets when I lived in Sicily for 3 years.
You lived in Sicily for 3 years. Let's talk about that.
Yeah. Ooh, don't ask me Italian. I don't know.
To speak Italian? I wasn't going to, but now I kind of want you to.
Oh, no, please don't. Scusi and ciao.
Oh, beautiful. You can get around in the world of Inglorious Bastards.
Yeah, that's about it.
Awesome. So in Sicily for 3 years, what were you doing there? Was it for work?
Yeah, I was in the Navy for 8, so
Gotcha.
I was over there for a while. Yeah.
Awesome. So perhaps spending some time in the Mediterranean Sea?
Oh, it was amazing. I mean, I got to see so many countries. It was the years before COVID.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, just traveled all over Europe. It was amazing.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like the land of first responders and also the military tend to have really strong card gaming communities within them. Was that the case for you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's where I picked up Magic. I never played card games before, TCGs, so that's where I picked up Magic and played a lot of it. Played a lot of Warhammer too.
Cool.
And then transitioned to this as soon as I got back stateside.
Well, Phillip, I could talk to you all day long about a lot of things, apparently, some that I wasn't really expecting, but we do have to let you prepare for the next round. Before we let you go, is there anybody you'd like to shout out who maybe has helped you along your Flesh and Blood journey, or is somebody that just supports you in general?
My wife, Tenley. She doesn't know a ton about the game play-wise, but she'll sit down across from me and let me test my deck against her on my little Bolton deck that I kind of have together. So she's great. And then my buddy Matt right here.
Okay.
They help me out a lot, and then my buddy Zach as well.
Well, hopefully we get to see Matt right here on stream in just a little bit. Shout out to your wife. Did she watch your last match by chance? Do you know?
I sure hope so. I texted
her. Well, if you're in chat, please sound off Phillip's wife. You said her name was Tendley?
Tenley, yeah.
Tenley. Awesome. Sound off in chat, Tenley, and show your support for Phillip. We don't bite. We promise. Right. Flesh and Blood is a wholesome community. We'll love to see you in chat supporting your boy. And Phillip, if the good people in the Flesh and Blood world want to see more of you, is there anywhere they can find you?
These AGE events, and then I'm going to the KC calling in the end of August.
Awesome. All right. Well, if you are in Kansas City, definitely say what's up to Phillip Scott and all of the good people in the Midwest AGE circuit. All right, Phillip, we're going to let you prepare for the next round, maybe get some calories in you, and then we'll be back with more Flesh and Blood after this.
right, guys. We heard you, and we think it's time for you to tell us. What kind of cards do you want in the expansion slot?
Listen, I think I'm gonna need a new weapon. Luminaris 4.0 that gives action points instead of go again.
Ship it! Wait, no. Internally, you're already the best deck in the format.
My angel gets so many cards. Me want card too. Me want to smash. Me want to pass with
If only we could give you a blue 6, buddy.
Blue 6?
Ship it!
James.
Now look here, see? I just need some arcane barrier evil. I'm a man of means. I can afford to invent some AB.
I just need purpose.
Visit the Golden Anvil, you'll be fine.
Forget about Gladiator Boy.
Olympia! Aha!
Just tell me the price. I'll sell my soul if I have to. Aye, works for me.
Ship it!
Wait. James!
Brian.
How do you even understand that? OMG.
Spider also want beat wizard.
There is no way that is all they said.
Spider also say, buy from Bazaar!
What is that?
Hammurabi, TCG.
Buy from the Bazaar by contacting Hemel Patel through Facebook, Twitter, or Discord. Available for any and all Fabtcg requests, including high-end, master sets, and more.
See, now that's an idea I can get behind.
Ship it!
Sometimes all you need to stop the storm is a fistful of cogs and a good attitude. And that's what Phillip Scott brought to the feature match area at the AGE Open Series in St. Louis. It's June edition. Bryce Platts is back with Barrett Goss. How you doing, brother? You like what you see so far?
Yeah, I thought all you needed was love, though. Is the song wrong?
Yeah, if you want to believe the Beatles.
Okay, never mind.
I don't buy what they're selling. I tell you what, Future will not be kind to that band.
Damn, so we're getting controversial in this stream.
We're getting controversial, and we're only doing hot takes. Hot takes, baby.
Okay.
What's your hottest take?
Puffin best deck in format.
Okay. Phillip Scott would definitely agree with you. I don't know about his dogs, Texas, and
best attack.
Certainly put Nathaniel in the bin, but I don't know. I think in the last game, the best card for Puffin Hightail was whatever Nathaniel drew up.
Even bigger than that was his best card.
All right, enough fun. Let's go ahead and get down to brass tacks. Let's talk about our metagame once more. As you mentioned, Barrett, nobody knows what to do, and everybody is having fun, okay? 3 Victor Goldmane, 3 Valda Seismic Impact, and 3 Jarl Vitradi, which means that even though none of these particular heroes crest over 9% representation, Guardian is far and away the most represented class in the room. Only 1 Oscilio there, making the only wizard in the room to pair with Ziggy Starlight. So Omens... and also Aurora Legacy of Tempest. Omens not making a huge impact on this particular metagame, but, you know, what they say about locals is that there's a lot of flair depending on who you sit across the table from.
And another thing that we know here is, not to spoil what's coming up, a lot of our one-ofs in this room doing quite well so far.
Incredibly
Might
right.
see a couple of them this round.
Yes, we're going to see exactly 2 of them. I draw your attention to Teklo, an esteemed magnate, still undefeated in this room, alongside our one of Arachne Huntsman. And wouldn't you believe it, it is not Lucas Barding on Huntsman.
Oh, really?
which is a huge surprise to me, honestly, based on what I've come to know about the St. Louis scene.
Yeah. Matchup, definitely not one that I think most players have a ton of actual experience with, but definitely one that can be a long, grindy matchup. Teklo, no stranger to this format, is like kind of like one of the preeminent fatigue decks usually. From what we've been told, though, it seems like a boost Teklo, which is kind of like that hybrid between like doing some aggressive plans while also getting all those zero-cost Evos into play for free effectively. And then eventually, if they need to, having that close out with those 9 power overpower attacks and having Singularity as always like kind of like that final piece to then close out a game.
And now, if there's one thing I know about Arcane Huntsman is that you can be punished by a wall of defense and also deck banishing nonsense from that Huntsman. And if one of those banished cards happens to be one named Singularity, then all of a sudden that Teklo end game can be null and void. We'll see what these players have packed for us as we hit the button and see yet another amazing game of Flesh and Blood from St. Louis. Short guy, medium hair is in the background there. Lucas Oswald still with a provisional AGE rating in the background there, doing battle as Prism versus KO underhanded cheat. But right now, we're talking about Austin Henson and Joshua Kelly. 40 plays 40. Teklo on the left side of your screen and Arcane Huntsman in the other corner. Is there a particular deck, knowing that it's a boost variant for Teklo that you would give an edge to?
I don't know about a necessarily edge. I think a lot of it comes down to player knowledge for both decks. So, for example, like Austin has to know to play around things like shreds out of Joshua's deck. If he ever gets a piece shredded and his game plan has been Singularity throughout that point of the game, he can just lose the game on the spot. It also like works with his overpower cards, so he has to be really cognizant of when and when he cannot block with that equipment, which is one of Teklo bigger strengths. And Joshua's side, he has to understand what the Teklo game plan is, particularly with these boost decks and the end that they can work towards with those big swing turns with the Evo Facebreaker and setting up those like large, powerful multi-attack turns. So I think a lot of it comes down to how much each player knows about each other's decks.
And speaking of knowing when to block with equipment, it's an immediate snap block from Austin Henson of both copies of Adaptive Alpha mode on the Spider's Bite that Joshua Kelly deigned to send on turn 0. But that's it for our assassin, and 0 to 60 is laid bare. All of a sudden, Joshua knows a little bit more about what he's up against if he didn't already know Austin from his local scene. Graven Gloves plus Ripple Away get in the way of 0 to 60. Chain closed immediately. And the follow-up, yes, indeed, it is Evo Soul Steel Tower.
Yeah, and this is really one of those pieces that you want to get online immediately from Austin. You want to get out all those equipment whenever possible, not just so that you have block value like we talked about, things like Shred make it really difficult to block with that equipment, but a lot of the power of your deck comes from how many Evos you have equipped. So the sooner he gets these equipped, the sooner his weapon starts to get its full power activated, the sooner those large attacks get both their cost reduction and their power and overpower. His blocking cards, we see one of those Steel Street Hoons, I believe, banished already, which continues to grow its defense the more Evos you have. So Austin's game plan right now, get as many Evos out as fast as you possibly can. And that's a really nice start to have one of those expensive ones in play on turn 1.
And of course, that is Steel Street Enforcement in the Banish Zone. Yeah, no worries. Steel Street, Evo, Steel Soul, all that kind of stuff are the words we're going to have to be saying this game for sure. Exactly. It's a cop. Spider's Bite from Joshua Kelly. And now, you mentioned being cognizant of Shred. Normally, Arcane Huntsman is not one of the assassins that keeps full 4-5 card hands. In this case, if Austin doesn't find significant potent offense, it could be something that he has to be very aware of. Now, if he is able to strip the majority of the cards from Joshua Kelly, as most decks are often doing against Arcane Huntsman, all of a sudden the possibility of a Shred becomes a little bit more, a little bit easier to sniff out.
Yeah, and it's one of those things of also, the longer he can go through the hands, he can know where they are potentially in Joshua's deck. He can know if he can block out because there's an empty hand and maybe a Codex of Frailty. So there are windows where he'll get to be able to block with that equipment, but he has to be smart with it. On Joshua's side, the one thing that he can never do in this matchup is ever Arsenal the Shred. If he does that, he gets cooked. Because then Austin just never blocks with an equipment and just kind of like lets it rot there potentially. So both players kind of It seems like so far, but they both have a game plan for what they want to do with this, as we see Austin here with a Sprocket Rocket coming in, continuing to just try that banish plan, kind of get himself further through, find these Evos early, and kind of assemble his mech suit right now, as we see early damage shot of Joshua. Nothing connecting yet from Austin here as we get that block with the Black Tech Whispers and the Codex of Frailty. Second Sprocket Rocket coming out. Still not finding Evos, though.
Finds Heavy Metal Thunder. I know that's not the name of the card, but that's what I like to call it. Does not give an extra +1 to Sprocket Rocket because that card is, of course, looking to boost equipment or items. In this case, it's just another head jab cosplayer. 35 plays 40. Barely, the life race is barely in the favor of Arachne Huntsman for now, who also has a Fate Foreseen in the arsenal ready to deploy when it makes most sense. Now, Austin really happy to find that Ghost Protocol Architect, because it is, of course, playable from the banish zone and will fetch out one of those all-important Evos. Austin unable to banish them the old-fashioned way so far by, of course, boosting, but Ghost Protocol Architect is going to help him get that armor suite online quicker than slower.
And this is really one of the cool things that we saw out of Compendium of Wraith. Some heroes only got a single card or didn't really get affected that much by the set. Teklo Austin got so many new pieces that let him play an entirely different game plan than he had before. Gone are the days of you have to play full block Teklo Austin, you have to slowly get your large Evos online. He got this entire new base set that costs 0, so he can play it for free. And he got these new cards that let him fetch those Evos out and play this boost archetype. So really seeing all of the extra cards out of that set come to fruition here as we see this Leave No Witnesses come across. Joshua Kelly going to take a look at this top card and doesn't like what he sees. One of the strengths here with Arachne Huntsman gets to keep Teklo off of either those Evos that he wants or those large overpower attacks as well.
Evo Steel Soul Memory placed on the bottom of the deck by Joshua Kelly because, of course, Arachne Huntsman Hero Text will allow Joshua to look at the top of the deck every time he plays a card with Contract. He can either leave it there or place it on the bottom and stem the inevitable, potentially tide of Evo Steel Soul cards. Now, Evo Steel Soul Memory is definitely the one that you want to keep away from a Teklo opponent because that is the one that when it transforms from an Evo into an Evo with a different name will, of course, generate an extra intellect for Austin.
Yeah, and we're noticing here, Austin's block that turn was blocking with 2 cards and that Evo base headpiece, and not with his boots because he had to be scared of that tread still. So really cognizant here, and we see Joshua block with that tread right away. But now we have, is this a War Machine? A Terminator tank coming in across. Now that we have those Evos online, we have that cost reduction. So it's still not a 9. It's still not an overpower, but this is a 6 power that on hit will make Joshua Kelly discard a card. So going to require him to block with at least 2 cards here.
And then all of a sudden, Austin will have full steam ahead, something that Teklo Austin can't always make use of, but when you're on the boost variant like Austin Henson is, could very well mean a potent offense and also continuous setup.
And we see here, we do have that base, the Evo Beta base head and banish here, so we still can get back 1 block at some point. Those Battle Worm pieces much more freely able to be blocked with than the Temper ones. As we see Balance of Justice and a Fate Foreseen here, Josh, we're just going to cast that or cash in that 2 block now. Probably not going to get a draw off of it anytime soon. It's really hard to do in this matchup. Requires a really specific wonky combination of cards, but just saying I like the cards that I have. We'll just cash this in instead for now.
Holy, it looks like the kitchen sink of shreds in the deck for Joshua Kelly. I dare say he knew that there would be a Teklo in the room today. So that's all 3 yellows that we've seen. 1 pitched, 1 blocked with, the other in the hand. What is Joshua going to do with it? He postures a Plunder the Poor. Is he going to park that in the arsenal, Barrett?
If he parks it here, he can play it out, but he can never attempt to try to snipe the Steel Soul with it, or it's just going to rot there. I think we've seen at this point that Austin knows enough about this matchup that he's passed that knowledge check of, I can't really afford to ever get this blown up. So he can have it here as kind of a fallback for when he really wants to force home one of these contract abilities, and either wants to banish a specific thing, or if he wants to get an extra silver or something, as we see another Evo Beta base head come out here for Austin into his banish zone.
Not usually the Evos that you want available to you, especially when you've already gotten one established. But the boon to Austin here is that those 1 blocks, because that's what they are, if you block with them from hand, are out of the deck. And so Joshua Kelly is not necessarily banishing potent threats, but impotent defense from Austin's deck, which is one thing that is definitely going right for Austin when it comes to variance.
And we see Austin here pitching in blue there at that turn to then get back that Evo Beta base head and get it in play and draw a new card here. And we see that Joshua critically did not want to arsenal that shred here. Decides, I don't want to get this stuck in my arsenal here. I'd much rather be able to block with it or get rid of it next turn.
Teklo Trebuchet 2000 blasting forth from Austin Henson's hand. Only comes in for 1, but Heavy Metal Thunder is the follow-up.
And then we see another pair of legs coming out. Austin here still trying to find arms and a chest. And until he will, that Teklo leveler and all of his overpower attacks just still not able to get their full value online quite yet. As we see here, I noticed what I believe is a hold the line in Joshua Kelly's hand. That's an interesting adaptation that we don't see that often these days.
Very much so. Hold the line. Back in the days of Art of War and all these tomes that drew 2 cards, and wow, it's yet another shred in the hand for Joshua Kelly on blocking duty. Back in those days, Hold the Line was huge. Remember when Lexi was in the meta? 3 of a kinds abound. Blood Rush Bellows. Hold the Line was holding the line for a lot of people and looking really good. Joshua Kelly says it's good enough in this meta, though.
Yeah, Tome of Divinity, all the other books. Before we decided that we were going to ban all the books out, this card was probably the single best defensive reaction card in the game. Don't see it often now, but it looks like Joshua Kelly was expecting a lot of those decks that will be able to draw multiple cards. Oscilios, Brutes, anyone who has Prism potentially drawing 2 off of Herald of Erudition. As we see Joshua here, looking like he has a D-React in hand left. We'll see what Austin is doing here at end turn. Hey, we finally found an arms. Evo Beta base arms coming in here for Austin.
Not bad at all. And with a Teklo activation, that means at the end of Joshua Kelly's turn, Austin is able to establish Evo Beta base arms and also draw a card. And now with Evo Steel Soul Tower in the Banish Zone, it's not ideal, but could generate some extra action points for Austin Henson.
Yeah, and critically here that we've got that 3rd Evo piece online. Now this Teklo lever not only just cost 1 for a 2-power attack, it also has Go again. So Austin can start to send multiple attacks a turn here and really start to tax the cards out of Joshua's deck, not just getting 1 or 2 a turn and trading at parity.
2 Go again into War Machine. Austin Henson is coming for the arsenal of Joshua Kelly, which we know is, of course, a defense reaction. So Joshua insulated from this on-hit.
And Overpower, not at its best into Arachne Huntsman since there's so many attack reactions. The deck is built actually really comfortably to play into Overpower, at least when it's still 6 power. But as this game progresses and we start to see Joshua burn through more of those D-reacts, more of those attack reactions, and see those War Machines and other large attacks start to get buffed up to 9 power, it's going to start to cost Joshua a lot to block all of these out. And I'm really curious how many of these attacks Austin has in his deck. We usually see Terminator Tank and War Machine. Some of them will run, is it Apocalypse Engine?
Yeah.
Like they can run potentially up to, there's 2 additional ones that they can run. So
Annihilator Engine.
Annihilator Engine, thank you. They can run all 9 of the red ones if they would like to. And just really pressure with those overpower attacks. I'm really curious to see if Austin is stuck with just the core 6 or if he's increased the amount in the deck, as we do see, I believe, a Firewall and a Terminator Tank drawn up. So he still has some firepower coming next turn as well. Joshua coming in here with a Spider's Bite for 1 Go again.
36 plays, 29 now as the Spider's Bite connects, exsanguinating Austin, not just of his life force, but also the blocking capabilities of attacks on this turn. It is a cash-in of the Fiendal Spring Tunic to send Command and Conquer. Now, Firewall is a potent defensive piece that critically is not a defense reaction, so is blockable on this Command and Conquer. Might not be super convenient, though, except for the fact that Evo Steel Soul Tower is now blockable without worrying about Shred. Shred, of course, requires a defensive card to a target that is blocking an assassin card.
So this is one of Austin's windows throughout the game that we talked about earlier. It's either when Joshua Kelly has no cards in hand or available to Shred, or when it's something like this specifically where he knows that he can put them in play. So great play so far from Austin, being really tight with his execution and making sure that he knows when he can and can't use all of this extra block power.
Firewall reveals the top of the deck, and because it is not an Evo, sends that Teklo Trebuchet 2000 to the bottom of the deck to fight another day. Back over to Austin Henson. 3 cards in hand.
That's a lot of
1 in arsenal.
Joshua Kelly wants to play a very defensive game plan here, it looks like, and he will be able to do so, as Austin coming in, continuing the beatdown of 2 go-agains. And this is where he can start to really chip away, right? He either requires a card here, or Joshua's just going to be taking 2. And right now it doesn't matter that much, but once you get low and you have all those big overpower attacks, potentially a singularity, this can really start to add up here on the Arachne side.
A lot of cards in the pitch zone now, potentially just to establish yet another Evo Steel Soul Tower. And I think that's exactly what Austin would do if he could see the hand of Joshua Kelly, which is just a bunch of defense reactions. And yes, 1-0 for 4 in Slay the Scholars, which might make Austin blink on this blocking decision, thinking perhaps that Joshua Kelly has held back something like a cut to the chase.
Mm-hmm.
But here it goes. Slay the Scholars coming in for 4. Looking to stack up more legal tender for Joshua Kelly, who only has 1 silver token established. Hasn't been able to buy back his Graven Gloves a single time yet.
Here, Joshua leaving the card on top, so both players here have an idea for what this may or may not be. As we see Austin here with the block. Now, usually what this entails is that Austin has access to a fabricated hand, so if it is shredded, that he might have the way to be able to buff it above a shred. We've seen all 3 yellow shreds at this point, so he knows it would have to be a blue. So he might have some protection behind it here. Having that shields down of knowing that the yellows are gone is really big for me to have a little bit more space here in this early game.
Card in the pitch. Another Evo established after a Teklo activation. Evo beta base chest now makes it so that all of a sudden Evo upgrade attacks and the Teklo leveler are fully online. Full potency for a lot of the offensive threats of Austin Henson.
And Austin still at a really healthy life total here, right? We managed to find all the pieces here and get online, still at 29. He might have some amount of life gain still in the deck. So not a bad spot for him to be able to activate and really get the full power out of all of his cards. As we see T-Bone coming in here, banishing an Evo base piece, which we're really happy about. And that Bounce of Justice going to put in some extra duty here on defense with these T-Bones.
Evo beta base legs makes its way into the banish zone to pay for the boost cost of T-Bone, which means that finally Austin can transform his Evo Steel Soul Tower into an Evo with a different name and get an action point.
And this deck has so many Evos, and it's just Austin over here is slowly building up a stack of these for whenever that singularity eventually comes around, and that's now in play since we found the entire suit.
3 go again now on this Teklo leveler, fully upgraded. The mech suit is looking ever shinier. Austin driving towards Iron Mandom.
Currently in like the Mark 1 phase,
yeah.
When Tony's in the cave in the desert.
Oh man, that's one of my favorite scenes in all of the Marvel universe.
The box of scraps.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Joshua really praying we don't hit like nanosuit territory here.
Uh-huh. That's actually where you lose me. That's pretty much.
Don't worry. The comic book nerds out there understood where we're going with it.
Yeah, I've pretty much watched like the Avengers 1 arc. Came back for Shang-Chi. That was my next one. And then now I'm in Spider-Noir, and I've missed everything up until that point.
You didn't miss a lot. It's fine.
Okay, great. Wasn't there this whole Infinity War?
Don't worry about it.
Okay, great.
Yeah, it's fine.
Spider's Bite for 1 coming in for Joshua Kelly. Does seem to connect. Austin Henson down to 28. It's just a simple pass. Yet another stranding of the 3rd copy of Sink Below in the hand of Joshua Kelly. And here we go. 3 go again. Once again, Austin Henson grinding both the, well, really just the deck of Joshua Kelly into dust.
And we've really seen this is how like how the tempo of this matchup has swung back and forth, right? Early on, Josh was kind of getting those small chips in, kind of robbing Austin of the large turns, able to do a whole lot. As Austin has gotten online, as he's built more and more of these Evos into a stockpile on his side, as he's been able to turn on these extra effects. So not only it's Austin who is pressuring every single turn, and it's up to Joshua to be able to respond and cover as much of this as possible while still maintaining some amount of pressure and moving his game plan forward. So Austin, really good job early game to navigate and get to this position where he's now the one who's in control of how this game goes. And we see here a War Machine coming out. Full power now.
9 overpower, baby.
Doing the check. Basically, every time he does this, it's putting Joshua in a check of, do you have multiple cards here to give me? Since those Graven Gloves aren't back yet, it requires 3 cards here from Joshua Kelly or the effect is going to hit.
Both players having a laugh there as 9 was trying to be represented by Austin Henson. Joshua says, just turn it upside down. Turn the beat around and turn it upside down, says Joshua Kelly, who has 2 defense reactions in the hand, but that doesn't cover it completely. 1 damage will leak through. Luckily for Joshua, though, has cleared the arsenal, and so the on-hit of War Machine is null and void. Just a trickle of blood out of Huntsman.
And this is kind of the spot where Austin knows he has to kind of just burn through all of these. There's not much you can do about it other than just bluntly go through it. But the thing is that he has so many of these overpowered 9-power attacks later in his deck, and he gets the ability to rebuy them whenever he goes through some of his Steel Soul pieces, like we'll see later, potentially also any Singularities. We'll be able to do it again, that these aren't just 6 copies of this. It can be many more than that. And as he burns these D-Reacts, Joshua's ability to answer these tall attacks just diminishes rapidly.
A curious choice by Joshua Kelly. He may have forgotten that Codex of Frailty has a reciprocal effect, so Sink Below cannot stay in the hand, must be discarded. Austin insulated from that as he does have himself a card in the arsenal, and yet another Evo Steel Soul Memory is found on top of the deck. Joshua Kelly can bottom this all-powerful Evo once again.
Yeah, and this is the one that you really want to have if you're going to switch to the Singularity mode because of the Singularity's ability and that Still Soul leaving play. Getting that 5 intellect is huge for Teklo Austin and really kind of puts a damper on what Austin can do when he does flip if he still uses this beta base piece.
Now that no cards are left in hand, Austin has full steam ahead to go ahead and block a second time with Evo Steel Soul Tower and also his accompanying Evo, so that Leave No Witnesses pretty inane when all is said and done. Now the Ponder token for Joshua Kelly needs to cooperate here. The top of the deck is not like Marionette. Okay, but Command and Conquer found for the arsenal. Not too bad at all. And with Tunic Resource online, Joshua would be able to send Spider's Bite, activate Tunic, and then follow up with a Command and Conquer.
Getting that second action point here as we move out of the Steel Soul Tower piece, its transform and gives that second action point here. So Austin has some room to work with here if he has attacks he can convert. The question is, can his hand actually do that? And Joshua here just kind of hoping that Austin can attack his arsenal again since he doesn't have a D-React there, and his hand looks like it might be a little bit soft to one of those War Machines if they come in.
2 go again now because of the Frailty token generated by the book. Joshua shakes his head and says, I don't even know what my own cards say. That's something I've done before. Never you mind, Joshua. 2 action points still represented here because this Teklo leveler still has go again, of course. And we can see the game plan coalescing for Austin Henson. Just wants to send the gun as many times as possible, force Joshua Kelly to give up as many cards as he can while also offering potent offense that keeps Joshua away from doing powerful banishing effects and perhaps protects the Singularity in the deck for Austin Henson ever longer.
And we'll see here how Joshua wants to navigate the rest of this turn as we see a Blast Rig coming out here.
Blast Rig doesn't seem to be boosted as 1 action point now represented on the Teklo hero card. This one does have Evo upgrade though, so all of a sudden it's a 1-card 5. Eat your heart out, Ravenous Rabble. Shelter from the Storm gets in the way. 1 damage leaks through. Joshua Kelly still at 33 life points. This is a match of attrition, Barrett.
Yeah, just grinding down these cards slowly as we get through Joshua's turn. And we have the Ghost Protocol mainframe coming through here. Again, just a 1-card 5, which is fine. If we're Austin on this side, we're happy with this. Our turn sent 13 damage at our opponent and didn't cost us any cards out of our deck, right? So moving forward, this is the kind of thing he needs to do to slowly grind Joshua out of those defensive capabilities and chip away at him as we see, once again, Spider's Bite for 1.
This one is going to have a very different follow-up, though. Fiendal Spring Tunic gets in the mix to get us up to 2 resources to send Command and Conquer. Austin Henson flips that arsenal real quick and says, oh, wouldn't you know, it happens to be a Fabricate. Fabricate with 3 different modes. Is it 4 modes, actually?
It's 4 modes.
It's 4 modes. +1 on the Evo, on the Evos, I would imagine, is one of the chosen modes. The other one, banish an Evo from hand and draw a card.
Yeah, I think at this point he has enough material underneath all of his Evos. He doesn't really need to put it underneath here. And so we've got the rebuy there. He also, the first one doesn't really come up with modern Teklo decks unless you get a piece destroyed by a shred or something like that. So it's really not the one that you see. It's really the other 3. But at this point, what it effectively means is he gets to block most of the CNC almost for free and put that Evo Steel Soul Tower into his banish zone, furthering that game plan of repeating that loop of putting that back on, getting more equipment block, building up his arsenal of material, and then getting that extra action point eventually.
And just like that, one of the most powerful plays in the Huntsman suite when you're on low numbers of cards is stuffed almost entirely. It's a block of 5 and a card taken out of the arsenal, not by Command and Conquer, but by the pilot himself. 3 go again now for Teklo Leveler again. Steel Street Enforcement in the pitch zone. And finally, a copy of Hunter or Hunted in the hand of Joshua Kelly.
Yeah, and it looks like we have a hand that doesn't particularly cast it very well, unfortunately. So it looks like it might be an arsenalable card here, but really powerful piece here that potentially lets him deal with some of Austin's threats. If he can hit that singularity at any point in the game,
huge.
He's in an amazing spot. If he can't do that, it's looking like Austin has a lot of material there to start hitting him with the Teklo of Austin. So we'll see here what this can do next turn as a Steel Soul Memory
yes, sir.
comes out.
Finally, the first of its name. We know that the other 2 are at the bottom of the deck. Though, with the number of turn cycles that have elapsed, perhaps that was the first one bottomed by Joshua Kelly, but I think we were still looking for a third. Yeah, we can take a look at the deck sizes in our player cameras. Still looking fairly healthy on Teklo's side of the board. On Joshua's, still the deck eclipses the graveyard, but not by much.
Yeah, I think at this point, Austin's not that worried about the fatigue angle. We haven't hit the point where he has to start giving up cards in the expectation that he needs them for that extra deck damage. But if Joshua can start to grind this out a little bit longer, then we'll start to see that come into play, especially if these Hunter or Hunteds can hit 2 or 3 copies of a card.
Is the blue in the hand for Joshua Kelly? Yes, we finally have it. So Hunter or Hunted can finally come out to play, but not before excessive blood loss shrugs off the Teklo Leveler. Still doing plenty of deck damage turn after turn for Austin Henson.
Yeah, and Joshua looking to hold that here as long as he can.
Heavy Metal Hardcore, I'll finally call it by its correct name. Yep. And Evo has not been banished by boosting this turn, so it is just another 3 go again. And then Evo Steel Soul Controller into the arm slot. One of those cards that, besides Singularity, can kind of help the end game trundle onward for Austin Henson.
Yep, like we talked about earlier, putting back one of those large attacks back into the deck, 5 down, so he won't have it this next turn, but the turn after that, he does have access to it.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought that was a transform away from Evo Steel Solar.
From or into.
From or
as long as I have a different
That's right.
Evo.
That's
yeah,
right.
Yeah. Now, it is really interesting for me for Joshua's side that he didn't elect to send off that Hunter or Hunted here. Decided that he would rather leave it there for Austin. Puts it to the bottom here.
War Machine shuffled directly into the deck, then found on top, as fate would have it. Joshua doesn't want to deal with that, and I couldn't blame him.
Arcane Huntsman apply directly to the bottom of the deck. Likely seeing the block out here from Austin. Well, very unlikely, I think, to commit one of these Steel Soul pieces, so it might just be a 2-card block here. Again, the yellow shreds, we're not back to the pitch stack with the yellow shred that we had earlier, so at most he should be expecting a blue maybe or a buff to this, with a cut to the chase or something like that potentially. So we'll see here. He is looking to take the gamble here that Joshua doesn't have a blue shred. And this is potentially dangerous on his side.
Right.
When in a case spot, I don't know that he necessarily needs to be taking this risk here, but there is some potential payoff to it of him being able to keep a powerful hand. Looks like he's debating what he wants to do with the turn. We see 2 cards potentially being added to the block as well.
Those are 2 Evos. And there, I think we finally come back around to that pitch stack because I see a second copy of Evo Steel Soul Memory. The controller's in the mix. He has been overblocking quite a bit on Leave No Witnesses. I do wonder if Singularity has finally found its way into the arsenal.
Which would make sense here with him also being willing to block with the armor before he transforms. Oh, he's very quick to want to flip that, so I have to assume it's coming out here.
Yes, indeed. Not before Evo Beta Base Head gets in the mix, so Austin Henson will have an extra intellect for the remainder of this turn. Teklo Leveler, the follow-up now. 3 go again.
I see a lot of Fiddler screens in that hand from Joshua Kelly.
I tell you what.
It's about to be the healthiest for Arcane. Tell you what. It's applied to skincare.
You
got a smoothie.
You ever block 2 and gain 6, Barrett?
I have, actually.
Oh, it must be nice.
Look, Fiddler Screen's a hell of a drug, okay?
And Evo Steel Soul Memory, as soon as it's transformed away from, it's transformed back into. So this should be 6 intellect.
That's a hand.
Eat your heart out, Rangers.
Now you have to feel here if you're Joshua Kelly. You're just like, how am I going to get through this? Like, the singularity is there at this point, probably. Like,
I would think so.
It's pretty face up that's been what Austin's been playing to. And I have to deal with 6-card hand and the singularity afterwards.
But you got to hand it to Austin. I think he is making risk assessments on these overblocks based on obviously the singularity in his arsenal, but also the number of shreds he saw early on in this game.
Yeah.
Total block of 5, annihilate the armed, stuffed by yet another block of an Evo that seems a little bit risky, but Austin Henson knows what's going on. When are we going to get back around to those yellow shreds?
And now we have to be to the point where we're going to start to see Austin hit the singularity and turn the corner here, I'd imagine. Yeah. With a hand this large, there's no reason not to. And you can just pressure Joshua's entire hand out here and really start to grind that deck as well.
And once again, with plenty of material underneath Teklo the Necropotent. Could very well be the time to hit the button, but Austin might be gesturing, yes, to just keep establishing more and more Evos.
And here's the question, is if Joshua doesn't actually do anything to him, why not just put as much material underneath as you possibly can here so that Teklo is going to be hitting every single turn as many times as possible?
And the argument, of course, would be just there could be a ticking time bomb. Austin's been, we think, sitting on singularity in the arsenal for a while, and if there's one thing that assassins love to attack, it is the arsenal.
Mm-hmm. We do know here that effectively, like, Joshua's been through 2 of his CNCs. A Codex CNC is never getting through the Steel Soul chest and headpiece, so he's always insulated from the CNC. Now, Hunter 100 finally coming out here from Joshua's arsenal. We've known it's been there for a few turns. What do we have on top?
Evo Steel Soul Controller, I believe the last copy. And while you do want to be banishing certain cards from the deck of Teklo, the Evos are not one of them because, of course, they're playable from the banish zone. You're just gifting cards to the esteemed magnate.
It looks like we're going to take a look here through the deck. Not a large deck left here from Austin.
But he really doesn't need a large deck.
Does not. The cards he's going to add back are going to be very large attacks.
And wouldn't you know it, the singularity was in the arsenal, which is why we were blocking 10 on every Leave No Witnesses.
I'm shocked. Yet Austin's deck at this point, basically blues and 9 overpowers.
And soon to be a hero that blocks for 6 temper and attacks for 6, makes you discard a card.
Discard a card. So, oh, and when it transforms, it's going to do a bunch of stuff like draw you a bunch of cards, put a bunch of your
We don't even need to talk about that. It's a bad enough position, even without all of the Evo Steel Soul effects that will be happening.
No, I insist. Let's talk about it.
Well, how about we talk about if Austin wants to, he can just hold back for 2 more turns, establish 2 more Evo Steel Soul controllers, and put even more power back into the already incredibly powerful yet small deck. Silver lining for Joshua Kelly, literally silver, finally able to cash in 2 silver pieces to buy back Graven Gloves for the first time this game, mind you.
And really seeing the power of Teklo blocking ability come out throughout this game, at least early game. Wasn't able to build up that large bank of silver. Only had the 100 that we've seen so far and only got 1 silver off of it as well. So really rough from Joshua's side. Unfortunate that he couldn't build that up and kind of get a few extra blocks out of that throughout the game.
Cut to the chase. Going to sneak over the block value of Steel Street Enforcement. T-Bone does get banished off the top. Silver token established for Joshua Kelly. Plunder the Poor, of course, looking for cards that cost 1 or less.
And I have a sneaking suspicion I know what Austin's thinking about doing here is he's counting up all of his material just to see how big this Teklo is going to be.
There are some big tells in the game of Flesh and Blood. If you check your graveyard and you're an assassin or ranger, you're probably playing a codex. If you're checking the number of times you could swing with the Necropotent, you're probably about to play a singularity.
It feels like a Levia where they're counting their blood debt.
But no, first we got to play with our food.
More arms.
It's an activation of Teklo, also going to put more gas back in the deck. Of course, War Machine going to be placed there. Fifth from the top.
Yep.
Yeah. And then Terminator Tank comes out to do some dirty work. 9 overpower, threatening to force Joshua Kelly to discard a card from hand. And wouldn't you know it, it's actually going to connect, I think. unless Graven Gloves get in the mix.
And we do see that Evo recall in his pitch zone, so it is funny that he has that in the deck as well, just in case he lost the Singularity throughout this game.
Amazing that he's been able to keep it there.
So we see 2 Evos in the pitch zone and then 3 in the banish as Hunter or Hunted comes out. Joshua able to cover this fully.
Oh, unfortunate. So Joshua Kelly hits a blue T-bone off of Hunter or Hunted, which, like, this endgame can be really rough if Hunter or Hunted find something like a Terminator tank.
Yep. Or if this is even early in the game and there's still 6 copies of T-bone in the deck and you get to hit 3 of them there, so you get all of that silver stack. But at this point of the game, he only got the 1, so he only gets 1 silver here.
Based on the way it's been played out and how proficient Austin Henson seems to be in the Teklo Vosson's seat, I do think that this was an uphill battle for Joshua Kelly from the get-go. But Variance has not broken his way either, I will say.
Yeah, this definitely feels like one of the situations where he might have got put in a position of really unfortunate draws where he couldn't really pressure a lot of what Austin was trying to do early. And that's just kind of the thing with this Teklo deck now. They've gotten so many new Evos as time has gone on that they've really been able to build up that suit at a much faster pace, and they have a lot more pressure with all of those new cards they got in Compendium that really let them kind of, instead of being a deck that has to sit back and wait for you, they can kind of take that pressure to you throughout the game. And we've seen since about turn 5 or 6 here, Joshua's been under the gun just trying to chip away and kind of hitting a brick wall the entire time.
Goodness. And on their face, the Evo Beta Base set looks good already. It's going to make it so all of your Steel Soul pieces cost 1 less. But the other effect of just being a 0-cost Evo that you can play on top of Steel Soul is that you get to constantly take advantage of those transform out of into effects throughout the course of the game.
Yeah, and we've seen here Austin take advantage of it really well, where he's been able to kind of have that swap in and out, either get extra attacks, putting these War Machines and Terminator tanks back, or getting that extra intellect from the Steel Soul memory, where he's just getting full value out of them while also working towards that end game that is just going to like run Joshua down in the street with this Teklo Austin flip.
The other thing Joshua hasn't really seen at prescient moments is coercive tendency. He finally found one in the hand there. That's one of those cards that can really get the silver engine online and generate him a lot of extra value from Graven Gloves. Also present one of the few options Huntsman has for wide turns, which means multiple contract fulfillments, which means multiple cards banished off the top of the deck. More and more chances to hit something like a Singularity and put the onus on Austin to find a way through the end game, but still Singularity insulated and safe in the arsenal, which is a tall ask when it comes to assassins, but I don't know if there's that much arsenal hate left in the deck for Joshua that's going to put a damper on things.
There's that CNC in hand, but I have a funny suspicion that Austin's just going to put that fridge in front of it.
Yep.
As we see the old standby here from Austin, 3 go again from that weapon for a single resource. Cracking through here, Joshua letting this one hit. As Joshua's deck is also getting thin at this point. Remember what we talked about earlier where as the game progresses, those D-Reacts kind of get taken out of the deck.
Yeah.
He kind of starts to have to give valuable cards for it. And we've kind of hit that point now where we're blocking with cards that we really need to be able to send to Austin to actually fatigue him out. And this thing that we're sending back is kind of anemic here. We're like, are we going to send a CNC here that's going to get blocked by 2 Steel Soul pieces?
Hey, it's going to be okay because we get to swing Spider's Bite first, right?
Oh boy. I'm sure that we won't be able to deal with the CNC afterwards.
Evos are attacks, right?
Totally. Oh, but we get the Nerve Scalpel. Surely this will do it, right?
Okay. Until they print a dagger that says block card on it. It's going to be coming up Austin.
Oh no, who could have ever foreseen this?
Right. I guess you did, co-caster of mine. The other hilarious thing about Nerve Scalpel is, of course, that Command & Conquer makes it so you can't block with your defense reactions anyway.
Joke's on him. I don't earn any anyway.
Last copy of Hunted or Hunter in the Hunter or Hunted in the hand of Joshua Kelly. I said that a million times because I'm trying to imbue it into my brain so I stop messing that card's name up.
The best part is when you play against the Cindra and they go hunt the Hunter with Hunter or Hunted.
Kill me. That's
Thanks,
probably what
LSS.
Joshua Kelly's saying right now. Hell. 3 go again, met by Annihilate the Armed. It's an activation of Teklo Vossen Esteemed Magnate. Austin Henson says, I can dirtle with the best of them.
I would like to
no
play with
amount
my
of
food.
material is enough.
I mean, we're getting there's only 2 left in the banish, but I think there's still like 4 or 5 in the deck. At some point, he's gonna flip, right?
Come on, give us the payoff, Austin. Be a good lad.
Nope.
Terminator Tank. Once again, Joshua Kelly gives the response of quick twitch of the neck.
Austin refuses to give me the satisfaction of seeing the flip.
And it's 2 reds plus an energy counter.
Okay.
Oh, for Joshua Kelly, finds a Terminator Tank on the top of the deck. So it's going to be 1, maybe 2.
Oh,
one
okay.
in hand as well. Okay. Looks like all of those Evo upgrade attacks drawn up for Austin Henson. Quick flash of the Singularity in the arsenal one more time.
And I believe we saw all blues or maybe 1 red attack left in the deck here from the Teklo of Austin. So this is kind of like, this is actually like a really big deal from Austin's side where he lost 2 more damage pieces out of his deck. And now he does need to flip and start going. He's not really under any pressure from Josh for this turn, but he has to start, he doesn't have anything left really, right? So I don't think that we're at a point where surgical extraction is like the end game where like if the Teklo takes too long, you can rip their hand and they can't actually attack with anything other than Teklo. I don't think that Joshua has the capability to get to that point, but you don't want to leave him in too long here either.
He's still going for it. It's a transformation into Evo Steel Soul Processor. Leaves behind 3 resources, and there we go. Singularity plus Evo, those 3 floating plus Evo Recall. Going to go ahead and transform finally into Austin Henson's full Mecro potential.
And we did have all of them being the Evo Steel pieces when he transformed, so we get all the effects with it, which
double the effects.
Double the effects, so we get 2 action points, 6 resources. We put back 2 of our big attacks from the graveyard, and we get 2 extra intellect here.
Absolutely huge for Austin Henson. And even though Joshua Kelly has been incredibly careful with his life total throughout the course of this game, we're going to see this 26 dwindle very quickly, Barrett.
Yeah, especially with this stack of cards, which I'm really hoping Austin puts a die on top of how many it is. Joshua's face, kind of how we're all feeling internally, thinking about what's about to happen here.
I think Austin Henson is going to need multiple dice to represent the amount of material underneath his hero card.
Somehow I expect that this is over a 20. And going through here, Joshua just walking through what exactly are the effects that are happening here with each of these. And since it is the Teklovosan transformation here, it'll trigger each of them twice. So Austin is getting back 2 of those large attacks here instead of just the 1 when he switches off of that Evo Steel Soul piece.
And you got to hand it to the development team. I mean, I'm sure before Evo Beta Base was established in the game, somebody told James White at the LSS office, there's no way you can fix Teklovosan. And he said, hold my hokey pokey.
Hold my kiwi.
Yep. Because that set just does so much for the deck. We've already talked about the cost reduction on the Evo Steel Soul set. We've already talked about the fact that it's just a 0-cost Evo. We've already what we haven't talked about is the number of cards it affords you once you've transformed into the Mecropotent.
And here we're seeing the Mecropotent in full display with this attack in. Gets all of its triggers now as well, which if you've never been hit by this card, it's kind of rude, honestly, what it gets to actually do. Because it's not only going to come in for 6, it's not only going to make you discard a card. It not only has Go again, it still counts as having 4 Evos on. So all those War Machines and Terminator Tanks you put back, now they get to come at you and they still get their full value anyway.
Yep. Oh, but he's only got 3 intellect, so that's cool.
Oh boy, I can't imagine what he could do with 3 intellect.
22 plays 26. The story of this game so far, the discard of Plunder the Poor. Joshua Kelly forced to do that on attack of Teklovosan Mecropotent. Block of 2 on Graven Gloves. Shelter from the Storm covers up the rest of that damage. But, if you're blocking the Mecropotent, you're kind of playing into their game plan.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing you can do as a retort. Exactly why this is the ultimate end game in Flesh and Blood.
People used to play a lot of, when we had early max decks and some of the old dash decks with Construct Nitro Mechanoid a lot. And that was already one that was really, really hard to deal with, where you could kind of outlast them eventually with the material that they had under them. Mecropotent is so much harder to deal with because he has so much more material, but also because he is the 6 and he makes you discard. So it's such a beating to try to keep up with this. It's almost impossible just to fatigue it out, as we see Joshua here deciding, I'm going to play the Codex of Frailty here, try to get some pressure back. But the unfortunate thing is that Mecropotent not only does all that, he blocks for 6.
Mm-hmm. And if you're thinking back to that moment where I said, hey, wait a minute, he's only got 3 intellect. Why are there 5 cards in Austin Henson's hand? Well, that's because, of course, there were 2 triggers of Evo Steel Soul Memory, because an Evo was transformed into something with a different name, and Austin Henson transformed it into a hero card.
Because Teklo Vossen is a Shadow Mechanologist Demi-Hero Equipment Evo.
Now, is there a chance, Barrett, that we're going to see the Shadow Mechanologist playstyle fleshed out a little bit more in the latest iteration, or in set 20?
God, I hope not.
Maybe Teklo Vossen will finally be able to run shadow cards. That would be hilarious.
Oh, you put a bomb in that deck, sure.
5 go again now for Ghost Protocol mainframe. Does not need to be boosted, of course. It doesn't have boost on it. But Teklo Vossen, the Mecropotent, for all of the things it does even more. It provides go again to all of your Mechanologist attacks.
Yeah, you know what was terrifying before with this card that was 5? Do it even more.
Mm-hmm.
You know those 9 overpower cards? Give them a go again.
Hey, remember those shreds that we were so terrified of throughout the course of this entire game? They're in the hand for Joshua Kelly, and they're likely just going to get on blocking duty.
What do you mean the Teklo Vossen's totally going to block?
Yikes. War Machine, adding insult to injury on this combat chain. 9 go again. Die is flipped upside down. 9 go again, overpower. Oh, and also destroy all cards in your arsenal on hit. And that's the least of Joshua Kelly's worries at this point.
Joshua, like, hey, I thought I banished all these, and Austin giving them the unfortunate news that those were Terminator tanks, not War Machines. He gets more of them.
I would dare say that the biggest drawback of playing Teklo Vossen is probably the amount of times that your opponent concedes before you get to do the thing.
I would say that I would have thought that it's all the Evos being clumped together when you shuffle your deck back up at the end of the game. If you're like me and they all just stick together and then you just get a hand that's all Evos every time.
No. It's definitely your opponent's not letting you kill them as hard as you possibly can. 9 go again with overpower still to be contended with by Joshua Kelly. No blocks, he says, down to 6. I told you those life totals would evaporate. Oh, let's do it again. Terminator tank crashes in right after War Machine. This time coming for the hand. The fist bump is extended, and even though this game is on stream, Austin Henson unable to play with his food, I would think, for as long as he would like. So it's the Corpo that carries the day. Turns out that money is not just good when it's paired with nepotism. It's also just good old-fashioned capitalism that carries the day in St. Louis. Congratulations to Austin Henson for taking down Arachne Huntsman.
Yeah, we thought it was a Victor who had daddy's money and he was the wealthy one. It's actually Teklo Vossen here.
Well, Teklo Vossen is daddy. He's the one who's got the money. I am scared to see Teklo Vossen's child enter this game.
Oh, that's Dash.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I think Dash is his daughter, right?
Are you serious?
I think so. I'm not the lore person. I think Mara's in chat. Mara, if you want to help out, or whoever our lore people
do help
are
me
in
out
chat.
with that,
I'm
because
pretty
I would
sure
love to know.
Dash is supposed to be his daughter, but I'm not positive.
Interesting.
I'm not a mechanologist player.
Nor am I, clearly. Otherwise, I would probably know a little bit more about this. Maybe if Max Ferocity has found her way into the chat, would love to know a little bit more about the background knowledge in the world of Wraith. But for now, we'll just speculate wildly, as is our right.
Sure.
Because we have the microphone and nobody else does, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
what do you want to
cool.
speculate about?
We're going to say whatever the heck we want. I want to speculate about the value of AGE Premium. That is, of course, a content service that is exclusive to Arcane Games and Events. You can sign up at www.age.events. It is a measly $10 a month. It is the front page of Competitive Flesh and Blood. We provide tons of value, including strategy articles, extra AGE games, event discounts, and more. The more is what I want to focus on here, because our subscribers fuel our fire, our flare for homegrown flesh and blood. If what we do with our grassroots tournament circuit is something that speaks to you, if lifting up players and feeding them into the World Tour, providing them the confidence that they need to compete on Flesh and Blood's greatest stages, then we encourage you to subscribe to AGE Premium and keep us in the driver's seat, keep us fueling Flesh and Blood all over the world. Now, I also want to talk about combat chains that don't fit on the mat. The person to take us through that and her blessed Nats run is, of course, Ashlyn Slattery, her passion for Fi, and also the game of Flesh and Blood in general just oozes through this article. I edited it myself and had a blast. Even though I am not a huge Fi fan myself, loved reading what Ashlyn had to say about this hero.
Yeah, great Fi, better person, fantastic article. Go check it out if you want to learn anything about Fi or just ninjas in general, Fab gameplay at all.
100% Barrett. And before we go to break, if you can believe it, we won't have time for an interview, folks. So we're going to have to wait to hear from either Arachne Huntsman or Teklo later on. Do want to mention the good people at Hammurabi TCG. Go ahead and buy from the bazaar after, of course, sharpening your swords. Mastery Pack Warrior pre-orders will be open July 1st. Grab full set bundles and singles if you don't want the bulk at the bazaar. It pays to have a friend in the card gaming business, and that friend is Hemal Patel. Go ahead and reach out to him either at email, Blue Sky, or X. You can find those links at the bottom of your screen. Go ahead and jot them down and get your orders in before July 10th. You can pick those up at Pro Tour Las Vegas if you get them in time. Back over to us real quick before some Flesh and Blood action continues in St. Louis. 6 total rounds of Swiss, and we are careening towards the 5th. Our top 8 cut is getting ever closer to being sliced. And so we'll be back with more Spider's Bites, perhaps more Mecro potential, but definitely more Flesh and Blood after this. The top 8 cut is mere moments away, but not before a little bit more flesh and blood is back to be played. We're back at the AGE Open Series in St. Louis. It's the June Open, which is the third to last event before the top 16 cut for the Players' Championship running. Bryce Platt's back with Barrett Goss, and we are ready to show you exactly how our top 16 is looking right now. Jason Feng, he's still in the running for top 8 today. He is the lion's share holder of AGE points this season, and that's no small feat, especially because our 4th seed, Lucas Oswald, is in the building, and he has yet to lose an AGE event that he's attended. But based on his tournament run right now, I don't think that's going to be the same case today. He is on Prism of all things, but is at XN2.
Yeah, and we see a couple other people here that are high on this leaderboard still in the running today. Anthony Hook at 3-1 currently on RKO, doing really well so far. Jeet Perla at 42 points here at number 8. I believe is out for the day at 2-2. He and Lucas are currently paired. But a couple other people on our leaderboard not here today. People who are contesting like Austin Reddington. We do see Phillip Scott here at 14. Currently 3-1. We saw him on stream earlier on Puffin when that close game against Nathaniel Brower, who is also looking to move his way up the point total. Currently at 3-1, playing against Joshua Kelly from our last round on Arcane Huntsman. So a lot of people in these top 16 looking to further cement their points or move up it. Emery Powell currently at 16th is at 2-2. Looks like won't be making the top 8 for this either. But again, we saw before in other AGE championships that point total that you need to make that top 16 around a 40-45 point cutoff. These players are still below that. So every AGE event that you can rack up points at this point can be really important for them to make that players championship in 3 months.
And it's not just the top 8 cut that goes home with points, of course. Even if you just perform in the 13th to 16 realm, which is honestly almost, well, it's exactly half of the field today with 32 players. You go home with 8 points, and that is nothing to shake your cap at, especially if you were to ask Three Floating's own Aiden Kwasniewski. Sometimes that cut comes down to literally 1 point. So going out and performing consistently is the name of the game when it comes to the AGE Open Series, not just spiking a tournament here and there. We do have players ready. We're going to be having a little flesh and blood conversation with Jason Feng again. We saw him in our round 1 feature match, unfortunately succumbing to his opponent, the frosty Jarl on the other side of the board. Has not dropped a game since and is going to try to defend his honor against Valda, Seismic Impact. What do you know about Cindra versus Valda, Barrett?
Maybe not the Guardian that we expected to see in the spot, right? The one that you'd expect is Victor here. Valda, though, does a lot of the things that Jarl did, funnily enough, that are really disruptive to Cindra. A lot of those on hits that they can really mess with their turns. There's no frostbites here, but the difference is that Valda's going to be able to make those dominate attacks that Cindra's going to struggle to deal with. So there's times when our first round opponent for Justin was able to put out all those frostbites into those strong attacks. It's going to be similar where there's going to be on hits that can potentially mess up Justin's game plan here. So we'll see how he can navigate this. And Jason will need to be able to both pressure in this situation against the Valda and also make sure that he is able to properly defend against it.
Something that he did rather well against Devin in his round 1 matchup. Unfortunately, it just didn't go his way. And without frostbites, maybe that's what Jason needs in order to carry the day. We're going to find out just like you at home all at the same time as we proceed back once again to St. Louis. Fantasy Books and Games where Shane Martin takes on Jason Feng. Shane Martin, incidentally, one of those other basketball players that I was talking about at the impromptu game organized at U.S. Nationals. He outperformed me, although he wouldn't say that he was at the top of the pack by any means. Sporting a Righteous Gaming shirt, got to shout out Tyler Broughton and the good folks at Righteous Gaming, as they have always been a friend of the show and a friend of mine. Hope they're doing well, and hope Shane Martin can make them proud. 40 plays 40. We'll have to see who is on the play, though.
Yeah, Shane has played a lot of the more aggressive decks. I remember playing a lot against him when he was on Zen for a while, so he has a good understanding of what these ninja decks want to do. He's a stalwart through a lot of the higher tier Flesh and Blood events like Callings, Pro Tours, that kind of thing. So expect him to be really practiced with this matchup and know what's going on with it. We do see a pretty typical loadout here from the Valda. A lot of equipment here that we can block with. It wasn't quite like in our first round where we saw the Jarl maybe didn't have the biggest blocking suite. Valda here has it in spades. As we see on this first turn, we see a blue Aftershock coming in here after pitching into our chess piece for a Seismic Surge. Going to be a standard of every turn here with the Valda, pitching into that Seismic Surge, getting that Seismic Surge generation coming from that tectonic plating.
Jason, however, rewarded, able to kind of filter out a otherwise awkward hand. Two Hunt the Hunters are not ideal, especially when paired with Demonstrate Devotion. I'm not sure if that was in the hand already for Jason Feng, but does get to crash in first with Rising Resentment. 3 go again. No real on het to be spoken of.
Head jab in the trench coat.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see a lot here from the players, particularly from Shane's side. Really figuring out how to manage this combat chain to really stop the mask momentum draws is going to be pretty critical. We saw that first game that Jason wound up having to pitch Ancestral Empowerments early, so we didn't really have that ability to kind of manipulate the attack power here. But this might be a situation where we actually see that come to fruition, where Shane might have to block out a situation. Jason has that to push over and get that critical draw when Shane doesn't have a D-React here. So while there isn't the dearth of ability to stop with things like Frostbites and disrupt the pitch of Jason Feng, Shane will have more D-Reacts. Jarl generally can't really fit that many, particularly the ice build, since you can't do Rootbound Carapaces in the deck very well. Shane has a bunch of options available if he chooses to put them in the Valda deck that can help cover all of these breakpoint attacks and cover any combat tricks Jason might have.
Speaking of options, this hand might very well play itself for Shane Martin. He has 2 Seismic Surges, which means that put him in their place only costs 4. What goes well with 4 cost attacks, Barrett? Pummel.
What?
Before going in now for Demonstrate Devotion on Jason's side of the board, paid for by the first resource generated by Blood Splattered Vest. There's also the small matter of an Ancestral Empowerment, but Shane has said he's not blocking and he's not doing it now, so up to 5 goes this Demonstrate Devotion. The Bloodletting is not over for our Guardian, down to 31 now.
And the all-important third chain link here that we always see from the Cindras that kind of puts you into that bit of an awkward space here. Now, notably, Jason did already have to flick knives earlier this turn to get that resource to play the Demonstrate Devotion here. So there shouldn't actually be an issue here blocking out on this kunai. It's pretty heads up here from Shane's side of things. So we do just cover that with a 3 block from hand, and we see Lava Burst coming in here at 4-5 to end this chain out and just push a bit more damage into Shane. Already down to 26, though, to start this game.
And Shane happily accepting all of that Lava Burst damage, which is interesting to me because Shane generated yet another Seismic Surge token as Jason drew a card from Ancestral Empowerment, and that is just the passive ability of Valda's Seismic Impact. That clean line of pitch 2 blues, play out, put him in their place, and Pummel is no longer available. So the Arsenal, I think, is going to tell the story. Yes, It is a Boulder drop. This makes a lot of sense now. Going to be free because of those 3 Seismic Surge tokens. Also going to be given Dominate because of yet another passive line of text on Valda's hero ability. And all of a sudden, those 2 floating can pay for Pummel.
And this is where Shane just there like, oh, no. Don't look over here. There's nothing to see here. This 2 pitch won't do anything, I promise. It's totally not suspicious that I kept 3 cards and pitched a blue into a Tectonic Plate to start this turn. Nope.
Yet another Ancestral Empowerment in the hand of Jason Feng. That card doesn't look nearly as good when you go, okay, well, it's essentially a free 1 value, might push through a break point, but it essentially gifts that 1 value over to your opponent when they're piloting Valda.
Yep. And also hitting that critical 3rd Seismic Surge there to get that Dominate active is huge in this matchup. And again, we're seeing that come to fruition even right here. Jason, if he had the option here, probably lays this entire hand down in front of the Boulder Drop, says, okay, you have the Pummel, or you put down 3 cards at least with it so you minimize the damage of the Pummel and the disruption of it. Here, he can only put 1 in play first, and then Jason's going to make him get rid of 2 more cards. So he's going to take a ton of damage with this, knowing what's coming here anyway.
And furthermore, Shane gets to put them in their place, in its place, in his arsenal for when it can do the most damage.
Yeah, just a brutal spot to be put in, and really one of the highlights some of the difficulties that Valda can force your opponents into, where you know it's coming anyway, and there's nothing you can really do about it.
And Jason gives a knowing thumbs up after Pummel is laid into the arena. All of a sudden, this Boulder Drop goes from 7 to 11, and it's open for 24 hours, just like the place.
And we see that life total that looked real rough a second ago suddenly equalized very quickly here as Jason discards a Display Loyalty here and puts a card back on top of his deck, and now looks at his turn just having 2 cards in hand. Not a lot that you get to do with that as Shane draws back up with that, put him in their place in his arsenal again.
Guardians just do it a little bit different. All heroes in Flesh and Blood like to exsanguinate their opponents, but Guardians do it in one fell swoop, while ninjas chip their way through big combat chains. It's an activation of fealty in the beautiful Marvel variety for Jason Feng. So this Fire Tenant Strike first is indeed draconic. Crash and Bash gets in the way. Shane, however, doesn't seem to be revealing a card with Crush in order to generate a Seismic Surge token. That's because he doesn't have one.
We don't need those. We have 1 in our arsenal, right?
And this is a clean hand for Shane. We'll be able to just go ahead and play out a Seismic Eruption and put him in their place. If he can get 1 more Seismic Surge token, he'll even be able to do it for free. I don't know if Jason is going to be drawing any more cards this turn, though. Crash and Bash the second gets in the way of Display Loyalty, which did have 4 points of value stapled onto it.
Yeah, looks like we're just going to go ahead. We'll go up to 5 Seismic Surges here, which means we'll still have to pay 1 into the put him in our place, but we also can pay the 1 into the Tectonic Plating anyway.
Exactly.
So kind of just continuing that train. Valda always wants to have a Seismic Surge every turn, both for her own abilities, but also for things like Basalt Boots, getting that extra block out of it, maybe Testament of Vala High. So never happy to have that there if you need to do it here, as we see 10 Dominate coming across with the Valda specialization saying, if this crushes, which it more than likely is unless we get equipment block, discard your entire hand and then draw that many cards. Of course, with Valda, that also means make that many Seismic Surge tokens.
And, that might not sound that bad for your opponent when they're just going to be able to draw up as many cards as you kind of took from them. But being able to plan your turn cycle, especially in the hands of Cindra, a deck that requires such perfect sequencing, is half the battle.
Yeah, and in this situation, looking at the equipment suite, Cindra, not known as a great blocking deck from its equipment. It generally doesn't want to give up any of it other than maybe the flight paths just to block and chip one. Not really going to ever be able to equipment block this particularly well. So Jason electing just to block with Oath of Loyalty, discarding a Lava Burst, a Hunt the Hunter, and a Rising Resentment here. Going to draw 3 more cards, and Shane will make 3 seismic searches here.
And all of a sudden, that Tower of Valahai is almost completely online.
And look what happened here. Jason had a super functional hand. His hand was great. It played the entire hand very well. And now Jason's side is play Ravenous Rabble and then have 2 cards that require to have a Draconic attack before it. We didn't crack the fealty here, so we don't really have like a great playing hand after this now.
No, Flick Knives likely not to be activated here because only 1 kunai is equipped. But Jason will be required to play one of those Draconic cards just to keep the 1 fealty around. Cranial Crush blocks the majority of the damage from Ravenous Rabble. 1 leaks through. Shane Martin down to 25. Burning Blade Dance is the follow-up. 3, no go again, and I believe no on hit because no Draconic Chainlink came before.
Yep. And again, this just shows the power of having that ability to keep a full hand of Cindra versus any kind of disruption, be it making them discard or redraw their hand here, and Shane kind of made them do both. Just continuing to pressure what the Cindra can do as you see a red Boulder Drop coming in for 7 Dominate, yet again asking Jason, can I have some amount of cards out of your hand here? Now, luckily for Jason in the situation, he can give that flight path and a card here to stop the on-hit with the crush effect, but it's still going down a card out of his hand.
And Shane continues to force the issue. The real issue, I think, here is that Boulder Drop coming in for no pitch card. It's just paid for by Seismic Surge tokens, and so when you think about something like a 0 for 4, that is a perfectly fine 1-card retort to whatever your opponent is doing. Give +3 and also an on-crush effect to that card.
And we do see there, funnily enough, in Jason's discard now, a blue. Unseen in his Jarl game earlier.
Exactly. Warmonger's Diplomacy, just on blocking duty. It is going to be a Blaze Headlong out of the hand for Jason Feng. This is a fun little trick that you can do now that Draco Fire is in the card pool for Cindra.
You see Shane over here giggling like, what is going on here? I have to think about the plays here. And this is a really funny one because it looks so bad at first. And you're like, you know that they have a play, but you aren't sure which one it is because it could be Draco Fire or it could be Ancestral Empowerment with it. So here Shane just thinking about what he wants to do with the turn and which one it might be from Jason's side of things.
Now, oftentimes what this would signal in the past is a Sigil of Solace in the hand. I'm looking at Dromai of old, but Shane happy to take 4 down to 21, and Jason can still go ahead and play a red card in the damage step. There it is, Draco Fire. Shane says, okay, jig's up. That was cute. Just clean sequencing from Jason Feng, even though it probably doesn't hold that much in reserve against a player as astute as Shane Martin is. But you got to give yourself every edge that you can in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, and we see you put him in there place blocking here from Shane. Not going to swing another one of those right now, it looks like. Wants to make sure he covers this out. Declines to let Jason get that Mask of Momentum draw here potentially, since this can't be flicked since it's the active chain link. We can break this up and make it so we have to worry about that for the next 2 attacks this turn.
Hot on the heels, the follow-up. This one, unlike the Burning Blade Dance that came the last turn cycle, will have go again and also on-hit mark Shane Martin. It's a block of Tower of Valahai. I think that Seismic Eruption is about to make itself known. Crown of Providence sinks the Arsenal card, finds a pummel. But no.
Get that flick. No, well, Shane will go down to 20 here.
Curious.
Jason just rebuying the kunai here, so setting up for his next turn, hoping that Shane doesn't have yet another disruptive attack here to kind of put a wrench in his plans. But unfortunately for him, I think I see a Spinal Crush in Shane's hand here.
And there's a reason that Spinal Crush depicts a Guardian smashing the spine of a ninja.
And we look in the picture and it's Pummel, Spinal Crush, and a Macho Grande, I believe, in addition. So Shane's hand was just, what way do I want to disrupt you?
This is the OG backbreaker card.
And this is going to take 2 cards out of Jason again.
Coming in for 9, Jason does have himself a Shelter from the Storm. Could get equipment in the mix, but the equipment is so important to Cindra's game plan.
I believe a Fate Foreseen as well, hiding behind the Shelter from the Storm.
Let's take a look here. The shoulder of Jason Feng is swole, but it does block our view. Is it a Fate Foreseen?
I think it's the Compendium.
Yes, you're right.
Antiquity
I see
art.
the face
Yeah.
now. The last card in hand, is that a Art of the... No, it's a cut through. So Fate Foreseen takes a look at the top of the deck. Jason likes it, leaving it there. Total block of 7. 2 finds home. Jason Feng now down to 17.
And now, Shane in a comfortable spot, but does need to keep applying this pressure. This is just a blind draw. We don't have any Arsenal here set up our next turn, and we are out of Seismic Surges. So crucially, that does mean that we're a little bit... Our Basalt Boots don't work as well. Our Testament of Valda isn't getting any of its buffs now that it's been used for its first point of defensive value. So this is a situation where Jason, if he can kind of set up his next turn and Shane has an off turn, could really start to maybe pull this back a little bit. So we'll see here what he wants to do as we do see this cut through come through for 3. Currently no go again.
And there are no prevention effects in the hand of Shane Martin, so Flick Knives will be able to give this +1 and go again. Shane does have a Clash of Bravado, though. First clash of the game, won handedly by Shane Martin. Macho Grande does beat Ignite, so Fealty Token destroyed, although... Oh, Jason can't respond at this point. Would have had to respond with the Fealty activation before the Clash went through.
Correct. So Clash of Bravado, if you don't do it in response to it, then there's no window in between it, losing the Clash to get it. And this could be relevant for Jason, right? Like, we see those Fealties so often creep in, whether it's doing something like Art of the Dragon Fire, where it's getting that crucial extra ability to it, or sometimes even like a Ravenous Rabble or a Snatch, making them Draconic so you can rebuy with Cindra's ability. That Fealty has a lot of applications within this deck, so losing that might not seem too bad right now, but down the line could actually really matter. As we do see that Flick Knives come through, do a damage and put that cut through up to a 4 go again, and then Lava Vein Loyalty coming in afterwards for another 3 go again.
Another head jab and a trench coat, especially now that they're... Oh, excuse me, not a head jab and a trench coat because there was no Draconic Chain Link before. It was just 3 no-go again there. There is a potent hand for Jason Feng, but if he has a Fealty token, and now over to Shane Martin, who just creates a Seismic Surge pitching... I'm sorry, is that a slogism?
Are we back to WTR draft here? I'm very... What?
What is going on in this world?
Shane is bringing all the heat here, but unfortunately for him, he's pitching that slogism into a Tectonic Plating and then just swinging a Titan's Fist.
Okay, what do we think that means? Is this just a way to extend his turn a little bit, get pseudo, like basically wider chain links with pseudo, like actual go again, but not stapled onto an attack? Or is it possible? Is it possible there's a regurgitating slog in the deck of Shane Martin?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that there's no regurgitating slog here, and it's just him doing a tall deck. I'm sorry.
Crushing my dreams out
The
here.
next time that we have like the 10-year anniversary for Fab and we get another WTR draft with the first ed packs, then we can see that.
All right.
But for now, I think it's probably just a +6, but is a wild tech piece to see here out of Shane. Probably really handy in those Guardian Mirrors when you have Dominate, though, I gotta imagine.
A curious choice, especially when Guardians have gotten a lot of those buff effects in the form of things like edge of their seats. Granted, you have to wait a little bit. You have to leave your audience in suspense before you can take full advantage of the power that they grant you, but they're instants that block 3.
Yeah. So, interesting tech choice here. We'll see what's going to happen this turn as Jason gets the block, but he does kind of have that that turn that we said that he'd like to have here where Shane doesn't really do a whole lot. The unfortunate thing is that Jason's hand doesn't really convert.
No.
And we see right here, though, as he's moving this card to block, Art of the Dragon Blood, if he still had that Fealty in play, and this was actually Draconic,
huge turn.
His entire hand is Draconic otherwise. It starts as a starter. It discounts all these cards like this Breaking Point in it. He has the Dragon Scalar Flight Path to give it go again if he wanted. It has the Ignite. This hand is sick from Jason's side if he has that Fealty with it, but without it, he still has a line of play here, but it's not nearly as good. So that Clash of Bravado has done so much here just to stifle Jason's development this turn, and it's exactly what he needed to have.
And based on the hand that we saw after the Clash of Bravado from Jason Feng, he didn't lose any equity by not popping his fealty in response to Clash of Bravado. His turn was pretty much going to end right where it would have anyway. The follow-up to Ignite is Kunai of Retribution, accepted by Shane Martin, now down to 15. Jason barely in the life race. It is an activation of Blood-Splattered Vest, the second of its kind, and now here we go. It is Breaking Point, not coming in with its Rupture keyword turned on, but my eyes draw immediately to Dragon Scalar Flight Path, which would facilitate the Lava Burst that remains in the hand. Jason might have put together a potent hand despite a lot of pitfalls going the way of his opponent.
Yeah, and this is kind of like one of those don't look here situations of the floated resource being pretty heads up here since there's still a card in hand. So Shane knows that he just has to commit a good amount of blocking this turn as we see those Basalt Boots and the Mantra Grande go in to fully block this Breaking Point. But still a good recovery here from Jason. The turn isn't quite what he wanted it to be, but he's still going to get a really good play here at the cost of his boots and a counter on his Blood-Splattered Vest. As we see that Lava Burst cracking in here 4-5. We'll see how Shane wants to block this. He does still have a lot of this equipment, and it looks like it's going to pretty much all get shoved forward this turn. Or he's up.
This is technically threatening a Mask of Momentum trigger, but with Dragon Scalar Flight Path already expended, the likelihood that Jason is going to actually be able to utilize the card drawn is pretty low.
And it looks like Shane has another Spinal Crush in hand, so he's debating how he wants to block this out so he can still throw it next turn. This armor can be given at pretty much any point, but you don't want to get too low to the point where you're still like in danger from those Flick Knives. So he's kind of debating, I think, at this point whether or not he needs to commit the armor here or if he can just take most of this and then send the Spinal back and still be in a good spot.
Because while attacks like Spinal Crush are very good at disrupting your opponent, especially when their cards don't block super well, it doesn't have that much damage on it. It's still, on its face, a 3-card 9, which is on rate with 3 head jabs.
Yeah, and at this point, we don't actually have that Dominate from the Valda hero ability. We only have the 1 Seismic Surge, so it's not like Shane can kind of threaten that on hit. If Jason wants to block it out, he just has to give 2 cards, and he gets to go back to his turn and still have that 3-card hand with his arsenal. So it's not the worst spot here for Jason, and Shane has to weigh keeping this armor for later versus staying a little bit healthier and then being able to send this back and not feel like he's threatened with the Flick Knives next turn.
Now, if Shane were able to omnisciently know the arsenal of Jason Feng, which we know is a Shelter from the Storm, I think he would probably just block with those 2 blues, Arsenal the Spinal Crush, and pass. But because that is a hidden zone, Shane has to assume that it's an offensive piece. That's the majority of what the Cindra deck is.
And he will still get some cards out of Jason here as we see him pitch back into that. I believe we're not going to be able to pitch back into the seismic or the tectonic plate here, because we only have the 1 blue here. But we will get to play this out, and we will get to actually have an arsenal off of this turn. And we'll see here what Jason wants to commit. He does only have to give 1 card because of that Shelter from the Storm. So he will still have a functional hand even with that, without having to commit the Mask or the Blood-Splattered Vest to a block here.
Just 2 damage finding home. Jason Feng down to 14 now. Shane Martin pockets a Tear Asunder, a card that is incredible at disrupting the opponent, much like the other cards in the Guardian card pool, but is so resource heavy. And I'm not 100% sure that Shane has the space with which to use it. Jason is still coming for blood. Ignite coming in 2 go again with 2 more cards left in the hand.
Yeah, we're going to see here Shane try to do one of either 2 paths. He's either going to try to block out and then get to that point where he can get like the big attack, maybe with Seismic Surge tokens out, or we might see him trying to keep 2 boosts and then go Titan's Fist for 5 with the Dominate and the on-hit of it. But definitely not a card that's always free to get off at this point. Like you said, it's very dangerous to try to have to go for that plan, but he might think it's his only real play forward from here to kind of reestablish control in this game.
Yet another pummel in the hand of Shane Martin. I thought we had already seen 3. I must be missing my count.
You're seeing pummels.
Clearly am. 2 go again, stuffed by pummel. 1 go again, skirted by tectonic plating, and wouldn't you know, it's yet another ignite. And whatever comes next, if it has rupture in its text box, that effect will be turned on. Breaking Point. Lava Burst could be huge.
And you see, this is why Shane no blocks this with the, even though he has the Iron Fist Revelation there, he needs to be cognizant of that last attack that could be disrupting attack. So he just says no blocks. This armor can be used for that next chain link. We're fine with it. As we see instead, just a kunai coming out here from Jason Feng.
just, but it does, of course, have go again. Oh my goodness, and Blood Splattered Vest cashed in. It was a 1 cost. It was breaking point. Jason Feng just wants to use that last resource from his chess piece to sneak 1 more damage through. And furthermore, a Mask of Momentum trigger is now available. Could refresh the arsenal.
Really good player from Shane, really disciplined not to spend those Iron Fist Revelation. Now if he wants to, he only has to block with the 1 card from hand plus the Iron Fist Revelation. So we'll see here how he wants to approach this, if he wants to block it or not.
And now if he only blocks with 1 card, would be able to go ahead and send Terra Sunder with the Titan's Fist. But with Mask of Momentum still in play, Jason can absolutely deal with that potent on-hit.
Yeah, so Shane's split here is basically, do I give the Iron Fist Revelation in 1 card and then send back Titan's Fist with the Terra Sunder? Or do I just block 2 cards and send the Titan's Fist by itself, is what he's really deciding here. Either way, this breaking point definitely is getting blocked unless he decides, I can't ever get this off and I need a clear arsenal.
5 damage still for Shane's consideration. 3 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. Affirmative on Jason Feng's side of the board. 14 plays 8. A life gap that is getting ever further from the grip of our Guardian, who seemed dominant in the first few turn cycles of this game. But if there's one thing that I know about Jason after watching him 2 times on coverage today, is that he can handle himself in the face of big disruption.
Yeah, and it's really one of the situations of understanding what you're playing into. He understood his window with Valda is that you don't necessarily have to always have an on-turn. You can wait till she stumbles. And one of the issues with her compared to some of the other Guardians is that she requires both Seismics and crush cards to get her full value and be at maximum power. And there's windows that you can find throughout a game like this that you take a longer approach to, where you'll get those windows of opportunity because the Valda will stumble. So Jason was able to kind of slow down, conserve his life total there, and then get back to that point.
Jason representing the on-hit of Mask of Momentum now for Shane Martin.
Just putting it out there. Don't worry about it, Shane. just putting this here.
A less friendly player wouldn't tell you until the attack is connected.
Or he wants Shane to block 2 cards.
Ah, very well.
He's like, no. You definitely need to block this.
You definitely need to block this. Because if I'm in Jason's seat, I'm definitely thinking that my opponent is trying to resolve something like a Spinal Crush by keeping this many cards.
We do see Shane there blocking with that, put him in their place, which definitely wanted to be able to get off if he could, right? Or at least play the Terra Sunder. Alex to block with 2 cards, though, so he can just swing the Titan's Fist here. He wants to stay as healthy as possible because of those Flick Knives. He knows he's on kind of a clock with how much damage he can still take, because every turn that goes longer and longer, 1 more unpreventable damage against him.
Now the hand for Jason Feng looks a little bit less potent now that Blood Splattered Vest is gone. Demonstrate Devotion is there. Lava Vein Loyalty, Fire Tenant Strike first, which critically is not a Draconic card. And then Burning Blade Dance. He doesn't have a starter unless he pitches a card to swing Kunai.
Yeah, and this is one of those things that kind of comes up the more that you play Cindra into some of these longer grindy matchups, is how do you utilize your Blood Splattered Vest? Are you getting the maximum value and making sure that later in the game, you're not putting these awkward situations? We see Jason here just saying, I have to take the 4 damage here. I need my entire hand here to be able to convert reasonably.
Now, the easy pitch here would be Demonstrate Devotion, because it is the only card that has a cost that isn't 0 in the hand for Jason. Is there a consideration for any other of these cards to be pitched?
I think that what you have to look at as Jason is that the end of your turn here, you need to end with both daggers. So you need to send 3 chain links here, and he will utilize the Draco Fire here. Has finally decided to pull the trigger.
Forgot about those.
And crucially, the big thing here for this turn is it will make him guaranteed to be able to play 3 Draconic Links, whereas before he would have potentially only been able to play 2 because that Fire Tenant First Strike is not a Draconic card. So instead, utilizing the free resource to get his starter with that Kunai of Retribution. I wonder if Shane remembered that those were there, or if he had forgotten that Jason had that still available, as it looks like he's not particularly happy about this attack.
No, but I don't blame him. Kunai of Retribution does connect. Down to 6 goes Shane Martin. The follow-up, Fire Tenant Strike first. Fiery Punch, but not Draconic, meets Valahai Retreat? No.
Valahai Riven.
Riven. What is a Riven?
She's a League of Legends champion that's really annoying because there's a bunch of dashes.
A fair point. I remember the days of Riven. In this case, it's 3 Seismic Surge tokens generated for Shane Martin after pitching into Valahai Riven, something that I would figure he doesn't have the space to do.
Yeah, it might be that he wants to have access to the Testament of Valahai here, but kind of our issue here is we're just kind of bleeding out why we have that Terra Sunder stuck in our arsenal. This is one of the issues with
Right.
Terra Sunder. It's such a good finisher for Guardians, but it's such a liability sometimes in the deck when you get stuck in these weird positions where you don't want to IP it, but you also don't want to get it stuck in your arsenal where we're seeing now Shane just never has a space to keep 2 cards to use it.
This is exactly what I was worried about when it was established in the arsenal. But 4 meets 4 on Lava Vein Loyalty, which was beefed up by Fire Tenant Strike first. The follow-up Burning Blade Dance, crashing in for 3 go again. And this is, of course, the 3rd Draconic chain link for Jason Feng because a Kunai of Retribution was at the beginning of all things, now has been flicked and is in the graveyard.
And Shane here, going to be forced to block some cards this chain link. Cindra still is yet to be activated, so he's going to get the 2 daggers back here. Still 1 card in hand. And you can't really afford to drop down to 2 here if you're Shane. Otherwise, it means that you effectively have to block every kunai for the rest of the game, and you have 2 turns left before you're in trouble.
Mask of Momentum not threatened here, though, because, of course, the Fire Tenant Strike first and Lava Vein Loyalty were blocked out.
Is still the 1 block on the Basalt Boots here, since it does have Temper 2 currently with the Seismic Surgers out, so it will block for 1.
But is there any real consideration besides block with Clash of Bravado? Oh, is that a red disable?
It's a red disable, yeah.
Oh, that does make things difficult. I thought it was a blue.
Yeah, we're just in this tough spot where if we have to give up a card here, our hand does nothing.
Yikes. That's what we call in the business a big owie, especially because Jason Feng posturing like he's just going to arsenal this last card. We know it's a Demonstrate Devotion. Can't be played out here. No way. He pitches away Demonstrate Devotion to send at Shane Martin. Shane's very happy with this because he can finally convert the entirety of the hand.
Gets the Clash. Clash doesn't matter here. Does know that there's a Draco Fire on top, which is still a good card here for Jason Feng, but is good knowledge to know, especially since there's no longer a way to make the resource out of your graveyard.
And now, with that second block on Tower of Valda, Shane is required to be at 6 Seismic Surge tokens in order to get any more value out of it. Seismic Eruption is a good way to start.
And we have a solid ground in hand, which isn't terrible.
But first, Kunai of Retribution beefed up by Draco Fire. Head jab in a trench coat. It looks more like a knife. Shane accepting the damage readily, down to 2. Effective 1 because Flick Knives has yet to be activated this turn. Blaze Headlong, 4 go again. Seismic Eruption is met by Solid Ground. Excuse me, Blaze Headlong is met by Solid Ground after it is made free, of course, by Seismic Eruption.
And Jason swinging for 3 here, but does have an Ancestral Empowerment in hand. So if Shane just blocks 3 here, it's
could
over.
Be curtains. It is a block of 3. Ancestral Empowerment comes out of the hand. Shane Martin doesn't have any prevention effects. He checks the arsenal to see if it's changed from a Terra Sunder, but that is it. Jason Feng is indomitable when it comes to Guardians. Well, I guess he succumbed to 1 earlier in the day, so I'm already lying. But he's got a smile on his face because he took down the one that was in his way of the top 8 cut. And at 4-1, he is cemented no matter what happens next round.
Yeah, great play from Jason there. We really saw the lines of play that you need to take as the Cindra or the aggressive ninja into those Guardian decks. We need to pick and choose when you're kind of doing those push plays versus those pull and defensive plays. Masterfully navigated on his end, really kind of sat through some of those really rough turns. And then was able to pull out there at the end with just damage that couldn't be stopped by the Valda. And we saw there again, Valda, incredibly powerful whenever she's on. Really can struggle at times. We saw those Terra Sunder rot in the arsenal the entire end game there. And we saw him just have these hands that just couldn't convert at all, where he just was forced to block out and slowly bleed out to those kunais. So great play from both players, but fantastic job from Jason there to be able to pull it out in the end.
I love watching the learning how to block journey for aggro players. I'm not saying that Jason is an aggro one trick by any means, but watching the way he handled that game reminded me of the first time that I learned to block. I'm definitely a player that likes to play my cards rather than block with them, but in the face of Guardian, when they're sending disruptive attacks at you, sometimes all you got to do is take a posture like Jason, block with the highest value cards you can, send damage here and there when you can, and eventually the Guardian player stumbles and you can overcome them doing what your deck loves to do. So kudos to Jason. That is probably level 1 of your blocking journey if you're an aggro stand like me, and then eventually at some point you get used to it enough to actually pilot a deck that wants to block, and you see the power of value.
Then you just block every card. Then you're just Victor Goldman. You're just stacking gold. You're blocking all of your cards.
Right,
So I'll get there
exactly.
eventually. Don't worry about it.
So Jason is experiencing the gateway drug of blocking, shall we say. And then eventually you become Damian Riggins.
Yeah. Or next meta, he'll just shoot up Huntsman. We'll see him on Huntsman in July.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Well, say it isn't so, Jason. Love watching you play. And what the heck? I'll still watch him if he's playing Huntsman.
Sure.
Speaking of value blocking, let's talk about Mastery Pack Warrior in the context, of course, of Hammurabi TCG. Hemel Patel is the man in the bazaar. Buy from him and sharpen your swords because Mastery Pack Warrior pre-orders are open on July 1st. Grab full set bundles and, of course, singles at the bazaar. Should also mention that if you get any singles orders in through Hemel, you can go ahead and pick up your package at Pro Tour Las Vegas. But you have to have them in before July 10th. Be sure to get those orders in at any one of the social links at the bottom of your screen. Email, Blue Sky, X, and Hemel will take care of you. It pays to have a friend in the card game business, so you might as well buy from the bazaar. Hemel's also just a swell dude.
Awesome guy. Gorgeous Viscerai deck. Don't want to play against it ever again in LL.
Is that the one he normally brings out for the Drip Wars?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. What's
Fabled CNCs, all the
Ew.
first ed, foil cards, whole 9 yards. Yeah, it's gross. It's a car payment probably, but it's a gorgeous deck.
I want to see his fish smelling round the table product. That's what I want to see at the next.
You
Strip
keep
battle.
bringing this one up. I'm really intrigued
only
now.
the
I
second
gotta
time.
say, yeah, but that's
You'll have
twice.
to ask Hemel about it.
I haven't been told about this before. Now it's twice in like 3 rounds. So like clearly there's something here about fish smelling around the table. So
It's just a fun story. Hemel is a fantastic storyteller, and this is no exception. We're going to be back with an interview from our winner, Jason Feng, who I don't believe... Oh, no, we probably have had him in the interview seat once before, but he seems like a swell guy. I can't wait for you to talk to him, co-host of mine, and for me to listen in. Jason is definitely locked for top 8, so you're going to see more Burning Blade dances from him. Shane Martin, however, on the other side of the table, well, that remains to be seen. We'll continue following his journey and all the other amazing stories at the AGE Open in St. Louis. Stay tuned.
welcome back to AGE St. Louis. I'm here with our victorious winner of this round, Jason Feng. Jason, welcome into the booth.
It's good to be here again.
Yeah, fantastic to see your game there. I see that you're a bit of an assassin trader. Is that to be? So you're here for the first time with Cindra. How's that going so far for you the day? We've gotten to see you twice now on stream. Once losing to a guardian, once beating a guardian.
Yeah, I guess round one was not good for me. Jarl was the one hero I was hoping to not see. And Devin being a local, I knew he was on that build of Ice Jarl. I was like, I don't really know if I'm supposed to get through this. I'm sure I made quite a few mistakes in my game. But yeah, it's nice playing not Assassin for a little bit. All my attacks just come in for 3. I don't have to do anything. Or, you know. But yeah, I've played Assassin, like basically only Assassin at all major events. And I think this is the first time I brought a non-Assassin to one. So
And it's probably a nice change up on your end there to not have to deal with like all that and just have really aggressive. I get to play these cards in this order and just push a ton of damage every turn, right?
yeah, I think the big thing was I brought Mario to Minneapolis, and the field was a little hostile, and it's a little bit of assassin fatigue. So I was like, let me hop on to Cindra. Maybe this will be more fun. So
Yeah, and it looked like you had a really good build there. You had a lot of like defensive tools as well as offensive tools. We get to see Draco Fire in action now in 2 rounds. It looked really impressive. How have you felt with the build of Cindra now that you brought?
it's really good, actually. I think when it lines up, Draco Fire is really nice, either with Dagger or if it can line up with a 1-for-5. It's really great. Shout out to my buddy Tim, who I stole his list and I've been picking his brain for like the last week on what to do and change up. So it's a little bit different from his, but I think currently with Draco Fire and some of the other 1-for-5 tools, like she has a pretty decent game into a lot of the meta.
Now, speaking of the meta, it looks like we had a really open field here today with 32 players. The most played deck only had 3 copies. It was split between a bunch of Guardians and I believe Mario as well for those 3 hero decks, but also just a really wide open meta in general. How do you think Cindra does into the whole meta? And is it something that you looked forward to maybe towards Pro Tour Las Vegas or afterwards once the Mastery Pack Warrior comes out as well?
I think she has a really consistent game plan in terms of just like dumping your hand every turn. I think with the defensive package that allows you to play a little more mid range, I think that really solidifies her in a place where it's like, if I'm playing against other aggro decks, because I don't know if there's any hero that can truly beat a Cindra if they get mask every turn. So it's like, if I have 5 or 6 cards every turn, it's really hard to beat. Well, it's not impossible, as I've lost today, but I think she's in a really solid spot.
Yeah, and it looked really impressive. Now, are you planning to bring her potentially to Vegas, or is this more of just like a nice weekend reprieve?
Definitely more of a weekend reprieve. I will not be going to Vegas, unfortunately. Just didn't line up for me this year. But I think if I did go to Vegas, I'd probably bring Assassin. Most likely, just because that's what I'm most comfortable with. And in a bigger field like that, I think like some of the mistakes I've made today playing this deck, I'm like, because I remember going into it, I was like, oh, this deck's not hard. It's Ninja. How hard can it be? And I've definitely made mistakes today. So I think maybe playing something that I've repped more makes more sense if I were to play at a tier 4.
Okay. And now it looks like going into this, this is the AG event where you're still currently in the lead pretty comfortably for the AG player race for the player championship. How do you feel going forward for the rest of the weekends this year? We have 3 more after this, I believe, before the players championship. Are you looking to kind of spread out and just kind of peruse what decks are available to you over that time period? Are you kind of like thinking that you're going to veer back towards Assassin, or how are you approaching these upcoming events after this, since it seems like you are pretty well locked at this point for the players championship?
Yeah, actually, my placement in terms of points is kind of what influenced me to try something different. I saw that no matter what happened today, I would still be at least second in placements, and I was like, you know what, let me try something new. I didn't play Oscilio, which is actually what I really wanted to play. The spell list with Aether Flares that Lucas Oswald brought to Minneapolis. That was really cool. But I haven't played Wizard in a couple months since Verdance left at the very least. So it's like I didn't want to jump into the deep end in terms of complexity and stuff like that. But I think I'll try to explore a little more with the rest of AGE before I like really pick something for the final event.
Yeah, it seems like Lucas should have brought it today apparently as well with how Prism went today for him. I'm just saying.
Yeah, exactly. I think I saw him asking for cards for Prism last night, and I was like, I was expecting Oscilio. So
apparently not. And it seems like he's also hit some of those matchups like we talked about. The meta seems like it's really wide open, not only just in the meta at larger, but in St. Louis, where he hit some of those matchups that you not necessarily want to see if you're the Prism, like the Jarls. It seems like you have a lot of things that are kind of hostile towards that deck. So maybe pivot back towards Oscilio for him in the future.
Yeah, I would expect that, honestly. I think he just hates Victor and clashing against him. So that was a surprise to see Prism today, that's for sure.
Yeah. Now, anyone else that you want to shout out here? I know you mentioned Tim here for giving you the Cindra deck list. Anyone else that you want to shout out here, or just kind of thank for your journey here with Fab?
I want to thank my buddy Christian, who I don't know if that was in the player profile. He shouted me out the very first AGE, and I proceeded to bomb that event. He's no longer in our current circuit. He has moved, but eventually, hopefully, he'll be back. He's probably watching this in a replay because I think he's time zones aren't really a match right now. But hopefully, get to see him again soon. And then also to my fiance Annika, she has really supported me in terms of like playing the game. And I think we went to Minneapolis, it was an 8.5-hour drive.
Oh,
She
wow.
drove the entire way there, which was crazy because we didn't even play that day. It was on Thursday before the actual event.
Mhm.
But yeah, she's my chauffeur, I guess, and big support at home. So
Always great to see support from personal family members and spouses and significant others. So thank you, Christian. Thank you, Annika. Jason, thank you so much for the interview. Good luck in your last round here before the top 8. It seems like you are locked at this point here for top 8, so we'll hopefully see you back in the top 8 as well. As for that, good luck, everyone. We'll be back for round 6 shortly here. Don't go anywhere.
Only one round separates us from a swift cut of the top 8 at the AGE Open in St. Louis. Of course, June edition. Bryce Platt's here with Barrett Goss. Barrett, we've seen a lot of different things today, even more varied hero selections than I think we even saw at U.S. Nationals.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been great to see the field be this wide and so many heroes have success. We've seen everything from Puffins to Jarls, old stalwarts like Cindra coming back around as well. So really nice to see just that diversity with it as we go into Vegas here in these last couple weeks of Nats.
Without a doubt. And before we bring your last match of Swiss, I do have a word from the good folks, which I guess is me, over at AGE Premium. AGE Premium is the front page of competitive Flesh and Blood, but moreover, it is a vessel with which to fund our continued mission to bring up hometown heroes and funnel them directly into the world tour of Flesh and Blood. AGE is the place where illustrious players like recent U.S. national champion Colin Erickson cut their teeth and get the confidence that they need to both play on stream and play at a high competitive level. One of the reasons that Colin Erickson has become such an incredible player is because his gem buddy at AGE for the longest time was previous national champion Charles Dunn. It would be weird to not see them in round 3 going to the absolute dregs of their decks and duking it out. Probably the most exciting match of the day, and oftentimes it wouldn't even be on stream. So join us at AGE Premium. If you can afford it, go ahead and provide us your $10 a month, and we promise we funnel it directly back into the game that we all know and love. More specifically, you can also enjoy premium articles by the best of the best in the game, and Jacob Clemens is the perfect poster child for that exact sentiment. Damn Near Perfect Unity is an incredible expression of vulnerability, humility, and also a drive to be ever better at the game of Flesh and Blood. Jacob Clemens analyzes the deck selection process of Team Super Armory on their way to Pro Tour Yokohama, analyzes what worked, what didn't, and how they can show up better next time. Thank you so much to Jacob, one of my favorite correspondents that I consistently get to work with as the editor-in-chief of AGE Premium.
Yeah, and fantastic person if you ever have a chance to talk with him at an event. One of the nicest people ever. Does travel around almost as much as Brody at this point for Flesh and Blood.
I think possibly even more in some cases.
I fully expect at some point to see a post across the cornfield again, but this time instead of Brody coming out of the cornfield, it'll be Jacob.
I couldn't agree more. And I would love to see that. I'd probably pay money to see it, honestly. Honestly. So we are going to proceed to the feature match area, but not before we take a closer look at one of our competitors. Anthony Hook is from the Midwest, as you'd imagine. He is sporting a 77 AGE rating. He is distinguished, not just in his stature, as you can see, but also in our ranking system. He's got 49 AGE points, which means he is squarely placed in the top 16 leaderboard, but with a win rate of 52% and only one top 8 finish so far, potentially 2 if this game goes his way. Anthony Hook really needs to secure some extra points.
Yeah, and like you said, great opportunity for him to get his second top 8 finish here, kind of put himself a little bit more solidified here for that Players' Championship. At this point, probably going to be locked after this event. If not, he'll be really close. And then start to, instead of being locked, look to actually solidify himself, maybe put himself into the top 8, have that preferential seating going into that Players' Championship, which not the end-all be-all, but is really, really nice if you have that opportunity to then be higher up that leaderboard and kind of have a bit of a safety net for yourself, at least in that first round of play, maybe going forward from there as well.
Let's go ahead and rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. The final round of Swiss is about to commence. It's Anthony Hook on KO, Underhanded Cheat versus Rex Carroll, Arachne Marionette. A deck that we haven't seen making waves either abroad in the greater Flesh and Blood universe or here at the AGE Open Series in St. Louis. There are 2 in the room, but only one still stands in the pack, maybe even out of contention for top 8. It all depends on the tiebreakers.
Yeah, and we can see here, Anthony on a 4-1 record, he should be locked for that top 8. Rex here playing potentially for a top 8 berth here if he's able to win this. It depends on what the settings are after this round, but definitely needs to win to be in contention for it. As we do see Arachne Marionette starting out this turn with the classic Hunter's Clave for one go again.
El Clasico, but it changes very much, and exactly why it changes is Boots of Omnis Ward, which is in the foot slot of Anthony Hook. Oh, but there's also a Shelter from the Storm in the hand, discarded in response to an activation of Flick Knives. Getting Anthony marked is going to be a tall order.
Yeah, and these boots, one of the probably the most overlooked legendary maybe out of Omens of the Third Age at the very
Not
start.
anymore, I don't think.
Yeah, people kind of looked at it like, it's just okay. And then people realized what this does into specifically Arachne Marionette, and suddenly those boots became so much more popular. That ability for any hero to run a prevention effect that stops that turn 0 play from Marionette of getting that mark off, coming up absolutely huge here. And Anthony gets to sit on this now because he had that Shelter from the Storm in his opening hand. We do see him starting out here as underhanded cheats like to do, just smacking Arachne Marionette here for 8, trying to get that crucial starting life lead. Right?
And why exactly does he want that life lead?
Because KO, like Lyeth as well, prefers to be playing from ahead with a lot of their hero abilities. Specifically, his with those mocking blows are probably the best card in the deck. It's a 0 cost that can then be boosted up with the KO ability to a 6, and then has its built-in buff as well that doesn't get kind of removed with the KO ability. So we can get these massive attacks for very, very, very little cost on his end if he has a higher life total than Rex. So Anthony's name in the game here is get that life lead and then hold on to it as hard as he can.
Life total already in the favor of Anthony Hook. Rex Carroll takes 5 damage on that show of strength. Cut from the same cloth, going to reveal the hand. Reckless Arithmetic, Fate Foreseen, Big Bully, and Rotten Remains. A card that was employed to maximum effect against Yuki Lee Bender at Calling Seattle at the end of last year in the hands of Tater Kamire. The follow-up now is Hunter's Clave, crashing in now for a big bad 5. Anthony Hook under the potential marking thumb of Rex Carroll again.
And Rex, you're going to have to be very careful, like you highlighted there, that Rotten Remains. Really, really crucial piece here that KOs get to run because they have so many 1 powers in their deck anyway, because they're trying to turn them into 6s with their hero ability. Incidentally, also damages Hunter's Clave here. So Rex already has a 1 in the graveyard. I wouldn't be surprised to see it be the target here for Anthony this turn cycle, even if that Rotten Remains only comes in for 2 damage here. If Anthony has another 1 power in his graveyard or with that Arithmetic potentially, if he were to block with that here, he's trying to hit those Claves as early as he can.
Ooh, and an Orb Weaver Spinneret out of the hand for Rex Carroll. This is exactly the way that Lucas Oswald would probably draw it up if he was piloting Marionette. No, you don't have to get the random transformation or the mark in the block of Mask of Deceit in order to get Orb Weaver online and going if you just natty draw Orb Weaver Spinneret. So all of a sudden the weapon loadout is exactly as Rex Carroll would like to draw it up. Hunter's Clave in the left hand, Graphene Calystra in the right, and Meat Madness on the combat chain, crashing in for 6. Anthony Hook now to contend. Does he want to see if he can gaze the ages and bend fate to his will? No, it seems it's just a full block of that Meat Madness with 2 cards from the hand, leaving 2 remaining for the offensive turn. The most important part here for Anthony, life total still in his favor.
Still ahead, has that Big Bully here, is able to leverage this if he wants to this turn since he is ahead here. We'll pitch that Rotten Remains. Looks like he doesn't want to kind of contest for that Hunter's Clave in Rex's graveyard right now. Says, I'd much rather continue to pressure your life total here and really push that damage at you.
And Big Bully, of course, going to get a big berth of damage because, of course, the crowd will boo Anthony Hook.
Yep, comes in here for that 6. For 8, sorry, excuse me.
Yeah.
Now, Anthony on his end doesn't have the resources here to buff it up. It would go up to, I believe, a 12 then with the way that it works with KO's ability. However, in this case, just getting that 6 across, kind of wanting to pad that life lead a little bit more here. He knows that Rex is capable of throwing gigantic hands back at him out of nowhere, so he wants to get as much of a cushion as he can. So he continues to hold that lead and be able to actually have a bit of comfortability with his future hands.
Anthony Hook, likely a disciple of the League of Levia, because I do think that Vigor token is one of the token drops from Mr. Ethan Van Sant, friend of the show.
Shout out, Ethan. Please leave the chickens alone. That chicken's been through so much now, through its different variations.
I thought it was pronounced Quicken.
Chicken Quicken?
Chicken Quicken.
So
5 damage here from Graphene Calystra after Savor Bloodshed. Beefs it up. It's a scar tissue over the top. Now 8 on this dagger.
Yeah, and Rex finally finding the way to mark that doesn't require the Hunter's Clave to hit. This card has been so crucial in all the different builds of both Marionette and Feng. Notably, Scar Tissue is just such a powerful card to get that mark through without needing to get anything on hits with it as well. And we'll see here, Tarantula Toxin coming in as well as we see 11 come across here on Anthony Hook. And suddenly, just like that, that life lead that Anthony worked so hard to build up is lost. Now he has to figure out how to claw this back and get that boost from the KO underhanded cheat ability and all of his cards that care about having that life lead.
It's the first roll. Randomly, Rex Carroll will transform from Arachne Marionette into one of the random Arachne demi-heroes. And the roll is 6, Arachne Trap Door. Not too bad when your opponent was holding back cards, one of which is, of course, a pummel. Rex Carroll might be very happy to have a defense reaction, especially something like an inertia trap on this turn.
And having the ability to fetch any trap here as well is so powerful. Rex can kind of pick and choose by which matchup he's into here. And since he knows that Anthony likes to play with power totals a lot, he has the option for that inertia trap, like you said, to maybe be able to steal tempo into next turn as well. The one weird thing with it is that there are situations where since KO buffs the base power, it doesn't actually trigger inertia trap here. So we'll see whether or not Anthony has an attack here that will or won't get hit by that, but I expect Rex to probably get that because the upside on it is so high.
The main issue here for Rex Carroll and the main thing that Arachne Trapdoor addresses is that pummel in hand for Anthony Hook. But will Rex be able to sniff it out? Will he even be able to play around it as much as he'd like? Vigor token pops for Anthony Hook. 29 plays 30. Right now, boos are not online, but it is a command and conquer. And because of the Vigor token generated by the boo on the previous turn cycle, boy, this pummel is efficient as all get out. But if Rex did pocket himself an inertia trap for this turn, he's not going to be able to play it.
Yeah. Anthony here with the perfect draw with it. CNC continues to be the thorn in the side of every D-React deck ever.
Yikes.
And you can see Rex's face where he just goes, yeah, bad roll on my part.
Big bad bummer. And Anthony Hook, got to commend him for the poker face he was able to put on there. Lady Gaga seems to be his favorite artist.
Rex here, deciding how he wants to navigate this turn. Does have to respect the pummel here, but could also elect just to say that he's going to get rid of his arsenal. No, he's going to lay the entire hand down here. Says, I'm not going to worry about the pummel. Sniffs it out from Anthony's side, and well played here by Rex to protect that arsenal if he really is worried about it.
And, it's not a given necessarily that Anthony Hook is always going to have a card in hand that he can utilize with pummel.
Or even an attack, right? Like, the deck runs plenty of attacks with it, but a lot of them aren't 2. Like, they need to be 2 costs to be able to actually pummel them. So if he has a mocking blow turn or something like that, or even just a claw swing, he can't actually do anything with that pummel. So we're going to see here if Anthony is able to actually find that attack to swing with and pummel.
But first, Call to the Grave finds a Fiddler's Green, gains Anthony Hook 3 life, seemingly out of nowhere.
And this is one of my favorite lines with the KO underhanded cheat deck. It has so many ways to mess with its life total. We've already seen how Fiddler's Green is good into other decks. Ira's run it, Gravy Bones runs it, Arachne Huntsman has run it to a great effect here. KO gets to run it not only as a block card, but he also has that Call to the Grave interaction here because he cares so much about having that higher life total.
Now, Anthony Hook, like we said, is placed in our top 16, at least for now. He's at 49 points, though. That can be a precarious spot. I would put him at the tail end of potentially locked. He has performed well enough, I think, to cement his place in the top 16, but seeding is all important, Barrett. You mentioned that playing, even when you're in Jason Feng's seat, is still important at each of these opens because, of course, you will have choice of turn order all the way through the Players' Championship if you're able to land at the #1 seed. And now, it's insult to injury, the attack for Anthony Hook.
And this, again, one of those new cards from Compendium of Wraith that we've seen that have really helped a lot of these, maybe a bit more edge case heroes that were struggling a little bit. Fantastic attack that where if you have more life total, which Anthony did after that Call to the Grave, the attack gets go again natively. Again, 1 power works fantastically with KO underhanded cheat's ability. And in this case, he can either kind of bluff Rex and say, here's 1 damage, are you going to do anything about it? Or he can just swing there, and if he doesn't block it, then he has that ability to get that 6 damage through. But again, crucially, an attack that doesn't work with the pummel.
Kiss of Death out of the hand of Rex Carroll. Just a measly 4, because of course Anthony Hook is marked. Could become a lot more if the hand cooperates. I see a Leave No Witnesses. I see a To the Point. Last card is Codex of Frailty.
But once again, this is one of those cards that traditionally the general sentiment is, oh, Kiss of Death, that's a no block.
Uh-huh.
We've all learned our lesson at this point. We've all been hit by a Tarantula Toxin that's just blown out the game at that point. We'll see here if Anthony decides that he wants to no-block this or what he wants to commit. We do see that Scowling Fleshbag being moved forward here to potentially affect Rex's hand.
And Rex hopes, prays that it's either the Leave No Witnesses or Codex of Frailty. 2 out of 3. Survey says To the Point is still in the hand.
Okay.
Alongside Leave No Witnesses. Oh, Tarantula Toxin in the arsenal. So Wrong. Gotcha, says Rex Carroll.
Casual 10, no big deal.
Dadgum. Wait, that's 11, right?
It should be
4 plus 3, 7 plus 4, 11.
Yeah. So
12 if you count
plus
the life
the one
lost.
from the one from the life loss.
And then go again into Leave No Witnesses, pocket my Codex of Frailty for later.
Sure, why not?
Oh, man, this is a good turn from Rex.
Get that flick for an additional 2 points of damage here from the Kiss of Death.
And it's a knowing nod from Anthony Hook. Certainly not happy with the way that this turn cycle has gone for him so far.
And again, if I look at Anthony's hand here, I don't believe he doesn't have a 2-power attack in hand again. There's another pummel there, but is it a send packing I think that he's thinking about here? Can't quite make out.
That is a send packing.
But if we have the pummel stuck on Arsenal, that's our only card that we can use here with it. But I don't know that we have the ability to both be able to block and keep that pummel in Arsenal. So it just, once again, we're seeing that Arsenal the pummel here in this situation come back to where his hand just isn't going to line up for it.
24 plays 20. Rex Carroll in the driver's seat and with an attack on the combat chain. Apex Bonebreaker plus send packing equals a blocked out Leave No Witnesses and a Might token. Question remains, what is Anthony going to do with this 2 pummel hand? 1 in the hand, 1 in the arsenal.
And still not that far behind in life. We're kind of in that mid-life total state here where Anthony still can potentially get that life lead back. But starting to approach that danger zone, right? Once we get to the 15 life area, it gets really difficult to block Arachnid Marionette. And the farther the game goes and the more that Rex is able to kind of accumulate onto Anthony, the harder it gets for him every turn cycle to correctly block out these attacks.
9 total damage from Anthony Hook. Does buy him a lead in the life race, but just 1. Back over to Rex. 19 plays 20. We know that there's a Codex of Frailty in the arsenal. Another one in the hand. This one is paying for Hunter's Clave. 1 go again. Rex Carroll trying to get that all-threatening mark back on the head of his opponent.
And we see the first Mocking Blow in Anthony's hand here. He'd love to be able to resolve this and start to push that damage with these really efficient attacks. But right now, doesn't have the life lead to be able to actually take care of that as he needs to block out this Hunter's Clave. As we see a second Kiss of Death coming in here from Rex Carroll. And again, Anthony, really tough to block. Gonna only get harder with cards like Kiss of Death here as he says no blocks and is immediately met with a Stains of the Red back.
Paid for by the Fiendal Spring Tunic, which was fully online. Anthony responds with a Sink Below, takes 3 damage technically on the connection of that Kiss of Death. Oh, and then there's a small matter of the Codex of Frailty that was still in the arsenal. Anthony insulated from discarding, but this 2-card hand would have been really nice with his own Tunic counter online. It would have been Show of Strength Pummel, but still, it is stranded in the arsenal. After so many turn cycles ago, Rex Carroll just folded the entire hand.
Yep, and you know it, you hate it, so do I. Codex of Frailty and to Leave No Witnesses has been a classic since Outsiders, and it's going to continue. Oh, well. Okay, well, I guess I'm going to finish this cast myself.
We're still doing hot takes.
Still powerful, even to this day, as we see Anthony block out and just has to pass right back, and Rex immediately puts the pressure back on with a pain in the backside here on this first chain link.
3 go again. The promise of more if Anthony is willing to let it connect, but another 2-cost attack has made its way into the hand. It is Show of Strength. Being postured as a blocking card once again. Might be because Anthony Hook wants to be able to utilize his free resource from Fiendal's Spring Tunic on Oasis Respite. A card that looks so much better if you don't technically have to pay for it. And wow, the 3rd copy of Kiss of Death in extended art cold foil fashion for Rex Carroll. It's a block of 4 total. Is the last T-Tox there too, Rex? Just a Stalker's Steps activation, providing go again to Kiss of Death, as it does have stealth.
Okay, not the worst case scenario here for Anthony. We do see him, he'll get a bit of light back from this Fiddler's Green and has the potential here for this Oasis. Those Boots of Ominous Ward still sitting there and potentially could use it on this flick if he wants to save himself an additional 2 points of life.
And Anthony Hook says, I can't leave no witnesses, with Oasis Respite getting in the way of Leave No Witnesses. And then, of course, an additional 3 points of life gained now that the combat chain is closed and Fiddler's Green has headed to the graveyard.
Did we not flick that turn?
We did not flick that turn.
Okay, so...
Should we have? Oh, the Kiss of Death.
Yeah.
The Kiss of Death.
Interesting there. Might be a small misplay that Rex has an issue with down the line where if we get to an endgame state where we're short a couple of points, but it looks like Anthony might have gotten a couple points back in reprieve here.
Huge. Specifically 2 points, which is not nothing when the opportunity cost was literally 0.
So we see Orb Weaver Spinneret coming out here again. Rex just firing on all cylinders here as he continues to push all this damage forward as we see Death Touch in the pitch zone. 4 go again out of this Graphene Calicera.
Why does this Graphene Calicera have go again?
It does not have go again, you're correct.
To the
Just 4.
point. Going to beef it up by 3. 7 meets 7. Anthony Hook stymies the defenses once again and is finally able to keep some cards in the hand. Unfortunately, one of them is a defense reaction, and we know that it's still a pummel in the arsenal, Barrett.
So we got an IP2 out of Rex here. We're going to get an IP2 out of Anthony here. Both players kind of like hitting hands that maybe don't fully function with the cards that they have. But we'll see here. Anthony just desperately needs to draw a hand that has that 2 cost or better and can play it, as it looks like we drew a CNC up here. So we'll see if Rex gives him any kind of space here and if we can play the CNC and pummel this turn around.
It's been an onslaught up until this point, but that turn cycle was both of these players throwing proverbial sponges at one another.
And does Anthony's hand have a blue? I think we see 2 DRX and a CNC, but I can't make out. It's a swing big. So Anthony finally drew a 2 cost, but also can't play the 2 cost with the pummel unless he keeps every card.
As long as he holds on to a blue, that Tunic will be online.
So we see here, Hunter's Clave for 1, pitching a blue.
I keep thinking that Rex Carroll is wearing long sleeves, but no, he just has that gorgeous tatted sleeve.
We see here, Shelter from the Storm going to stop both his first dagger hit as well as a potential flick this turn. So really good for Anthony to be able to cover a potential mark this turn. See if Rex can follow this up with any kind of pressure.
Anthony's got to be feeling good. But there is no blue in the hand. You're right, Barrett. Fate Foreseen, Command and Conquer join Swing Big there. Pummel still stranded in the arsenal. And with so few 2-cost attacks, honestly, remaining in the deck.
It looks like Rex here IP2ing again.
Wow.
We'll see here, Anthony gets the Tunic up, tech up. So we will be able to Tunic and then play the CNC here, pitching this D-React. So it's not a complete wash with his hand this turn. And potentially could strand a D-React here that Rex has, as we've been IPing 2 turns in a row here. Have to imagine there's at least 1 D-React here from Rex that he's just been stuck holding on to, that he didn't pitch into his Clave.
This game has been a careening steam engine up until this point. All of a sudden, it's off the rails completely and stuck in the mud. Command and Conquer now for Rex Carroll to deal with. Gives 2 cards, Take Up the Mantle and Savor Bloodshed. I think that's the second copy of Take Up the Mantle that I've seen from Rex Carroll.
First one was pitched on the first turn, I believe, as Pain in the Backside comes in. We're going to see if we went from NASCAR down to the Pinewood Derby, so we'll see if we can go back up to, like, maybe, I don't know, sprint cars here or something.
I'd take a Nissan Altima at this point, Barrett.
Take a Daewoo at this point.
What is that?
Don't worry about that.
Okay. I just want to know.
It's not good.
Okay.
That's all you need to know. It's not good.
Up 6 and run, and Graphene Calicera has got to have us at least to a dodge dart.
Yeah, okay, I'll go with that.
All right.
Hyundai Elantra, maybe?
Oh, man. My sister had one of those. Second hand. What'd she call it? My sister has a name all of her cars. Phillip, I think, was its name. It was a beater and a half.
Well, that turn was a beater and a half as Anthony just blocks 2 cards, comes back, and we're swinging back a Savage Claw here. So yeah, I think we're back down to the dart territory.
Yep, we are back in beater territory. Both of these players are driving cars that are probably just sporting cassette players, I would mention. For those of you listening at home that don't know what a cassette player is, no, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to rotary phone boomer you. Savage Claw doing the savage work of Anthony Hook. 17 plays 19. Honestly, this is not the power level that we've come to expect from either of these 2 heroes.
Yeah, we saw some really big swings right away from both of these heroes, and they both kind of hit just that mid-game lull where your hands don't quite line up. And this is something that can happen. It might be part of why Marionette has kind of struggled this national season, where when things don't line up, you just have these awkward hands that you have to do a lot of blocking with that don't really convert very well. And again, those Boots of Omni Ward have been sitting there for Anthony Hook the entire game, just staring at Rex, waiting for him to try to flick that dagger. And there's been so many turns where if he could convert and get a mark, it might potentially change the flow of this game.
The dirtling continues. Rex Carroll forced to pitch his last copy of Tarantula Toxin alongside another red just to send a Command and Conquer. Yes, it's gorgeous, but the playline, the options for Rex Carroll certainly have not been. And all of a sudden, space is open for Anthony Hook to potentially send that 2-cost attack with his pummel.
And I believe that card that was pitched otherwise was the third cut from the same cloth as well. So these are two of Rex's premium damage cards here that are being pitched at the bottom of his deck that he's not going to see again this game.
Oh no, though. It's a Shelter from the Storm in hand for Anthony Hook. He can't block with it on this turn cycle. In order to protect the pummel, he has to continue blocking with the 2-cost attacks.
And the take it on the chin here to cover it because back alley break line just a 2, so he has to give the take it on the chin as well.
Oh my god. And now an agility token is going to be donated to charity as it's going to be yet another swing of Savage. Not even that because it's Shelter from the Storm left in hand. What are we watching, Barrett?
And the hand is Shelter, Sigil of Solace, another take it on the chin, and a blue Mocking Blue. So this is another anemic turn.
Oh my good golly goodness gosh. Okay,
Look,
surely there's gas in this hand for Rex.
These players paid for a 60-card deck. They're gonna see a 60-card deck. We're only 25 minutes in now. They got 30 more minutes to do this.
Some people think a Mocking Blow is value. That is value. In the words of former U.S. national champion Charles Dunn, I love the game of Flesh and Blood so much, I'm going to make you play it with me for as long as possible.
Exactly.
Orbweaver Spinneret is the follow-up to Pain in the Backside. Graphene Calycera now crashing in for 4. No go again as Anthony is not marked. Sigil of Solace played in response. Up to 20 goes Anthony Hook. Is in boo territory again, but can he actually find a card that will boo? Up to Incision now. Griffin Calycera up to 7. Shelter from the Storm plus Take It on the Chin will block all except for 1. Another agility token generated for Anthony Hook. He doesn't even bother putting it on the board because it's just not necessary.
And the pool noodles continue as we sit at 19
My
all.
goodness. I do wish I had a counter for the number of turns that Pummel has been in the arsenal for Anthony Hook.
Was turn 2, I
want to say, yeah. 2 cards in the pitch, 4 Rex Carroll, Shelter from the Storm, and a blue Hunter's Clave tickling in for a potential mark. Overcrowded gets in the way.
Nice to see the
Hunter's Clave to follow. Yeah. It has been a long time. I would imagine it's a one of in Anthony's deck. Usually a card that you want to get into the graveyard as soon as possible.
I think they usually run 3 of them because, again, remember, it's a KO, so they can make it into a 6.
Sure.
And then also have the looking for a scrap combination and all of those.
Straight up.
The big thing is that you want to have one of them available to you so that you will always have access to it from the Codex of Frailties. And I believe this is the first one that we've gotten in the graveyard from Anthony. So he now has that ability, if he does get the arsenal open, that a future Codex of Frailty could put it back there and cleanly cover the Leave No Witness. As finally, after 18 turns, it feels like, Anthony's swinging an attack that's not Savage Claw. And that also here comes in as the Mocking Blow. It does have that boost here, even though it's the blue, and it'll get a +2 to this attack. And that has the potential, if Anthony has the blue in hand, to also bump this back up to a 6 base, which would then make it an 8 power attack here. So Rex has to block this not only as a 3, but also as an 8 potentially.
Ayo, KO finally gets his boo. Unfortunately, it is not a red Mocking Blow, but he's happy either way. It's Codex of Blood Rot. Pick up sticks and run, take up the Mantle, and Persuasive Prognosis in the hand for Rex Carroll. Some of those cards block well, some of them not so much.
And again, think about this hand. Think about how good that Take Up the Mantle would be if we could flick the Hunter's Clave here and turn it into Kiss of Death. That Boots of Omni Ward continuing to be a thorn in Rex's side here as he has to navigate not only this turn, but how he's going to push through the damage on his turn as well with this.
I did get to see the flash of the arsenal from Rex Carroll. It is a Shelter from the Storm. So even if Anthony decides to tap KO Underhanded Cheat, boost up this Mocking Blow quite a bit, Rex will be insulated a little bit from the bloodshed.
Anthony here still with that poker face. Does he have the blue? Does he not?
The man's unflappable. One thing we do know, cannot play the Pummel here because, of course, Pummel can only target attack action cards with 2 or greater cost.
Unflappable. Is that why he doesn't play the Chicken Quicken?
You can't flap what you can't catch. It is a blue out of the hand, tapping KO Underhanded Cheat and changing the base power of Mocking Blow up to 6. Is Anthony Hook, met by Shelter from the Storm. 4 damage across the line for Rex Carroll, who now sits at 15. 15 plays 21. Anthony Hook, booze aplenty, and online if he can grasp them. Rex Carroll gets to have his say, though.
Open up that arsenal for the Codex of Bloodrot here, notably.
Persuasive Prognosis on the combat chain without go again. Without a realistic way to get it. Rex Carroll, however, does, of course, go for the flick of the Hunter's Clave. Boots of Omnis Ward are activated, and Rex gives a shrug like he didn't even care.
Yep, having that up 6 and run, finally able to get around this, the boots here, getting rid of that flick prevention. So now he can finally start potentially getting marks onto Anthony here and getting all of his cards at full value.
He's still going to go for take up the mantle, but without the mark, cannot transform this attack into another. Persuasive Prognosis is still going to connect, hits a blue off the top of the deck, and so now Rex Carroll is allowed to rip one of these blues away from his opponent. In my eyes, I don't know. I feel like it's called to the grave, honestly.
I think either way we can tell what Anthony's turn's going to be here. So it's not one that he has a huge choice with the matter, I think. I think if he was able to keep this whole hand, then the Call of the Grave would be the most value as getting just another Fiddler's Green in the graveyard and gaining 3 life. But at this point, it's like, I don't think it really matters a huge amount here which one he winds up with.
Now, both players noticing that KO remains tapped. That shouldn't be, I don't think, because, of course, Anthony tapped KO on his turn. Not going to matter here, though. Swing big. Crack it in with a Vigor token, which finally, Pummel can get played, and not a moment too soon.
After 10,000 years, he's free.
Does that mean he can join the 10,000-year reunion?
Means he can conquer Earth.
Oh, sheesh.
For all of you 90s kids with Power Rangers.
Move over, Elon Musk. Oh, he's going for Mars. Swing big. Now, if it can be blocked out, will generate a Quicken Chicken for Rex Carroll. But I don't think that's going to be happening. Fate Foreseen jumps in front when the pummel is laid into the arena. Persuasive Prognosis, the card discarded. And Rex Carroll now at half the life total of his opponent. 9 plays 18. Got to shout out Rex, also unflappable in the face of the poker face of Anthony Hook.
Now, in a deep hole here, right? And this is the kind of the exact spot where KO is happy. They have enough of a life lead where they are comfortable with whatever Arachne is potentially going to send to them here, most likely. And then they get to leverage all of those attacks, all those mocking blows in the deck, the big bully, etc. here to really start to pressure those last few life points. As we see, double up 6 and runs, and then a Hunter's Clave for 9 here from Rex.
Fairly inane. If that Codex of Bloodrot was instead a blue, would have threatened 1, maybe even 2 more damage on this turn.
See what Anthony wants to commit here. It looks like just a sink below.
So a mark, potentially finally on Anthony's head. He sinks a blue, finds yet another blue.
He does have an outside interference in hand, which he can discard here to potentially fetch something like a big bully out of his sideboard. So it does have some potential to sculpt this hand here.
Second demi-hero role of the game. It is Arachne Funnel Web. Rex Carroll can come for the arsenal of Anthony Hook. But it's Sigil of Solace, the safest arsenal, I would say, against an assassin that might try to take it from you. Outside interference gets discarded here. Card chosen for Anthony Hook is, of course, Big Bully. He's squarely in the lead, so that Big Bully is gonna get the boo, and more importantly, be ready to be beefed up by KO underhanded cheat. Yikes. Cue up the boo. KO is doing his thing.
And threatening a potential 12 here, so Rex has to commit multiple cards into this block, either between the Mask of Deceit or multiple cards out of hand, or he's just going to die if Anthony has the blue in hand, which he does happen to have here. So it's time to put Rex into a really precarious position here to end this game.
Rex punished immensely for his deck, just not doing the thing for too many turns. Mask of Deceit, however, jumps in front. So it's not Funnel Web. It is instead going to be Arachne Orb Weaver, which will discount that Graphene Calycera to 0 cost. And all of a sudden, it's not, well, it is 12, actually. Really I was about to say it's not 44 earlier. It's 8, but he did the other thing.
Really nice combination here with the Orb Weaver to be able to have that Spinneret, or the Graphene Calycera be free here with the Savor Bloodshed plus the pump in hand.
Huge. Very clean transformation for Rex Carroll. shouldn't be 4, I don't think. It should be 5, right?
There's
Yeah,
no. It's not a marionette.
It's not marionette, but
So
it
it's-
has 1 power on
so
its
it gets
base.
the 1 on its
1
base,
plus 4, 5.
Plus 4, 5. So it should be at an 8 here.
Yep.
I think they're just confirming the power here.
Anthony doesn't seem to mind, though. We are in the reaction step, and Anthony has not devoted a card to blocks, perhaps thinking that if that Arsenal card was the last copy of Tarantula Toxin, he could have gotten blown out. Rex taking a think here.
You know what we're going to do here. Curious what Anthony, and if you're Rex here, you have to be a little bit concerned about the fact that Anthony has 5 cards. You know that the Arsenal is Sigil of Solace still, but you have to be a little bit concerned here if he's like, I'm just going to no blocks this and go to 5 as well, what he could possibly throw back on his turn.
And if a KO underhanded cheat is keeping a 5-card hand, you've got to be scared of it. There's so few combinations of cards that can allow them to go multiple chain links wide.
Potentially here, Rex could be thinking about a flick, but a flick here on the Clave will still leave Anthony unmarked at the end of turn. He'll only go down by 1 under Rex, and then he still has that Sigil of Solace to get back above life. So not great on that aspect either. Probably really needs this draw from the Graphene Calistria hit and that Savor of Bloodshed to give him something like a Codex of Frailty, or a way to maybe attack it, maybe leave no witnesses, maybe not even just to get the Arsenal, but just to get 4 damage through. Something that still kind of turns the rest of this turn in his favor, because right now it's not enough to actually stop Anthony from doing what he wants to do next turn.
Now, what is the decision point here? Is there a card left in hand for Rex? I don't believe there is.
I think.
We're considering flick, aren't we?
Yeah, I think so. And whether we want that 1 extra damage or not.
I see. And perhaps it's less about the 1 damage and perhaps more about the card drawn off of Savor of Bloodshed. Would Rex like to discard it to Arachne Orb Weaver and get a second Calistria online?
Yeah, the danger here is that if we do this, we no longer have a way to mark on the board. I believe we've gone through all 3 of our upsticks now and our pick up the point.
To the point out of the hand. That one will convert for 4 just fine. So Anthony Hook, when all is said and done, down to 3, keeps 4 cards in hand. Rex returns to the Brood. Arachne Marionette back on his side of the board. Anthony gets to have his say now.
Let's see where Anthony wants to go with this. Looking for a scrap. Great start to the turn here. Fantastic card in this deck because of so many of the 1 power cards that you run anyway.
So now all of a sudden this measly 1 for 4 becomes 1 for 5 with go again.
And crucially paid for with that Vigor token, so Rex still doesn't know what those other 3 cards in hand are from Anthony.
A block of Reaper's Call leaves Rex at 3 life. 3 plays 3 now. Send packing. The coup de grace of this turn. Only 6 more points that Rex has to deal with. But he's lining up 2 cards, one of which is a 2 block. Can't quite make it out through the shoulder. Do you have a Shred and a Scar Tissue being poised?
Not a card you want to block with here, especially when Anthony's at 3.
Ain't no way.
But does have a Codex of Frailty, it looks like, as the 3rd card. So we'll still have a play that at least like swings some amount of the tempo back in his favor. We'll see here. Anthony kept this last card. Alex not to Arsenal, so he kept a 4-card hand here.
It was a block card.
Interesting that we didn't block with it there.
I know. Perhaps just worried about Tarantula Toxin, but if you're leaving value on the table anyway. It's a Codex of Frailty for Rex Carroll, which will require Anthony to discard a card and force at least 1 card out of the hand if Anthony wants to keep the Arsenal. Never mind. Overcrowded was there. Forgot about that bit.
Yep, great card here. Exactly why I wanted to have it in there. Do you think that Anthony maybe just left it open here just so we could put that back from a Codex?
Maybe.
Surely, but surely not, right? Like you would have just gotten rid of the card.
And Steel Victory is going to go yoink to the founder token.
Okay, if Anthony did this line specifically because he said that Rex would have the Codex, this is like the greatest line of all time.
Oh my goodness. I changed my mind. This is the definition of a big owie, Barrett. As the old Chank saying goes, the battle should be won before the fighters get to the field. Fight Master Cox. That's exactly what Anthony's trying to do. Add insult to injury, as is his right as a reviled champion.
Rex is reviling him right now, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
So you get block for 6 here.
Reviling and mogging. I don't know what that actually means. Am I using that properly?
Anthony Aramaxing here, I think.
Aramaxing. Okay, cool.
Taking our, since we took that R there.
Bet 6-7. Cut from the same cloth reveals fate foreseen, rotten remains, insult to injury, and reckless arithmetic. A fairly inane hand, unless you factor in the whole bit about KO turning low power attacks into higher power attacks.
Yeah, I'm sure Rotten Remains doesn't have any 1 targets in either graveyard either.
Ain't no way.
Totally not on the table here.
That's exactly what Anthony's counting right now. So we've got Reaper's Calls. Or no, those come in for 2, right?
There's both daggers right now. There's the Persuasive Prognosis.
Oh my god.
Basically, all the blue attacks in this deck are 1 powers. So
is Reaper's Call in the blue a 1 power, or does it come in for 4?
I believe it's a 1, yeah.
Yikes.
If they run things like Unmake the Underlings, basically all the blues that Arachne runs are going to be a 1. So plenty of fodder there from both sides.
Very spooky indeed. Yep, it's going to be a block of 2 cards on this Graphene Calycera.
Keeping the Fate Foreseen in hand. Wants to just make sure he's not going to get covered by any weird shenanigans here.
I like that. Rex in the Think Tank again. No more Flick Knives to activate. Now, did he banish another card to Arachne Trapdoor? Did he
I don't
play it on the
believe
last
so.
turn cycle?
Because the one that we have there is the one from the very start of the game.
Right. Wow, so is it possible you only had 1 trap coming into this? Oh, the deck is thin for Rex Carroll. We know he's got some power left. There is a Tarantula Toxin and a Cut from the Same Cloth. Maybe
they were in the same hand there when he pitched them, so it should be in the hand now.
What, he just played one last turn cycle as well, so Tarantula Toxin could be in the arsenal?
It could be, yes. And we'll see here how many ones we're players just counting them up here.
Oh, boy. Okay, so Rotten Remains, folks. If you haven't seen this card, this is a Majestic from the Hunted that had some play in Limited, of course, to snipe daggers from your opponents, but it will...
This is so many cards.
Yeah, it's going to banish a card with 1 power from each hero's graveyard. And if you do that, you get to repeat the process, which is exactly why we're fanning them all out. And with the Vandal Spring Tunic counter online, Anthony is likely also, in addition to all of this power gained on Rotten Remains, going to be able to pitch a blue with Vandal Spring Tunic and activate KO. But I'm just remembering it's a Fate Foreseen in hand.
Doesn't matter. How do you like 11. A blue 11?
Still 11. You're right. You're right. Beggars can't be choosers.
I don't know about you, but if you gave me a blue 11, I'd probably play it most of the time, right?
You're right. This is how we do it in the Midwest. Anthony Hook crashing in for a blue 1-card 11. Still making Rex Carroll squirm, though, because he has to consider the fact that there's going to be a +5 on top of this.
Well, he can't do anything about it, right? Like, if he has it, it's just dead. So he's just saying, okay, I'm going to put the 10 here and keep the only playable cards that I have, potentially.
Right.
And pray that you brick your draws, I guess.
Oh, boy, howdy.
As we see Rex here pitching to that Graphene Calycera.
2 go again.
Market the Black Widow, not where you want to have it, but not a whole lot else to do with this
Yes, I think the Tarantula Toxin is in the arsenal. Anthony, however, likely remembers it, still holds the Fate Foreseen in reserve. Rex Carroll has got to play it out now. Fate Foreseen meets Tarantula Toxin. There's just no more gas left in the deck of Rex Carroll. Anthony Hook has gone the distance.
And those last 2 cards in Rex Carroll's hand, Anthony going to be very quick to make him block here. And
insult to injury, the fist bump expected. Rex Carroll's Cinderella story stops here, and that is a fitting end against one of the reviled stands in Flesh and Blood. Look at him, he's so mean. Also, KO underhanded cheat looked kind of mean too. I'm just kidding, Anthony Hook. You have done incredibly well against, honestly, kind of a floundering Marionette here and there. Did go ahead and send a couple Graphene Calyceras for 11, a Kiss of Death that got all the way up to like 14 or something like that. So still doing some Marionette things, but definitely a dirtily game from both sides of the board.
And we saw a really hot start there, right, from Rex, where he came online really quickly, had a lot of power turns early on. Even though he couldn't mark necessarily like the natural way with Arachne, he still got one of those scar tissues in early to get the transform that he needed. And then they
The
both
Orb Weaver that it was naturally drawn up.
And then we just kind of saw that stumble in the mid game, right? Where both players just were kind of failing to convert hands. But it turns out in those long game situations that the extra value that KO gets from all of their cards and from their hero ability just starts to kind of grind out all of your cards. And this is really where KO functions at his best, is that situation. So great props there. Both players played really well, but Anthony, they're able to pull it out the end with all that extra life and all those extra tricks that KO has.
Just goes to show if you give Evil any, if you give them quarter, right, because we don't want to give them quarter.
Give no quarter.
Give no quarter. So if you give them quarter, they might change it into $1.
or just what KO says, cheat.
Okay.
Just cheat.
Well, I'm going to cheat my way through this monologue and instead throw it over to our good friends at Hammurabi TCG. Buy from the Bazaar, buy from Hemel Patel, because it pays to have a friend in the card game business. And that is exactly what you can expect from Mr. Patel. If you need singles, just go ahead and message him, either at the email address you see listed below, hammurabitcg612@gmail.com, at Blue Sky at hammurabitcg.bsky.social, or on X at hpat612. One of those handles is not like the others. If you want the direct conduit to our man, maybe go with X.
Yeah, one of those doesn't say at.
Yeah.
Or have dots in them.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, you're right. There are no dots.
Yeah.
Okay. Besides derailing our conversation there, Barrett, tell me about how important it is to have the singles that you need from a reliable source when it comes to a high-level event.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than trying to walk around the event the morning of, knowing that if you don't find the card deck list that you submitted to this big event that you've prepped for 2 months,
could get disqualified.
Yeah, you can, or they won't let you change it. And you have to put like a cracked bobble in your deck or something like that. You really don't want to wind up with the situation. And Hamal will have everything that you need, and he's always prompted on time. We'll always have that card for you before the tournament starts. Cannot recommend enough. Get your singles through Hamal, no matter what they are, whether they're commons for Sage, whether they're regular M's for your deck for Pro Tour, or if you want to get the really shiny stuff, he also is the conduit to that. Now, granted, the really shiny stuff he might keep for himself, but who can blame him for that, right?
Get those orders in before July 10th, and you can collect all of the singles that you need for Pro Tour Las Vegas right there on the tournament floor, straight from the hands of Hammurabi TCG and Hemel Patel. Thank you so much for supporting the AGE Open Series, Hemel. I know the players in St. Louis can say that they appreciate the funds that you've given us and also the support. And so that concludes our Swiss rounds. Barrett, are you so excited for your first ever top 8 at an AGE Open?
Oh, I can't wait. There's so many good decks here and so many cool storylines with this top 8. I think they're going to have a pretty varied field from what it sounded like going into this. So it's going to be really interesting to see these matchups that we have for you guys. All these players, I think most of them we've seen on stream at some point throughout the day. So we get to see some returning faces here as well and see how they do into this top 8.
And speaking of returning faces, are we going to see our man Anthony Hook in the booth for an interview? Yeah, we're going to go ahead and get Anthony in the mix. We're going to hear what he has to say about KO Underhanded Cheat and that pool noodle dirtily game that we just saw before us. And so hopefully we are sheathing our pool noodles, and it's going to be high-octane flesh and blood from here on out.
Banned.
Yeah, straight up, you're right. I'm in shambles, which means that it's time to cut to break and be back with an interview with Anthony Hook after this. Don't go anywhere.
right, guys. We heard you, and we think it's time for you to tell us. What kind of cards do you want in the expansion slot?
Listen, I think I'm gonna need a new weapon. Luminaris 4.0 that gives action points instead of go again.
Ship it! Wait, no. Internally, you're already the best deck in the format.
My angel gets so many cards. Me want card too. Me want to smash. Me want to pass with
If only we could give you a blue 6, buddy.
Blue 6?
Ship it!
James.
Now look here, see? I just need some arcane barrier evil. I'm a man of means. I can afford to invent some AV.
I just need purpose.
Visit the Golden Anvil, you'll be fine.
Forget about Gladiator, boy.
Olympia! Aha!
Just tell me the price. I'll sell my soul if I have to. Aye, works for me.
Ship it!
Wait. James!
Brian.
How do you even understand that? OMG.
Spider also want beat wizard.
There is no way that is all they said.
Spider also say, buy from Bazaar!
What is that?
Hammurabi, TCG.
Buy from the Bazaar by contacting Hemel Patel through Facebook, Twitter, or Discord. Available for any and all Fabtcg requests, including high-end, master sets, and more.
See, now that's an idea I can get behind.
Ship it!
He's back for a villainous victory lap. It's Anthony Hook piloting KO underhanded cheat and looking very swell while doing it, taking down the previous meta bad boy Arachne Marionette in the hands of Rex Carroll. Anthony, you've been playing at AGE at every single event in St. Louis that we've had so far, despite it being a brand new region. What has that journey been like for you so far?
It's fun. I enjoy a more competitive format. I have issues with sometimes figuring out what to play, but and I'm not playing like the most meta deck possible, which is for the while it's been Marionette, especially in the local area. It's pretty prevalent in the competitive scene.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Apparently not today.
I'm glad you mentioned the hero waffling because I'm taking a look at your hero distribution right now. 2 goes at Feng Drakai of Blades, 1 with Phi, and that was in the young variety, by the way. That was for our Silver Age event. 1 with Sir Bolton Breaker of Dawn, 1 with KO Underhanded Cheat. Now 2 finds yourself squarely in the top 8. Did you think that KO would be your deck?
Yeah, I think he has a much better shot into anything that isn't basically Kasai or a superior level of like a mid-range hyper aggro, like the Teklo boss and I played round 2. So I figured I had a better chance into most of the Guardian matchups and the non-Kasai warriors who are not running things like Centauri Sellsword or Centauri Blades. I forget what it's called.
Now, Anthony, you've faced a lot of different competitors on your way here to the top 8, one of which, of course, is the seemingly insurmountable Lucas Oswald, who brought Prism Awakener of Soul. You felled him on your way. My question, though, is really about the game that we just saw. There were a lot of different turning points. Both of you came out of the gates swinging. You got an early life lead, which is exactly what KO wants to do. Then you had a pummel stranded in your arsenal, I want to say, for over 10 turns. It all culminated
It felt like it.
After it seemed like for several turn cycles, you guys were passing love letters back and forth to each other rather than playing flesh and blood. And then all of a sudden, it was a Rotten Remains for 11 that closes the game out and gets rid of all the power left in Rex Carroll's deck. Was that exactly the way that you want the Marionette matchup to go, or was it a little bit off kilter?
It was. The problem was I was starting to not draw any attack actions for my pummel that was sitting in Arsenal for so long. And then I was waiting on, I didn't have any vigors, and I can't keep a 3-card hand to just send 8 with pummel or 6 with pummel and then hope to not die from his aggressive stance. So I basically just hunkered down until I could get through some of his more aggressive turns, and hopefully he would start drawing, some D-reacts, maybe something that isn't going to do 12 damage or threaten T-Tox and things like that.
And you were paid off for several turn cycles. There was a Shelter from the Storm stranded in Rex Arsenal. He was also just drawing non-functional hands. That was more blocking than I think I've seen an Arachne Marionette do in a long time. Is this a matchup that you normally feel comfortable in, or is it one you'd rather not see if you can help it?
It's playable. I'd rather see it than things like Kasai or Teklo. It's it depends on the opponent. Sometimes they give you both claves, and then they spend the rest of the game just fighting to mark you, and then you hopefully can eat their claves with the Rotten Remains.
Now, Anthony,
if I could have did that earlier, I would have done it.
Anthony, it is looking like our top 8 is shaping up to be quite an interesting one. Not a single redundant hero. I'm looking at a Phi, a Puffin, you on KO Underhanded Cheat, a Huntsman, Nathaniel Brower on Oscilio, a Victor, of course, because he had to sneak in there, Austin Henson on Teklo, and Cindra Drakai of Blades. Hearing those hero names, do you feel like you have a good shot at taking this entire tournament down?
It depends on if I end up pairing into the Teklo in round 1. It's kind of hard to turn that around.
Makes sense.
Especially if I don't, if he starts developing his evos, and then if I don't manage to put pressure on him early and keep him off of his life and his tanks.
Honestly, besides, it seems like an okay field for you, maybe with the exception of Oscilio, who has access to Gone in a Flash still and can do some really efficient things with a bunch of 0-for-4s.
Yeah, that's why we have 0-for-4 D-reacts and a flashback.
Fair enough. Well, we'll see if you're going to be able to carry the day there. Anthony, you said you hail from the Illinois side of the St. Louis universe. Is that right?
Yes.
Is there a I don't know, shall we say a lighthearted rivalry between the two sides, or not really?
It's hard because most of the Illinois people don't want to drive over to Missouri, and they only drive over there for, say, like competitive circuits or like ProQuest or skirmishes.
I see.
For the people over, there are some people that come over from Missouri, and there's not much of a rivalry. It's still considered the St. Louis area, even if I am on the Illinois side.
Fair enough. Well, you guys have been nothing but accommodating to us, and also a real joy to watch on screen. I believe this is the first feature match that we've been able to show you off. Is that right?
Yes. When I was playing, I played Feng the first time, and I kind of lost, so I didn't make it. The only other time would have probably been the last AG, but we didn't stream that one.
Well, congrats on getting on stream. Is this your first streamed match ever?
Yes.
All right, party on. Well, I encourage you to look back at the footage and glean what you can. It was a really fun one to watch. Ultimately, I know Barrett and I had a grand old time in the booth, and being on stream for the first time is a major milestone, especially if we can feed you into the world tour and get you on camera when the stage is even a little bit bigger. Now, looking forward to the top 8, we've already said that you feel more or less comfortable. Honestly, it is your time to kind of solidify yourself into the race for the Players' Championship. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick pause to look at the standings here. You are placed, let's see, I've got you right at number 5. And honestly, at 49 points, I would have put you at pretty comfortable. But honestly, anything can happen, especially in these smaller regions when it comes down to it. The threshold can, of course, be a little bit higher to make the top 16. 49 points will put you at least safely for now.
Yeah. I'll probably end up playing in the last 2 no matter what anyways.
Awesome.
I like to play, and I don't get all that time to do it because I got to work most weekdays.
Now, what would it mean to you to go ahead and make it to the Players' Championship, an invitation-only tournament where, of course, there's no entry fee for you if you qualify, and it's all upside?
Sounds like a lot of fun. It'd be interesting to see what everyone's playing, but I have a feeling I'm going to be probably the odd man out. I'll probably get it's one match elimination, right?
No, actually, it's a very unique format where everybody comes in. There is a Swiss round and a cut to top 8. The difference, however, is that you basically play until you either are in top 8 or out of the tournament. You play for 3 wins and 3 losses. The second you get 3 wins, you're into top 8. The second you get 3 losses, you are booted out of the... I'm just kidding. You're just out of contention in the tournament.
That sounds fun. It sounds like it's anyone's game at that point.
Exactly. But I will say, KO Underhanded Cheat has not done so well at Players' Championships so far. We had one in LA last year. Was down and out pretty darn quick. So maybe you can turn the tide.
What expansion are we on? Do we have Claw still? Mandible?
We still had Claw back then, yeah.
More than likely, with the reduction in the number of 2 blocks in the deck has become a lot more refined over the last 2 expansions. It might still be up in the air.
All right. Well, it remains to be seen. Anthony, congratulations on your success so far. We're going to go ahead and give you a break to enjoy your maybe victory lap before the top 8 cut, and also get your picture taken by Michael Thompson and crew. So enjoy yourself, maybe grab a quick calorie injection, and we'll be back with you in short order for some more Flesh and Blood action. Thanks again, Anthony.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Stick around, everybody, for more Flesh and Blood in mere moments. Our top 8 cut comes in after this.
right, guys. We heard you, and we think it's time for you to tell us. What kind of cards do you want in the expansion slot?
Listen, I think I'm gonna need a new weapon. Luminaris 4.0 that gives action points instead of go again.
Ship it! Wait, no. Internally, you're already the best deck in the format.
My angel gets so many cards. Me want card too. Me want to smash. Me want to pass with
If only we could give you a blue 6, buddy.
Blue 6?
Ship it!
James.
Now look here, T. I just need some arcane barrier evil. I'm a man of means. I can afford to invent some AB.
I just need purpose.
Visit the Golden Anvil, you'll be fine.
Forget about Gladiator Boy.
Olympia! Aha!
Just tell me the price. I'll sell my soul if I have to. Aye, works for me.
Ship it!
Wait. James!
Brian.
How do you even understand that? OMG.
Spider also want beat wizard.
There is no way that is all they said.
Spider also say buy from Bazaar.
What is that?
Hammurabi, TCG.
Buy from the Bazaar by contacting Hemel Patel through Facebook, Twitter, or Discord. Available for any and all Fabtcg requests, including high-end, master sets, and more.
See, now that's an idea I can get behind.
Ship it!
There's not a clave to be seen, and yet we have gotten to the point and gotten ourselves a top 8 bracket here at the AGE Open in St. Louis. And what a top 8 it is. Not a single redundant hero. Let's go ahead and take a look, Barrett. It's Phi, Puffin, KO underhanded cheat in the hands of Anthony Hook, who we saw on stream just last round. Joshua Kelly on Arcane Huntsman. Oscilio, Constella Intelligence back for a victory lap. Victor Goldmane, high and mighty, is there too. Teklo Austin in the hands of Austin Henson. And of course, Jason Feng, our previous month's winner on Cindra, Drakai of Retribution. What do we think about this top 8?
Really cool. We saw a lot of the players here on stream already. I think the only ones we didn't see were Jesse on Phi and Joseph on the Victor. So a lot of hero representation here. Really nice to see a varied meta here, right? We have 8 different heroes. We thought at the start of the day we have a wide field here, but will those ones who had multiple people kind of rise to the top? Looks like it isn't that's not the case here. Like you said, maybe one clave Joshua was running it. Mario still conspicuously absent here, but Nathaniel has our lone Oscilio. We have our lone Huntsman, our lone RKO, our lone Puffin, our lone Teklo, and a lot of these one-ofs rising to the top in this event.
And while Marionette may be down, he is not necessarily out, because I do have word from our New England event, which is happening concurrently. Their top 8 has been solidified, and it's 3 assassins, but the surprise, only one of them, Arachney Marionette. The other 2 hits back to Slippy Gaming for Elise Sims and Ka Chan. Really exciting stuff happening no matter which region you're playing the AGE Open Series in. And now, remember these names, folks, because I do want to direct our eyes to the top 16 standings. Some of the top 8 competitors are on this list already. Some of them are still fighting for their spot. I draw your eyes immediately to Anthony Hook and Jason Feng, both of which have secured top 8 finishes and are already placed pretty darn well in the race for top 16. Seeding still matters, but they've already done the hard part. Shane Martin, unable to make it into the top 8. He was our Valda player from round 5. Emery Powell was in the room, unable to get there. Phillip Scott, our Puffin Hightail, who we'll see on stream just in mere moments, at 32 points. Going to be feeling really good once the conclusion of this event happens. And yeah, there's Phillip Scott for your viewing pleasure. Once again, he's a dog guy. He's also got a smile that could melt the face of the sun, shall I say, in a good way.
Huh. I don't really know how to think about that. If he melts the sun, I'm kind of terrified of this guy now.
Well, if you've watched Project Hail Mary, you know that it can lead to some good things, like a mutual relationship between a burning rock and a carbon-based human.
And as we all know, best food in the entire world is Whataburger in San Antonio. Book it.
Don't get it. I just don't get it.
Whataburger, AG partnership. Balls in your court, guys. Like we can have an AG Open in the Whataburger in San Antonio. Like make it happen.
Somewhere Evan Bridges' brain is humming like a tuning fork, and he's tuning in right now just to sound off in chat for Whataburger. Thanks a lot for starting that discussion in our Discord again.
Look, happy to help.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot, Barrett. I don't know if we can have you back, man. Unless you bring spicy ketchup.
Well, no, I'll meet you in the San Antonio Whataburger. Like I'll just be waiting there for whenever the event is.
I don't know if I'll be very talkative because I might be chopped up into tiny pieces. Well, enough about that macabre humor.
All right, then.
Let's go ahead and get into the flesh and blood where these players are going to try to chop each other into tiny pieces. Definitely the gentleman on the left side of your screen, Jesse Kennon, is bringing a kerosene-dipped burning blade. That is the Searing Ember blade, synonymous with Fire Rising Rebellion. Phillip Scott in the other corner is got a bag full of cogs and, of course, a bird on his shoulder. Going to see if he can pile all of those up into a victory. It was a nail-biter of a match when we saw him in the feature match area last against fellow top 8 competitor Nathaniel Brower on Oscilio. This is going to be a much more straightforward matchup, but all the more scary.
Yeah, we see a bit more of a common loadout from both these heroes here. Phillip, no guesses on what Jesse's going to run in this matchup, so he gets to run his normal equipment suite here with the Unicycle and the Cogworks Tinkering, as well as that Crown Dominion for that initial gold generation here, as we see Jesse choosing to go second in this matchup as expected for an aggro mirror, effectively. And Phillip here leading off with a Copper Cog from hand into a Cogworks, not Dovetail,
Zeppelin.
Zeppelin, thank you.
I agree with everything you said, Barrett, except for your pronunciation of Cogworks.
Cogworks Tinkawing.
There we go.
Yeah, okay.
Me and Wadney Watt really
Who flamed Wadja Wabbit?
Cogworth Zeppelin gets a shrug from Phillip Scott. Jesse Kennon says it's only 5, right?
Surely. So you see that blue soup up that was such a pivotal piece in that game against Nathaniel earlier in the pitch zone here.
Unfortunate. Down bad is Phillip Scott. Doesn't even go for the activation of Cogworks Zeppelin. No tricks afoot. Those 2 cards from Jesse Kennon are going to get the job done. Copper Cog established and also an arsenal.
And this is a matchup where Phillip will get to do a lot of the things that he couldn't do into that Oscilio earlier, where he gets to have a lot more of that interaction be leveraged on his side, particularly with the card we just saw in hand in Palantir Aeronaut potentially.
40 plays 40, but not for long. Only a minute and a half elapsed. Jesse back on the front foot, ready to do his diligence and try to put Phillip Scott in his coffin alongside his semi-friendly bird.
Yeah, both these decks actually relatively good at blocking. Phi has a bit better time usually blocking than Cindra does. Now, granted, some of the more recent builds aren't quite as good with it because of Art of War Phoenix, all the Phoenix Flames editions, things like that back in, but not a deck that's afraid to lay its hand down. And Puffin has the usual mech thing of being able to have most of the cards block 3 other than those copper cogs. But we do see Jesse here, not the greatest opening with the Flame Call Awakening pitching a Phoenix Flame, so we'll not get the trigger off of it as well of fetching a Phoenix Flame out of his deck here.
Of course, would have had to play another red card in order for Flame Call Awakening to tutor up a Phoenix Flame, but when there's already one in your hand and potentially not even a third in the deck, this might just have to be good enough. And Jesse's probably thinking as lucky stars that this doesn't come at a moment where he desperately needs to rip tempo out of the hand of Phillip Scott. It is just after blocking out a Cogworks Zeppelin on turn 0. Does seem Phillip not interested in blocking here. Down to 37 he goes. And Jesse is full steam ahead to continue this combat chain with Display Loyalty. 3 go again, once again. This time, no cost to Jesse Kennon. And instead, it's an additional benefit of a fealty token on the side of his board.
Jesse, no stranger to drip over here as we see that Cold Foil Phi and those Cold Foil Phoenix Flames.
Sheesh.
That Marvel fealty token. This man knows and loves his Phi deck.
His blood runs richer than mine, that's for sure. Blaze Headlong, the follow-up. Head Jab Plus, 4 go again. We know the importance of 1 additional value in the game of Flesh and Blood. So many of these games have come down to 2-0, 1-0, and that's one of the things I love about it.
And Jesse has to be a little bit concerned here, seeing Phillip with that immediate block with those 2 equipment pieces that usually signals that they're going to be used in the next turn if they're coming out this early here for an on hit for a card that doesn't really have an on hit or anything really relevant with the damage. As Phillip just shrugs, saying,
It is a Crash Site Salvage, blocking out the majority of the damage on Blaze Headlong. 1 damage will leak through. Phillip Scott now down to 35. And Jesse Kennon wraps up this turn with a Phoenix Flame. It's back over to Phillip Scott as the meeps have finally gotten out of our machine. Our camera is back up and running. Thank you for your patience, folks. Let's see. Cogworks Tinklewings were blocked with on that Phoenix Flame, which was, of course, powered up by... No, Tiger Stripe Shuko wouldn't have been triggered, would it?
No, I think it was just to get them because...
Just wants his cogs.
Phillip both wants the cog, but also has that Palantir Aeronaut in hand and wants to get it for its maximum value. So we see this Puffin come out here. We see Puffin activated to turn that gold into a Cogworks, copper cog, sorry, a golden cog, rather. Draws that card off of the Puffin Ideal. I have Cogworks Tinklewing on the brain now. It's your fault.
You are welcome.
And now we'll see what we want to do here with this. As that soup up red is going to come in here that has had an item die this turn. So it will be for 4 go again to start this turn off. And we'll see how Jesse wants to approach this with 3 cogs on the board. There's a lot that you have to be scared of here from this Puffin deck at this point.
Now, it is not a given that Puffin will have the space to generate 3 cogs and send a fully powered Palantir Aeronaut. It is a huge boon to Phillip Scott right now that he's been able to establish this board state so early on in this game when the life totals are still in his favor. Mask of the Pouncing Lynx is going to make the majority of his life total vanish at the blink of an eye at some point during this game. But Phillip wants to have his say before that happens.
Yeah, and crucially in this matchup, Jesse doesn't really have any equipment that he's really like happy to give up. Some decks have an equipment that you're fine to just throw in the way of Palantir Aeronaut. Jesse kind of wants all of them, whether it's his Flame Scale Furnace, not even necessarily for the resource, but just because it blocks for 3 block here. His Shuko can push some extra damage through sometimes. His Flight Path is really valuable for extending turns. So every equipment piece is one that he wants here, and he has to give up one really early to this early Palantir Aeronaut play from Phillip on turn 2.
And Flamescale Furnace is the chosen equipment, but also a Rowdy Locals, which I like here. It's forcing Phillip to choose the equipment, which is less valuable on this turn cycle, I suppose. Ultimately, it is still 3 value generated because Flamescale Furnace would have been able to block for an additional 1. So it's going to be a total of 6 that ekes on through. Jesse Kennon now down to 33 to Phillip Scott's 35. And it was a semi-inefficient turn as well. After taking a little bit of damage, Phillip forced to pitch 2 cards out of the hand, 1 red, 1 yellow, in order to deploy Palantir Aeronaut. And as quickly as she came, Polycranka is put in the tiniest, most adorable little coffin and sent to the watery grave.
Wait, it's a Gravy Bones can summon it now? That would be sick.
Oh!
Wait. Let's back up.
Yeah, Polycranka is now Polycranka rotting and deceased.
It's Scuba's fetch toy.
Oh.
So you see Copper Cog come out here as Phillip starts the turn.
Cue the rubber chicken noise.
Pakak.
Soup up, 4 go again now, as a whole host of Copper Cogs join Polycranka.
And Jesse, not necessarily in the back foot here, but a really hot start here from Phillip that's going to push a ton of damage here, and he definitely has control of the driver's seat of this game state right now. Really setting the pace here.
But, you know, just like a wizard, I do think that if a Fi is walking you down, keeping you at life parity for a really long time, no, it's not going to be arcane damage and Storm Striders, but Mask of the Pouncing Lynx can just be the offensive overlap that completely flips a game on its head.
Yeah, and if Jesse no blocks this Sky Skimmer as like the way he did that soup up, you have to be kind of scared of your Phillip here because you already spend your armor block on turn 1 so you could set up that big Palantir Aeronaut. And now Jesse having a full 5-card grip if he no blocks this, you have to wonder, is that Art of War Phoenix coming? Does he have that large combo chain with all of those new cards that interact with Phoenix Flame from Compendium of Wraith? So many things available here, as we do see a Gear Turner here coming out of Phillip. 5 without on hit to fetch a Copper Cog from his deck if it connects.
Curious, now that Fiendal Spring Tunic is online, this might have just been a way to insulate Phillip, but I almost wonder if there was... Oh, he didn't have an opportunity to block last turn because it was just Searing Emberblade chopped the head off of Polycranka.
And probably doesn't want to have that Sky Skimmer stuck in his arsenal potentially. Like it's kind of anemic. You don't really want to spend the cog on it if you can help it with the blue. If it was a red, you'd be happy. But probably just thinking I'll save the tunic counter for next turn where I could potentially need it more than I would this Sky Skimmer.
Jesse Kennon, despite taking so much of the brunt of Phillip Scott's offense, Gear Turner makes him think twice. And yes, it is a full block. Spreading Flames plus Oath of Loyalty equals no cog for Mr. Scott.
Yeah, crucially, I believe also that Copper Cog was played this turn. So if he had gotten the Gear Turner, it would have gotten him a Copper Cog, and then he would have been able to crank and draw the card. So also was clearing the way for the arsenal for
Very
there.
true.
So very heads up play from Jesse there to make sure that Phillip not only didn't get that damage in, didn't get the cog, but also didn't get the card draw either.
Ignite, the first attack for Jesse Kennon. 2 go again. Discounts the next Draconic card he plays or activates this combat chain, which can, of course, be Searing Emberblade. Usually, a play like that is emblematic of the cracking of Dragon Scalar Flight Path. If there's one thing that 5 players like to do, it's swing Searing Emberblade, and if they can do it twice in a turn, all the better.
And we see one card in Phillip's hand here that Jesse always has to be cognizant of in Sunken Treasure. Huge piece that traditionally we see a lot of from Marlin and Gravy Bones in this matchup, but Puffins have been known to always have that in their blue base as well. Jesse can effectively never do a 0 card or 0 resource play where he can't get the Phoenix Flame back to protect it. Otherwise, Phillip can potentially snipe the only Phoenix Flame, and until Jesse gets some kind of insulation with multiple Phoenix Flames, could potentially just brick a lot of what Jesse's deck does here. So no blocks here from Phillip. We do see Jesse here with that Flame Call Awakening. Now, this second one will be able to get a Phoenix Flame out and insulate him just a little bit here from something like that Sunken Treasure.
Now, Phillip is still happy to get rid of one of those Phoenix Flames.
And we might see here that on this block, Jesse will pitch the Phoenix Flame to activate. Now, still not exactly what Jesse wants to do here because it's putting another Phoenix Flame back in his deck, but it does kind of insulate him of keeping another one in his deck or in his graveyard, so he kind of gets to keep that one for future usage. We'll see if Jesse wants to do that or if he's okay just having this extra Phoenix Flame out of his deck.
There's another signal that we've been able to pick up on here for Jesse Kennon. We saw a Phoenix Flame pitched on the first turn, his first affirmative turn of the game, I should say, and now a second one without shuffling the deck. So it is a total of 3 Phoenix Flames in the deck. What can Phillip glean from that information?
Well, this is the one that he pitched, right? He just got it from the bottom of his deck. With
Oh my goodness, you're right. Never mind.
So we could still have the other one.
Yeah,
it looks like
we could still.
And it looks like Jesse here is electing to let that one go here, which it might mean that he wants this one just out of the deck here, but it does also mean that if he only has 2 and not 3 of them, that he has to protect this last one pretty hard from any kind of graveyard height that Phillip could have. Now, they generally don't run seafloor salvages within the Puffin decks, unless they're the really pirate-focused ones here, but he will have to be cognizant in the future when he attacks that he needs to be able to activate Fi in response so he doesn't lose this second Phoenix Flame.
Cognizant. Pun not intended, I'm sure. Cognizant Zeppelin is now on the combat chain, the second of the yellow variety for Phillip Scott. 5 with the promise of potentially more. Based on what I've seen from Phillip, though, he's really hoping that Jesse just lets this one hit and he can convert this measly 2-card 5 into a 2-card 7 with the help of Spitfire. Dragon Scalar Flight Path gets in the way, which can be a scary proposition, especially when Fi is keeping so many cards. And yes, Copper Cog tapped, Golden Cog generated, Golden Cog cranked to get the action point back. And now Spitfire may just join the fray, but it's a backspin thrust. Huge play from Phillip Scott. Fantastic sequencing, calling the bluff of Fi. And now all of a sudden it's not going to just be a Spitfire for 2, but 4 go again into Spitfire for 3 that Jesse has to take in order to lock and load this probably very fearsome combo turn.
And we're here for a cog time, not a long time.
And oh my gosh, something I almost missed there. Jesse throws a blue card into the pitch to get his Phoenix Flame back before the start of the turn.
Making sure that he's insulated from that Sunken Treasure, which we see Phillip draw up on this turn. Really heads at play. And also have that Art of the Phoenix here from Jesse immediately at the start of the turn. He pitches that. Now, 2 resources, draws back up 2, and will have that +1 for the rest of this turn for all of his Draconic attacks. Huge play here from Jesse, which I feel like we kind of thought that might be the case with that Flight Path block on his turn. Down significantly in the life total, but definitely not out, as this deck can crank out a crazy amount of value whenever it sees these arts or any of its other huge power cards.
And here we go. Like Matthew Gump before him, trying to fly very close to the sun, not too close, hopefully. And it starts with a Flame Call Awakening, finding what can only be the 3rd copy of Phoenix Flame, because otherwise Jesse wouldn't be looking.
Yep,
and there it is.
Definitely makes a bit more sense of why Jesse let that first Phoenix Flame go. He was more okay with that being out and then thinning the deck of these other 2 Phoenix Flames so he wouldn't draw them after his shuffles, and knows that he's insulated a bit more from having that first one stripped away.
And now Sunken Treasure can be blocked with, once again, for Phillip Scott, which would hamper the damage offered on this turn significantly, especially if Jesse has no other means of triggering Tiger Stripe Shuko. Sunken Treasure blocked with again. The visage of Jesse is not flapped, though. There's yet another blue in hand that drawn off of Art of the Phoenix War. So yes, in response, it is a pitch of the blue. 2 resources sunk.
Which is also fine here because Jesse wants to swing with the Ember Blade this turn anyway. So fine pitching that second blue here because then we'll be able to actually pay for the Ember Blade later on the chain link anyway. Looks like he is reconsidering whether or not he wants to do this here, though, or whether it's better to maybe play the Phoenix out and then have the Rise from the Ashes. Still debating what his playline is going to be for the rest of this turn, but he knows he's doing this with the information that he either is going to get that Phoenix Flame back or lose it here.
It is interesting because I would think that Rise from the Ashes stocks go way down when there's no fetch target, but no. Phoenix Flame the second turned face down by Phillip Scott. He's got to be feeling good about that. Potentially 2 damage just lost from Jesse. And now it is Fire that burns within, discarding the last Phoenix Flame in hand to provide go again. And now Art of the Phoenix War the second in the hand for Jesse Kennon.
I believe this puts the Fire that burns within up to a 6 because it gets 2 itself, 2 from its buff, 1 from the art, and then 1 from the... Oh, no, this is our first one with the Shuko, excuse me.
If he's able to play out the second Art of the Phoenix War, which he technically can, this would get up to 6.
Would cost 1 activate the Fi ability at this point, but Also, he's probably pretty happy that he didn't elect to use the Phi ability for the first one, get it back, and gets to save that resource, which then turns into the art plus 2 more cards off the top. So wound up working out very well for Jesse here that he didn't activate that in response to the Sunken Treasure.
Now, it is interesting. There are some power cards in Flesh and Blood, like Blood Rush Bellows, like 3 of a Kind, that aren't actually that great when you draw them in pairs. There are certain hands where Art of the Phoenix War sings in twinsies. Is this one of them? That's the real question.
Well, also keep in mind that the reason why this entire turn works the way that it does is because Jesse, at the end of last turn, pitched that blue to get the Phoenix Flame back for this first art this turn. So because he did that play there, keeping his Phi activation open for this turn, he now has the option to do it twice here. Even though he lost that second Phoenix from the Flame Call Awakening, technically lost it because of the Sunken Treasure eating the first one.
Here we go. Blaze Headlong comes in for 5 go again, but it can change at combat trick speed. It is going to be an activation of Phi, now free thanks to the 3 Draconic Chainlinks. And yes, Art of the Phoenix War. Going to discard that Phoenix Flame for the second time this turn. 2 more cards drawn up. What will they be? I want to say I saw an Ignite and a Ronin Renegade.
Yeah, interesting to use it here instead of the Chainlink before. Didn't get that extra point of the fire that burns within from it, but it will mean that we have the line of having the Ember Blade here plus whatever we drew this turn. So Jesse kind of putting his eggs into this basket instead of spreading out over 2 turns, saying, I'm going to push as much damage this turn as I can. And Ignite here is actually really huge with this Ember Blade to potentially have the double Ember Blade swing from the flight path here. So Jesse looking to put a ton of damage into play this turn and kind of bring these life totals back down to parity as quickly as possible.
So while Jesse technically missed a point of damage by not playing that second Art of the Phoenix War in the reaction step of Fire That Burns Within, he has gained a lot of equity in keeping his options open and now rewarded immensely by the potential of yet another Searing Emberblade swing. And now Mask of the Pouncing Lynx likely going to get in the mix. And Jesse is doing the math about which target he should find in the deck. Lava Burst is the floor, usually. But you're looking for an opportunity to eke a couple of extra points from something like Assault the Wound or a Tenacity.
I have to imagine in this situation, since we have double art out, which is +1 to any of our Draconic cards, that it pushes that Lava Burst higher here. However, we're looking already. Phillip has been presented 20 damage so far this turn, and there is still 2 Emberblade swings plus whatever Jesse gets here. So this is the ability to get out of hand rapidly for Phillip, who still only has 1 card in hand here, has 1 block on his Tunic left this turn, and Jesse could very easily throw enough damage here to make Phillip give those cards and that Tunic up for the rest of this turn. Just absolutely incredible line here from Jesse to push this much damage while draw off the top from that Art of the Phoenix.
And there it is, Lava Burst out of the deck. Going to be worth at least 7 points of value thanks to the 2 Art of the Phoenix Wars. Phillip takes a pause, perhaps to try to distract his opponent. I don't know how else you get out of what's coming his way.
And what was the name that Ashlyn had for her article? What was that about the chain fitting on the playmat?
Man, what is that song? Is it Dancerville that everybody was into in the 80s? It was in Shrek. What was it?
Margaritaville?
Yeah, definitely that. Funky Town was the answer, man. Funky Town, come on now. Searing Emberblade crashes in 3, shouldn't be 3. I thought Art of the Phoenix War gives all Draconic
action
attacks?
cards?
Oh, pickles. Man, that card would be broken if it worked with Emberblade. Holy.
Yeah, this card, not good enough as it is.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know why Jesse's running it then.
Get out of the deck, Jesse.
Get it out. Take it out right now. 3 go again, accepted by Phillip Scott. Now down to 17. Then Ronin Renegade gets in the mix. That one will get buffed. All of a sudden, 5 go again, and Phillip takes
just like, make it stop.
Cry. That Emberblade feels like it's got a little bit of rust on it or something, oxidizing the chances of Phillip Scott in getting to the semifinals. And Lava Burst might as well happen for a big bad 7.
28. Jesse here up to a 35 damage turn. No big deal.
Wait a minute. Why didn't we send the Phoenix Flame? Oh, no, yeah, because we can't fetch it. That's right. We've already done that.
Yeah. If we, because this turn wasn't enough.
Why not an additional 4? Yikes.
I wonder, I think that our Ignite, I think we should have had one resource floating there. So I think we might have been able to potentially flight path, but I'm not sure if I saw the chain link properly.
The issue is we didn't quite have enough resources. He needed 3 floating to pay 2 into one Emberblade, 1 into the next.
But the
or
Ignite,
1 into the first, 2 into the next.
Right.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
it doesn't discount the second one with the flight
Exactly.
path. Yep.
So 1 resource short is Jesse Kennon for adding insult to injury to his opponent. Cog in the Machine played out off of Fjendal's Spring Tunic. The card-drawn cheating scoundrel gets a knowing nod from Phillip Scott. But the thing is, when your floor is still a Spitfire for 3, refresh the arsenal, it's pretty okay. But in this spot, it's not going to be enough for Phillip.
I mean, you make it sound nice, at least. I'll give you that.
Listen, there are a lot of cards that cost resources in the Puffin deck. I feel like this is just about as much as you could have expected. Obviously, wanted a 0 for 4 based on how much Phillip is literally crying on camera.
It's like, why?
It may look like laughter, but they are tears. Thumb is up. Having a good time is Phillip Scott.
I can feel the pain from here. It's okay, Phillip. It's happened to all of us once or twice.
He'll be able to go home, give the dogs a hug, and maybe get some love from the wife as well.
Yeah. Somewhere Ashlyn is smiling, seeing all these Art of the Phoenix.
Oh my goodness,
in the
she
graveyard.
is. This is exactly why her article was entitled "Combat Chains That Don't Fit on the Map." You saw how hard it was to clean up for Jesse on that last turn cycle, and this could be just as bad. Spreading Flames comes in for 3 go again, going to buff any attacks that come in for base power less than the number of draconic chain links he controls for the remainder of the turn. It's met by an Enlightened Strike. The follow-up Searing Emberblade, only going to be 3 go again. Not going to get that benefit from Spreading Flames, as there are only 2 draconic chain links, and Searing Emberblade has a base power of 3.
Now, I believe we have Arise from the Ashes, and I can't quite make out the second one, but I think he has 2 blues in hand. So Jesse might actually not have the greatest converting hand here, which is maybe Phillip's saving grace this turn cycle as he tries desperately to figure out how to live and pressure Jesse back on his turn. Just blocks out 3 here with the second Enlightened Strike that he would have loved to have hit Jesse with.
You're right. It is a Cinderskin Devotion in the hand in the blue. This one comes in for 3 go again. Finally, I think getting the buff from Spreading Flames. Yes, because it is normally 2. And now the nice thing about this, though, is when Jesse fetches up that Phoenix Flame, it'll trigger Tiger Stripe Shuko and also Spreading Flames. So it will be 3 to finish up this combat chain.
And we still do have enough floating here for those flight path again with the Searing Emberblade to then send an additional 3.
So sick.
So Phillip thought he had a reprieve here. That is sadly not the case, it looks like.
Ain't no way. So I'm sorry. It's not 3. It's 6.
I'm
total.
sorry. My all blue hand converted.
Dadgum. And now that AG Premium article featuring Ashlyn Slattery, she does go into great depth about Chosen Blues. Her suite, much more conservative. Things like Cinderskin Devotion, like Lava Vein Loyalty. On the other side of the coin is Matthew Gump, who brings in big tech pieces like Energy Potion, Warmonger's Diplomacy. Tries to gain a lot of value from his tech blues.
And Warmonger's Diplomacy would not have been particularly great here, but the Cinderskin Devotion is doing a lot of heavy lifting here as we see Phillip laying down his last card in hand here. Does manage to cover the turn pretty well. Will drop to 3 this turn cycle, but is not dead. But now back to Jesse. Can Jesse draw a hand that converts the full 4 cards? Or will he get a situation like we saw earlier where an aggro deck wound up with a fairly anemic hand and couldn't send it back?
Phillip needs a saving grace. I saw very little of that hand, but one of those cards was a blue and a Tenacity. There is a starter, though. Spreading Flames is in the hand. Costs 1. Pairs nicely with a blue and an Emberblade.
Oh, no, and I see one of the dreaded cards in Phillip's hand here of a Copper Cog. Great card early game. We see a D-React. Great. We see a Sunken Treasure. Also great. The problem is the card in our hand that doesn't block.
Especially when the card in our arsenal does not attack.
And this is a 3rd Sunken Treasure here, and it is at a timely point where it will force Jesse to activate his Phi here on this first chain link potentially if he wants to block here, and threatening to rip those 2 resources that could otherwise be a Searing Emberblade attack. Phillip we got a reader.
We got a reader. At the tail end of this game, 25 minutes elapsed. Phillip decides to go ahead and take a look at his opponent's hero card.
Hey, what's this guy do? Just double checking here. And probably not, like, this is probably the time of the chain link where you want to commit that Sunken Treasure, primarily because it does eat those 2 resources from Jesse if he wants to save that Phoenix Flame here. And doing so can prevent that 3 damage from the Searing Emberblade. This is potentially a 6 value block if you look at it that way.
Right.
And Jesse can't convert another card in hand into that Emberblade that he otherwise would have been able to spend.
And now Phillip, even if he can't win this game, is going for an achievement unlock of turning all 3 of his opponent's Phoenix Flames face down. But no, Jesse holds on to it with an iron grip. The thing is, he had a tenacity in hand, right? And so he might as well just go ahead and pitch that card into Searing Emberblade rather than hold on to it.
Yeah, funny thing about tenacity, it's pretty happy when your opponent is at low life and has to block everything out.
Yeah. 2 go again. Phillip Scott lines up yet another block. And Jesse gets to hold back that tenacity and see if he'll get more value by pitching it to Searing Emberblade or by playing it out. If Phillip blocks with another card here, all of a sudden tenacity is worth 4.
Phillip
Jesse throws his hands up. Don't ask what I have. I don't know.
Phillip, you're like, you wouldn't happen to have something to pitch for this Emberblade, right? Jesse, I don't know.
Now, the other card in Jesse's hand is Ignite, which doesn't pair perfectly with what else he's got. The nice thing about it, though, is the fact that it'll get a buff from Spreading Flames and also Tiger Stripe Shuko. So all of a sudden, this measly 0 for 2 is a barn burner. 4 go again. And with Crown of Dominion in the head slot, Phillip forced to devote Fate Foreseen from the hand. He's really happy to have any card that converts for 4 value on defense.
Now, remind me here, Tenacity gets how much space power?
2.
And how much from the block cards?
+1 each.
So it's
all
4?
of a sudden 4 again.
And how much does Copper Cog block for?
It's a big bad 0.
Oh,
It's a
no.
pearl. So Phillip, sees the writing on the wall, slaps his Copper Cog on the bottom, wishes that it was something else, but it's Jesse Kennon, our first seed, undefeated and undaunted up to this point in the top 8. He proceeds into the semifinals after putting Puffin, Hightail, and her little bird 2 into the ground.
And Jesse following in Matthew Gump's footsteps here from U.S. Nationals, starting out undefeated, going through with Fi and just tearing through the field here. Huge play from him. I don't know what you're supposed to do whenever Fi presents 35 in a turn other than just die, frankly.
Well, you can die with a smile on your face, and that's exactly what Phillip Scott did. So kudos to him for still being a stalwart member of our community. He is a player with integrity, is something that I think we can glean from his performance.
He let his opponent do the thing.
Oh,
so that's nice.
That's so nice.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if the Teklo opponent of Austin Henson is allowing him to do the same thing. But of course, that was Jason Feng on the other side of the board. So if that game has concluded already, I think we know which way it went.
Yeah.
So we're going to go ahead and cut to our top 8 bracket and see if we've gotten any updates besides the game that we just watched. Drum roll, please. Oh, Austin Henson wins against Jason Feng in a very quick match, I would say.
Well.
Seems I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm honestly kind of happy about it.
You made one call in one specific situation.
I'm 0 for 1, baby, and we're going to see if we can get on the board. Jesse Kennon, our first seed, does make it through. Joseph Musgrove takes down Nathaniel Brower, and honestly, that kind of makes sense, right? These cards like Test of Iron Grip that have been such a thorn in the sides of Arachne Marionettes are probably right at home against something like Nathaniel is bringing. A lot of 0 for 4s.
Yep. And Joseph does have that added advantage here that maybe the entire field didn't have throughout the day of knowing which build Nathaniel is on. He knows he's not the tall Arcane build. He knows he doesn't have to commit a lot of his suite into Arcane Barrier necessarily. He gets to bring those blocking cards. He gets to bring quick dodge flexors potentially, making sure he has Aura Magus, maybe not having to devote his head slot into an AB piece, whether it's Skullcap or not. So he gets to bring in all these extra blocking cards and really convert his hands better than Nathaniel than we saw in those early rounds where Nathaniel's opponents are bringing AB3 into him and losing out on that block value.
Now, it is going to be a tall order. Joseph Musgrove must put on his hiking boots and see if he can climb Mount Esteemed Magnate. Because if there's one thing I know about Teklo Vossen is that they love to sit across from Guardians.
Yep, they love to sit there and just block out and get to that singularity point. We saw earlier with Austin playing into Joshua, who's still playing against KO Underhanded Cheat in what promises to be a pretty long game. What happens if you let the Teklo Vossen have unlimited time? It's not good for the opponent. That's the easy way to put it. Like, just doesn't end particularly well.
Which, don't get me wrong, Victor Goldmane does have some inevitability on his side of the board. Visit Goldmane Estate is one, I'm going to say it, house of a card.
Yep.
Quite
Oh,
literally.
Lord.
Yeah, I know. It is what it is. I am still trying to be cognizant about my punning, but nevertheless, I'm going to end up in the penitentiary. Sorry, I can't stop. Jesse Kennon, we're not sure who he's going to be taking on because, no, we haven't been delaying a super long drum roll to see if we can get you the winner of that 4th and 5th seed game. It is still ongoing, if you can believe it.
I am shocked.
I've shocked you quite a bit today.
A lot. For 2, you activated your Volzer in response.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
God.
As we saw earlier,
They stopped coming.
KO went to Fatigue earlier when he saw in the final round. Joshua Kelly with his Arachne matchup didn't go the whole way to Fatigue with Austin, but got pretty darn close there at the end. So probably can expect these two to go through most of their deck by the end of it. Which one will come out on top probably remains to be seen. I expect to see Joshua have a bit better try here than he did against Austin, since Anthony can't switch into a shadow. Is he a god at that point? I don't know what to call
A
Teklo Vossen.
god? My goodness, I'm sure he would like you to
The
call him
man's
that.
floating in space. What do you want from me? Like, I don't know.
But he's made of iron, which is still the stuff of man.
Sure. Probably has a better chance against just a brute in the fighting pits than he does against some guy floating in space in an iron suit, right?
Okay, fair enough. I mean, there are certain matchups in terms of the Flesh and Blood universe that I would think, were they to play out in real life, would only go one way. And, the Iron Man versus pretty much anybody in the world,
Yeah.
right, would probably go the way you'd expect.
We need a lore top 8 now, like a lore accurate
gosh.
bracket.
We'll work on that.
Yeah.
And then, but first we have to watch the physical top 8 play out in St. Louis. I do want to do a quick reminder of the treasure that all of these players are competing for. It is, of course, 1,000 USD that can be claimed at any one of the AGE Opens, whether you're in St. Louis right now on stream, or if you're in New England right now playing off stream. $400 to the winner, $200 to second place, third through fourth will take home $100, and fifth through eighth, by virtue of qualifying for the top 8, will go home with $50. But the cash only tells part of the story. We've been talking about AGE points all day long, and this is how it breaks down. 30 for the winner, 25 for second, 20 for third through fourth, 15 for fifth through eighth, 12 for 9th through 12th, 8 for 13th through 16th, and the all-important 1 participation point if the day doesn't go your way. That 1 point can be the difference maker, though. I mentioned him so many times before, but Aiden Kwasniewski, if he had played hooky at a wedding and come for one more day, he would have made the Players' Championship last year.
So you encouraged Aiden to skip the wedding to play the...
100% I do. I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. I'm not saying I'm going to do it. I'm saying he should have.
You too can skip your friends or significant others' weddings to go play an event to get 1 more participation point. I'm sure that they'll be happy about it.
Every friend that you lose, you regain tenfold when you come play at AGE.
And make the Players' Championship. Like, what's better there? Like a lifelong friendship or a Players' Championship?
Yeah.
I know which one I'm taking.
Yeah, we'll be back with more bad life advice and more Flesh and Blood. I'm just kidding. We have more to talk about here. And first and foremost is, of course, AGE Premium. If you loved what you just saw when it comes to rebellious gameplay and burning at that, I encourage you to check out the Combat Chains That Don't Fit on the Mat article by Ashlyn Slattery. Her blessed and burning run at U.S. Nationals continues. The waves are still being felt as players like our gentleman in St. Louis are enjoying 5 for the first time, I would say, in a long time.
Yeah, and you know that she's telling the truth here, as we saw in literally the one game on stream we've had of 5 so far today. It barely fit on the mat. So she too can teach you how to make a chain link that will make your opponent put their head in their hands and cry.
We've also got one of my favorite correspondents, that is Jacob Clements, showing humility and that he is a player with integrity. Damn Near Perfect Unity is a fantastic article about the pitfalls of the preparation process, as seen through the lens of Jacob Clements and also Team Super Armory during their preparation for Pro Tour Yokohama. Really fascinating stuff. And if you want to level up your game, I encourage you to check out AGE Premium. Even if that's not the thing that interests you, if you support the stuff that we do here at AG, we encourage you to, if you can afford it, go ahead and donate us $10 a month, because we will funnel it directly back into the world of Flesh and Blood and the grassroots tournament circuits that we put on month after month. We are so excited to bring you more Flesh and Blood action. And before we get there, a quick word from our sponsor. Hammurabi TCG is going to be the place to get your hands on Mastery Pack Warrior, or any singles, full set bundles, and drip that you need in order to make your deck look fancy and also make it functional. Go ahead and hit up Hemel Patel on any of the links that you see below, email, Blue Sky, or X, and he will get your order together. Furthermore, if you go ahead and order before July 10th, you can pick up your order at Pro Tour Las Vegas. A huge boon to all of you competitive players out there. You can get your cards reliably and at a price that fixes your wallet issue that I know I'm having. I don't know about you, Barrett. But get your cards from Hammurabi TCG and you will be happier for it. I guarantee it.
Yeah, Hamal cleaned me out for Omens of the Third Age. My Ziggy deck looks gorgeous, though. So
you're the real winner.
Yeah.
100%.
He only has my money. I have cards.
I think we're dipping back into bad life advice.
No. This one's a good piece.
All right, 100%. Well, take the good piece from Barrett, take the bad from me, skip out on that wedding, and stick around for more Flesh and Blood. We're going to have words from our winner from the last matchup. That is Justin Kennon on Phi. He's going to be flapping, Jesse Kennon on Phi. He's going to be flapping his yap with Mr. Barrett here. Don't go anywhere. There's more exciting stuff in the world of Flesh and Blood and AGE after this.
Welcome back in the booth, everyone. I'm here with Jesse Kennon. After his first quarterfinal match concludes, he is victorious here with Phi. Jesse, welcome inside the broadcast.
Hey, happy to be here.
Now, that matchup looked pretty convincing on your side as you saw that early Art of the Phoenix form from you and just how much damage that can push out. How'd you feel with that game?
It was a little scarier than our game in the Swiss. A couple of my early hands were a little rough, but once I found the hand that just went, oh man, did that hand go.
Were they counting up the damage on our side? We're like, 20, 25, 30, 35. And that
I
was
didn't do the math.
I think it
just
came out. I think it came out to 35 overall on your side, and we're just like, oh yeah, there's a really nice lead here, and then it was just in that turn gone immediately, and you had full control from there. So crazy turnout from your side. Now, have you been a Phi player for a long time? It looks like you have a lot of the Phi drip in your deck.
Yeah, so funnily enough, I actually bought the deck day one of Uprising. So I've paid way too much money for all these cards. And then I played it like once at an armory, and I didn't like playing the mirrors with Art of War and Stubby Hammers. So I put the deck down for like 4 years or however long it's been since day one of Uprising. And I've just now been picking it back up.
Okay, awesome. And how's it feel now that you have Art of the Phoenix War in the deck as well to kind of give a bit of the feel of that Art of the War term, but maybe not necessarily quite as bad as it was before?
Yeah, it's a little clunkier than Art of War, but it's still really good when it works. I don't play it into everything, but when that card bangs, boy does it bang.
Now, did you pick it up before Nationals, or did like Ashlyn and Matthews run through Nationals, kind of inspire you to pick the deck back up and give it a try again?
Yeah, I definitely didn't really have it on my radar for Nationals. I was probably just gonna play like Mario or Victor if I went. I didn't end up going. And then I saw Ashlyn did really well. I copied her list, changed a couple blues because I was lazy and didn't feel like digging the cards out. And then I've just mostly ran it the same.
Yeah, well, it looks like it's working out really good for you so far. You said that you played this matchup in Swiss. Have you played any other top 8 in your Swiss games, and how did those go? We know that you went undefeated, obviously, but were they good matchups? Were they close? Anything that you're kind of worried about in the rest of this top 8?
There's a Huntsman. I don't know if that was the Arceo match.
Yeah.
I don't know how that one ended up, but Huntsman's a little scary, but everything else in the top 8 I feel fine into.
Yeah, I believe that you have that side of the bracket, so whichever the Arceo and the Arachne Huntsman one will be the one that you'll play next. And the other side was Victor beating Oscilio, and then Teklo beating Cindra. Does that surprise you at all?
Teklo against Cindra? A little bit, but I've played a lot of Teklo.
Okay.
And that deck can just spit out damage. It's surprisingly aggressive.
Okay, awesome. Now, you said that you feel pretty confident outside of the Huntsman. Is there anyone particular that you'd prefer to see in the final between the Victor and the Teklo?
Definitely the Teklo.
Okay.
I actually played him in the Swiss, and we decided to go get lunch instead of playing. He just conceded the game to me. We just went and grabbed lunch.
That's a great sign for you if that's the finals matchup on your side. Anything else that you feel about the deck that you feel like going forward that you'd want to change with it, or how do you feel that it's going to be in this upcoming meta now that potentially Victor's leaving the meta, maybe Prism and all these other heroes as we roll past into Pro Tour Las Vegas, or after that with Mastery Pack Warrior and the events after that?
Yeah, definitely a little rougher going forward. Victor's one of your better matchups, so losing that hurts. Losing Prism's pretty good. And then Mastery Pack Warrior coming out and hopefully giving a shot in the arm to all the Warrior heroes is also going to be pretty rough, potentially. I don't know. I've never played the Hala matchup, I'm not going to lie, or the Olympia matchup.
Listen, I don't think that you're alone as all the Phi players or even Flesh and Blood players in general is saying that you haven't played against Olympia in CC. Myself, I think I've seen it maybe as Decimate or Great Axe, but it looks like we're not going to have that for much longer here, and we're going to have a whole other threat on our hands. Now, is there any hero that you're looking forward to playing here going forward other than Phi?
Oh, I'm a big Hala fan.
Okay.
I'm just waiting for her to get those Mastery Pack Warrior cards, and then you'll see me playing some Hala, hopefully.
Awesome. Hopefully for the next AGE events here going forward. Now, this will put you in a really good spot here going forward, potentially rack up a lot of points here for the Players' Championship. Is that something that you're looking to compete with down through the rest of the season and kind of really push for that in a high placement with that going forward? There are 3 more events here before that Players' Championship points will be locked in at the end of the season.
Yeah, so I actually haven't been able to make it to any of the other events except for the first one, and I didn't do very well at the first one. So we'll see how today goes, and and I should be able to make it to the next two. So hopefully those go well.
Yeah, awesome. And now, is there anyone that you wanted to shout out here? Friends, family, pets, random people on the internet?
Yeah, shout out to myself and shout out to my cat.
Hey, we love a good cat here. We've talked earlier today about dogs, and I'm a cat person personally, so I fully understand that. All right. Now, good luck with your semifinal match, whoever it is. Don't go anywhere as we come back shortly for our next round with the semifinals of the AG Open here in St. Louis for June.
Well, one top 8 competitor has been felled by the kerosene-dipped searing ember blade of Jesse Kennon, but will he be able to continue cutting his way through the riffraff, unlike Mr. Matthew Gump and Ashlyn Slattery before him? Granted, they had a little bit taller of a mountain to climb, I would say.
Well, I mean, he does have a KO here.
Fair enough. He does have a KO. Doesn't have any gravy bones, which is exactly the thing that put the stopper on both of those FiZe runs back at US Nationals. Well, we are back at the AGE Open June edition in St. Louis. My name is Bryce Platts, here with Barrett Goss for the first time, but I, at this point, hope not the last. Barrett,
Hopefully
it's been
not.
an absolute pleasure. Go ahead and sound off in chat. How's Barrett been doing? How's his driving? How's his punning? That's the real question.
Yeah, I don't know that I can match you yet on that one. Give me a little bit, and then I'll break them back out. I've been like forcefully removed from them long enough that I have to like kind of get them back into my bloodstream.
Listen, man, you did stun lock me earlier on. Don't talk down to yourself, I should say. Ponkish didn't even try to contend, so you're already doing better than him. Let's review our top 8 bracket, shall we? There's one match result that we didn't announce formally, and that is, of course, Anthony Hook versus Joshua Kelly. The underhanded cheat reigns supreme again. And in his winners interview, Anthony Hook said he's not worried at all about these draconic ninjas. They have 0 for 4s. I have 0 for 4s. Mine just block.
Yeah, Anthony also has the benefit of having some life gain in the deck, so those off turns from the fight, you can kind of build back up, build a little bit of a life buffer there, and crucially has a bunch of disruption in the deck, right? There's CNCs that he can use to kind of maybe interrupt Jesse's plans, so Jesse can't set that Art of the War Phoenix up on his side, and really kind of like put a little bit of a wrench in his plans here. Not a cog, a wrench.
The cogs are out for now, as Phillip Scott has been booted out of the building with a Searing Ember Blade in his back. Luckily, Jesse brought a spare. He's going to see if he can shiv that right between the ribs of Anthony Hook. That will be the feature match that we'll be watching on stream, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to let Joseph Musgrove and Austin Henson duke it out off-screen for now.
Sounding like...
Instead, we look for probably the more fiery of the two matchups.
Well, hopefully. I mean, when I first started, I had a lot of trouble with Fi and understanding what Fi's cards were because every single card is just a dude yelling at you and he's on fire. So I'd hope that there's at least a little bit of blaze here on his side. That other side looks like it should be interesting, but I have to imagine the Teklo feels pretty comfortable in that matchup. I would think so too.
Exactly why we turn our eyes to the top side of this bracket. Now, if you have been loving what you've been seeing and you want to get out to an AGE Open, these are the dates and locations upcoming that you can look forward to. Obviously, the left side of your screen is happening right now, so if you're not literally sitting in Great Stories, Comics, and Games or fantasy books and games, you're out of luck. But luckily for you, this is something that we do every single month for 8 Opens throughout the year, and then, of course, a 9th event, which is the Players' Championship. So the AGE Open Series trundles on in July. July 11th for St. Louis will be at Mystic TCG, unfortunately not streamed for your viewing pleasure. But the very next day, July 12th, will feature New England, and that'll be a double header at the Double Tree, as it were, in Manchester downtown. That is not actually in Manchester. That is in New Hampshire, if you would believe it.
False advertising.
Yeah, well, I mean, there were a lot of things that we departed from when we separated from the British Empire, but their naming conventions was not one of them. And then July 25th, we return to Los Angeles after a very long hiatus. Top Deck Keep will house us once again on July 25th. So much to look forward to at the AGE Open Series. And before we proceed to the match, I do want to thank one more time the good folks at Fantasy Books and Games. Our stream tech and main consigliere from the store is Dan Gomez. He has been a delight to work with, alongside Michael Thompson, the man who brought St. Louis the AGE Open Series. It was his impressive candor, the way he canvassed the area, the amount of people that would be interested in what we have to offer, that made us feel confident about moving into his neighborhood. So take a page from Michael's book, maybe hit him up on Discord and ask him what was it that made St. Louis and him such an enticing partner for us here at AGE. You can find Fantasy Books and Games on Facebook and Instagram. FantasyBooksInc.com is their website, and they are one of our official sponsors. Thanks to them and all of the people that support the AGE Open Series. What do you say, Barrett? You want to see more gameplay?
I do. Let's get into it.
All right. You want to yell at it too? Party on. Let's get down to it. We hit the button, and we showcase this semifinal match between two titans of the June AGE Open Series in St. Louis. Jesse Kennon, our first seed, remains indomitable. No losses to speak of on Phi Rising Rebellion, going up against Anthony Hook, the sinister man with the sinister plan. It's KO underhanded cheat, but will he be able to get the boos when they count? Show of strength is the first action resolved on this turn and in this game. 8 power crashing through.
Yeah, and I have a sneaking suspicion that Jesse doesn't have anything 6 power or more to lower this attack output, so we will see 3 blocks here from Jesse to start this out. Going to be really interested to see how Anthony wants to approach this matchup. Like we said earlier, a lot of block. He's a really strong mid-range deck, has a lot of disruption tools in his effect, but crucially, Jesse kind of does this push turn that most other decks in the format can't anymore, right? We really haven't seen a deck be able to output 40 damage in a turn since Dio with High Octane or maybe Zen back when he had Art of War. So very few decks have been able to reach this damage threshold ceiling that Jesse can present. We saw him do it last round. The question is, can Anthony keep him off of those turns or survive them when they do come out?
It's pretty much just the ninjas at this point, because even the Gone in a Flash combos of Oscilio aren't really the height of what we saw just on stream last round.
Yeah.
So Oath of Loyalty resolved for Jesse Kennon, met immediately by a sink below from the hand of Anthony Hook. Card cycled away, card drawn. Searing Emberblade comes in with the permission of Salt the Wound in the pitch zone, met by a Mocking Blow immediately. Still no damage comes across. Rising Resentment likely to meet yet another blocking card, and there it is. Swing big out of the hand of Anthony Hook. Activation of Phi Rising Rebellion. Phoenix Flame fetched, Phoenix Flame played. Coming in only for 1. Anthony Hook posturing like he's ready to take it. Yes, first blood is drawn for Jesse Kennon. Anthony Hook now down to 39 as play continues. Inflame the Firebrand, the follow-up. 5 go again. Extra points of damage stapled onto that one, because this is definitely north of 4 chain links that are draconic.
And we see that outside interference coming in here from Anthony. It doesn't block itself, so he has to fetch a blocking card out of his sideboard. We'll just be that big bully here to cover 3 damage, and that boots here, scab skin leathers will cover out that full 5 here. Very impressive turn from Jesse on his turn 0 here, just spending all 4 cards to send it at Anthony. But Anthony able to cover all but 1 point of damage here. And we'll see here, is his next turn able to present that much? We see the first Art of the Phoenix War here in his hand. Is this going to be a turn where he fires it off immediately, or will we wait and try to set up a larger turn next turn out of Jesse? As we do pass back, Anthony's allowed to draw back up here, and we'll see how Jesse wants to go forward in this match. Is he just going to press all the damage here, or is he going to take a quick off turn here, set up and potentially try to push a 5-card hand instead? As Ignite leads off the turn here, coming in for 2 go again, with that reduction on the next card played that is Draconic.
Ignite awfully interesting when paired with Art of the Phoenix War, but no Phoenix Flame is in the hand of Jesse Kennon as for now. Has the opportunity to go ahead and set up a 5-card hand with that all-powerful, some would call them Anthem effects, down the line.
And this is really interesting from Anthony. He's putting that Scowling Fleshbag forward immediately as the first block on this chain. I expected him to actually let this wait for an Art of the Phoenix turn where he could try to potentially disrupt one of those large turns. Him presenting here kind of signals to me that he has a hand that he wants to be able to push back at Jesse with. So potentially able to really disrupt this turn here if he hits the correct card. We'll see if it matters farther down the line in this match.
4 is the rolled number. It is Art of the Phoenix War intimidated away. Probably the card that Jesse wanted to save for the Arsenal anyway.
Yep, but it does mean that Jesse will not be playing it this turn no matter what. So kind of forced into that play. We talked about which line he's going to take. Well, he doesn't have a choice at this point.
And 2 resources are floating because, of course, Ignite will discount that Searing Emberblade activation cost by 1. Ripple Away gets in the way. 40 plays 39 still as a Phoenix Flame gets fetched back to the hand and immediately shortcut onto the combat chain. This one crashes in for 2, activating Tiger Stripe Shuko's passive ability. And in the hand of Anthony Hook, it's 2 send packings and an insult to injury. More blocking equipment getting in the mix. And I think it's interesting. It showcases the play style of KO Underhanded Cheat when you see players shoving armor in front of attacks way earlier than you otherwise would.
Yeah, committing a lot in these first 2 chains just to keep it a healthy life total here. Was curious if Anthony maybe was trying to set up a send packing here with maybe something like a pummel this turn. Looks like instead, electing just to stay at a healthy life total. We'll be able to send the send packing here, it looks like. And have to imagine Jesse's going to immediately block this to save his Art of the Phoenix.
But it's going to be no small feat because, of course, That might token means send packing will come in for 7 rather than its printed 6. Jesse does have an out in the boot slot, which is, of course, Dragon Scalar Flight Path has Battle Worn 1, but will he have 2 3 blocks in the hand? Feel like I'm seeing in Phoenix, Bannerman Head, and Compounding Anger are there.
2 cards that Jesse likes to be able to play, but they're not necessarily like premium cards in this matchup, whereas that Art of the Phoenix is a premium card here. So pretty happy to trade this out here, potentially, and just keep that Art of the Phoenix. But it looks like he's reconsidering what he wants to block with here.
The scary thing, of course, about send packing is that it reveals the card in Arsenal. So if Jesse is to block out this send packing, likely just going to reset Art of the Phoenix War back into the Arsenal, and with a smaller 2-card hand, if Anthony Hook draws up something like a Pummel CNC, that Art of the Phoenix War might be stripped away no matter what.
Yeah. On Jesse's side, he has to think here, he's not under a huge amount of pressure in terms of the damage that KO will put out every turn. It's more of how will it affect his future turns and what he can present on each turn of his to kind of pressure Anthony down and get to those combo turns. Does decide that initial block is the correct one here. Puts that counter on the boots. We'll get that Art of the Phoenix back here, and we'll see what he does. Probably a relatively small turn here as Anthony looks to reload and potentially continue that pressure into this next turn cycle.
With a shout out to himself, Art of the Phoenix War placed safely back into the hand for Jesse Kennon. Likely to be parked in the Arsenal once again, but not before we do a little bit of damage here. Searing Emberblade comes in without Go Again. Likely a very face-up play, an IP penalty self-inflicted by Jesse Kennon.
This is a line that new players are particularly ones that I've seen struggle with this concept before, where they just see, oh, I have all these cards in hand and I want to arsenal this one, I'll use all of them. Jesse here, he's okay IPing these cards. They're good cards. He wants to keep them for his next turn cycle when he has a big turn, and he knows that KO can't really pressure those cards out of him or hurt him too much, so he's fine just to spend that card, not burn out of his deck, and instead carry it into this next turn cycle. Really nice play here from Jesse, signaling that he likes those 2 cards, one of which Anthony knows about, and that he really wants to look for that 5-card gigantic push here on the next turn cycle.
The other one I was able to spy, it is a Rise from the Ashes in the blue. Likely the fuel that Jesse wanted to use for his Art of the Phoenix Fire. In this case, Command and Conquer, parked in the Arsenal in the early stages of this game for Anthony Hook, is going to make it difficult. There's also a card in hand and 2 floating, Barrett.
Anthony giving the classic fork here for Jesse of, do I have it or do I not?
And Jesse Kennon seems to be posturing 6-7. I'm not entirely sure why.
Really interesting idea here from Jesse is, does he cover the 6 and then say, if you have the pummel, you have the pummel, or does he just give up this Art of the Phoenix and just say, look, I'm not going to deal with this. I'm not going to deal with the pummel. I'm going to just go into my external with this full 4-card hand and then proceed without this Art of the Phoenix here. Great line from Anthony to be able to pocket this early and hold it for the situation where it actually really matters. And what we really wanted to see from him, we wanted to see multiple disruption turns in a row. Send packing into CNC with the pummel threat. Huge ability from him to be able to keep pressuring Jesse, since he needs to get that life total chip down bit by bit and stop those big combo turns.
And now, because Searing Emberblade was the only attack on the last turn, it's entirely possible that Anthony is just bluffing a pummel and making Jesse consider it.
Yep, but that's the thing. Jesse has to determine here, am I going to block 6 and potentially lose the Arsenal and a 3rd card in hand from a pummel? Or am I just going to say, no blocks, I'll lose the card from my Arsenal as well as maybe one in hand? It looks like he's going to like to say, you don't have this pummel, and he reads it correctly. Anthony just bashfully kind of puts it in there with a chuckle. Go to that next turn cycle as Jesse is down 2 cards, however, so this Art of the Phoenix War probably not going to get resolved this turn. Gives Anthony another chance to draw some more disruption here.
That does surprise me, honestly. Anthony, pretty good bluffer, as we've seen. 40 plays 37. Jesse still in the lead. Rise from the Ashes in the red. Fetches a Phoenix Flame. Puts it directly onto the combat chain. This one, only 3 go again. The extra +1 from the Phoenix Flame not conveyed because, of course, there's no Draconic Chain Link before it. So Jesse continues to kind of spin his wheels, but also slip in a little bit of damage. It is Inflame, the follow-up. Tiger Stripe Shuko activated. Combat chain closed, however. So a Phoenix Flame from the graveyard will be fetched back to the hand. Exactly why Jesse wanted to close the combat chain. Get his Phoenix Flame back where it belongs.
Cute little line here from Jesse. We'll convert this extra card into a bit more damage here as we see 6 damage total on the turn cycle. Nothing too world-breaking here, as Anthony will just heal that 6 right back up with the Sigil of Solaces.
So all of a sudden, Anthony is higher in life than he was at the start of Jesse's turn. 38 plays 40, and now Show of Strength might finally buy the life lead in the favor of Anthony Hook, at least for a little bit.
But crucially here, Jesse's not getting disrupted this turn. Unless there's a pummels exactly in Arsenal, which we know it isn't because it didn't go in the CNC 2 turns
Unless
ago.
Anthony is the ultimate poker facer.
Oh boy, that'd be crazy. But Jesse here just says, I'll take 8, no big deal here. I finally have that 5-card hand I've been looking for here, and I get to actually use it to its full effect here. So we're going to see how he's going to start this off. And Spreading Flame is a doozy to start this, as we know that Art of the Phoenix is in the arsenal already. Potential for huge damage outputs from Jesse here to start this game.
Yikes. The Anthem effects are magnificent by themselves, but when you compare them with each other, Art of the Phoenix, War giving +1 to all your Draconic attack action cards, Spreading Flames giving +1 to all of your attacks.
And Flame Call Awakening here is absolutely massive to get that additional Phoenix Flame, as I believe there's a fire that burns within in Jesse's hand as well. So he wants 2 Phoenix Flames this turn, and he's going to get them.
Oh, yes, he will. Yes, he will. And he still isn't punished when it comes to his resource curve. He's going to pay the 1 floating, I would imagine. Yes, for Art of the Phoenix War. Go ahead and discard that Phoenix Flame out of the hand. Draw 2 cards. Get that Anthem effect online as soon as humanly possible. And then because Tunic is online, can cash that in for a free resource with which to employ Fire that Burns Within.
And then we saw the Mask of the Bounty links up this turn. We have Dragon's Color Flight Path. This could turn out to be another massive turn for Jesse that, again, goes off for a playmat potentially here if he draws up the right cards.
Though. I think it's another Art of the Phoenix War, which does complicate things a little bit for Jesse.
An Embarrassment of Riches here. He could just fetch up another Flame Call Awakening here and go for his 3rd Phoenix Flame as well.
But he needs more resources, right?
He has the Tunic here to pay for one of them. He might potentially... He has a Tenacity in hand they could potentially pitch as well. In the hand,
True, yeah. Tenacity is not a bad option to pitch.
Which would pay for both the Flame Call Awakening and the Fire that Burns Within, but then we're still 1 short of the Art of the Phoenix here as well. Our issue here is that we have 3 cards effectively this turn that want to pitch Phoenix Flames, and we've only been able to get 1 off the Flame Call Awakening. We'll get 1 more from the Fire ability, but we need to find that 3rd one or be able to just arsenal one of these 2 and then save it for the next turn cycle. So it's really, how does Jesse want to approach this turn? What does he want to keep for the next turn cycle as well?
Inflame, also an option here. We have seen Ashlyn Slattery go ahead and fetch that one up in one of her bigger combo turns.
Yeah,
one has been played. I wonder if there are more in the deck for Jesse.
Yeah, that's the question. He said he changed up the blue base. I don't know if he changed up anything else besides that.
Okay. Inflame the Firebrand, the chosen card. Just additional gas.
He has the Tenacity as well, so he could play out the Fire that Burns Within just to get the extra card draw and see where the turn goes with the Ember Blade, and then pocket the other Art of the Phoenix for next turn as well. Either way, he's going to push a ton of damage this turn, whichever line he takes. He just kind of maximizes as much damage as he can, but getting the mask popped for just 4 damage is a little bit interesting here. I'm not quite sure how he plans to use it the rest of this turn, but we're going to find out here as that Fire that Burns Within does come in, picks up that Phoenix Flame here with Fi's ability in response to it, and then we'll pitch it back into his graveyard to draw a card here and have this Fire that Burns Within come in for 6. Go again. Draw a card.
Card drawn.
Not showing us.
Jesse doesn't want to see it himself.
I saw a text box.
I want to say Rising Resentment. I hope that's not another art. For Jesse's sake, at least.
Again, this all comes back to every Fi card being somebody on fire screaming.
Yes. Inflame the Firebrand. I don't think she's screaming.
It might be in rage.
It would seem that the women are not screaming. The men are all screaming. Both Fire that Burns Within and Inflame the Firebrand have closed mouths.
Well, if you notice, a lot of times it looks like the men are on fire.
Okay.
Seeing Ember Blade coming in for 4. Go again here. Thanks that Spreading Flames.
It was Blaze Headlong found for Jesse Kennon. Huge boon to him not being an Art of the Phoenix War. Man, Blaze Headlong 6. Go again. Man, that hurts.
So much damage coming across here from Jesse this turn. Anthony all the way down to 18 even after blocking out this turn cycle.
Sheesh Louise. And all of a sudden the prospect of getting a free boo is pretty much null and void. Anthony Hook in his winner's interview told me he wasn't scared of Draconic Ninjas. Maybe he should have been. And it's an erase face as the retort. 18 plays 32. And Anthony is coming for Jesse's talents.
And this is one of the best tech cards into the Draconic Ninjas. One of my personal
Draconic class, honestly.
Yeah, one of my personal favorites to play in Ira where you get that extra +1 to make it a 7 breakpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Really has the capability of, even if you don't get to disrupt them by blowing up a card like Send Packing or CNC can, Erase Face still shuts down their next turn because the entire deck revolves around having that Draconic tag and making chain links based with it. So great card here from Anthony that should be able to buy some space. Jesse just deciding to block 3 and have that active ability hit him next turn. Says, I don't really care about this.
Only 2 on that display loyalty, so it's a total of 4 damage that comes across the line. Jesse Kennon now at 28, still eclipsing Anthony Hook by 10 life points. But Oath of Loyalty resolved for Jesse, and he gives a wry smile. Now, technically speaking, neither this Oath of Loyalty nor anything that can come after it will be Draconic because of Erase Face's ability. Normally, the way to get around that in heroes like wait.
So he can still play the Ember because he's not playing
He's not playing the card, he's activating it. Oh, this is actually kind of sick. So Jesse's saying that he has played around Erase Face in the past. What I was going to say, of course, is that other Draconic heroes make use of fealty tokens in order to cheat around Erase Face's effect. So it is 1 card left stranded in the hand for Jesse Kennon. And Anthony Hook comes for the Arsenal again, which once again is Art of the Phoenix War.
I spy a certain card here.
What's the card?
Oh, finally, Anthony lines it up here.
At a place where it seemed like Jesse was willing to let that second Art of the Phoenix go. So life totals getting whiplash, just like us here in the booth. 10 damage. And then another forced discard. Rising Resentment and Art of the Phoenix War join each other as graveyard buddies. Back over to Jesse. 18 plays 11.
And it's absolutely critical that Anthony had that there. He had to disrupt Jesse, or he was going to take another huge hit there from an Art of the Phoenix form, or Art of the Phoenix War, rather. As we see Jesse lead off his turn, rise from the ashes into a Blaze Headlong here, coming in for 7 go again, putting that Phoenix Flame back into his hand. As we see Anthony quickly block with a Mocking Blow and a Fate Foreseen, going to opt that card to the bottom of his deck here. Doesn't like what he saw. So he has to start covering a lot of the damage from Jesse this turn, coming in with that Phoenix just for 1 go again. And we'll eat that last piece of equipment block before the Tunic comes into play.
Display Loyalty, the follow-up. 3 go again. Fealty token on the board now as Apex Bonebreaker gives its last gasp. Phoenix Flame the second to follow. +1 from Tiger Stripe Shuko. Shout out to Ashlyn Slattery, who has made her way into the chat. Looks like the bat signal goes out whenever Afai is doing well. She can feel the burning ember blade in her heart. Erase Face the second, the retort from Anthony Hook. 6 plays 18, but Jesse still in the driver's seat. Will he be able to shirk off the talentless turn with the help of a fealty token, or will he respect this devastating on-hit?
And really nice to see in the last turn, Jesse really kind of highlighting the power of when you have multiple Phoenix Flames there, able to do that Rise from the Ashes play with the Phoenix Flame and then still get the second one back afterwards to really pressure Anthony's life total and his hand here. But great retort from Anthony on his side, finding another one of those disruption pieces really quickly here. And it looks like Jesse just says, I'll take the whole 6 and the effect here. So he is not scared of these Erase Faces this game.
Even after accepting the full brunt of that Erase Face, still double the life total of Anthony Hook. And if there's one thing I know about the underhanded cheat, is he is not comfortable when he's this far behind in life. Anthony's done everything that he can. Give up the equipment early, play out Sigils of Solace, try to claw your way a life lead early on in the game, but it has been stripped away by Jesse Kennon and an early Art of the Phoenix War.
And notably, Rise from the Ashes will still bump this to a 4, I believe, because it says next Draconic or Ninja action. But it looks like Jesse's going to pop the fealty anyway here to make it Draconic. Or is he doing it in this next chain link? Not quite sure here what the ordering is here. It looks like I'm going to call a judge here to check on this.
You're right. Draconic or Ninja. And so Erase Face will not eliminate class keywords, just talent. Right?
No, Erase Face is both.
No,
it actually,
class.
no, sorry,
You're right,
it is
you're
both.
right.
Yeah. So Rise from the Ashes loses both of its hives with it. So Jesse here, if he wants to actually have this buff it, would have to have been on that. Instead, he's electing to keep it be just a generic, no class or talent for the Ronin Renegade. Make it a 3 go again. Then fealty the fire that burns within instead. So it will not only be a Draconic attack itself, but also get the Rise from the Ashes buff in addition to it.
And also, the Phoenix Flame that will likely follow will get a buff because technically he'll have 1 Draconic chain link Actually, wait, hold on. He can swing Emberblade now because he has a Draconic Chain Link too.
He should be able to, and it's not the second chain link then, though. He can still swing it, but it won't get go again. Because I think it has to be the second or higher Draconic
You're
link.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, so it'll be Ignite instead. Tiger Stripe Shuko active. That one only cares about base power, not class or talent types.
Yep, and our players here just double-checking with a couple things here.
Anthony likely looking for any saving grace he possibly can as he descends down to 1.
And Ignite will not discount the cost for the Emberblade. However, it shouldn't matter here because we can't activate the Draconic Flight Path this turn. It will, however, pressure Anthony out here.
Sigil of Solace essentially on blocking duty. You may have missed it, folks. Anthony Hook discarded it immediately in the face of the Emberblade. Call to the Grave, likely fetching out a Fiddler's Green. Get Anthony
top card of the deck.
A little bit of extra life here. Honestly, he's probably happy to remove it from the top of the deck because, of course, you have to wait in order for the chain to be closed to get that life gain effect. And Fi is not one to close combat chains until the turn's over.
Yeah, and Anthony here really hoping that Jesse has one of those setup turns where he only gets to convert like 2 cards for damage and has to pitch the other ones or go a little bit slower with it. If he doesn't, then he's at that precarious life total where all the chip damage that Draconic and ninjas in general can do with their breakpoint attacks can become a really big problem here since he's only at 4 life. As Jesse leads off here with a Ronin Renegade, 4-3 go again. Quick block here out of Anthony. Does have a pretty good blocking hand. Everything does block for 3, so no real worries there. The question is, how much can Jesse convert this turn with those 4 cards? As we see Syrian Emberblade come in for 3 go again, quickly blocked. Flame Call Awakening pitching a blue off of Van Loyalty here to fetch the 3rd Phoenix Flame out of the deck here. And Jesse's hand is humming.
3 go again, Flame Call Awakening. Anthony Hook, without the defenses in order to survive, at least as far as I can see them in the hand. Phoenix Flame out of the hand from Flame Call Awakening. Cracking in for a measly 1 damage.
And the chip damage continues here from Jesse.
It's a bag of chips for Anthony Hook. Phoenix Flame the second comes in for 2 thanks to Tiger Stripe Shuko. Compounding Anger. A fitting finish to this game. 1 damage leaks through. Jesse Kennon remains undaunted. Proceeding all the way to the finals. The rebellion is certainly rising. In this case, a Searing Emberblade firmly in the grasp of Jesse Kennon after embedding it into his opponent.
Yeah, and not much to say there. Jesse, every time that we've seen him here in both these last 2 rounds, has just been phenomenal with converting each of these hands and knowing exactly how to play this deck.
This just in as well, we have a winner in another region. AGE New England has been taken down by none other than Justin Gottlieb. If that last name sounds familiar, yeah, you're right to prick your ears up. That is the brother of Brian Gottlieb. Wins that one with Oscilio Constella Intelligence. So there's only one more victor to crown here. And spoiler alert, it's not Victor. We take one more look at our top 8 bracket. There's only one more question to answer. It's our finalist. Drum roll, please. Who won in the bottom side of this bracket? Austin Henson, Teklo Vossen against all odds, becomes, I would imagine, Macropotent and takes down Joseph Musgrove. He will take on Jesse Kennon, and it's a battle of the top seeds. Jesse Kennon, however, is just 1 ahead of Austin.
And I spoke with Jesse in his winner's interview earlier for the quarterfinal match, asked him how he felt about the other side of the bracket, specifically with each of the matchups, and he said that in the last round of Swiss that he and Austin played, Austin conceded and they went to get lunch instead of playing it. He feels that confident about the matchup. So it seems like Jesse feels that he's incredibly favored in this matchup.
Okay.
At this point, I don't have any reason to doubt Jesse after watching him kind of just walk through his first 2.
I mean, Gem Lottery and the deck variants are definitely going the way of Jesse Kennon. I think all of the bad beats have been eaten up by the likes of Ashlyn Slattery and Matthew Gump in top 8 brackets. So thanks to them for taking all the bad luck. Jesse, however, is on a roll. We'll have to see if the matchup is as free as he thinks. Austin Henson will do his best to stand in the way. And he's already felled 1 Draconic Ninja on his road to the finals.
And we've seen before where Draconic or Draconic-looking heroes have lost to favored matchups. Shout out to Kano and Kasai in multiple final events.
Calling Seattle, where Chris Iali took him down.
Calling LA along with the Pro Tour, where Majin Bay lost with it in the finals. So
another random event
happen.
where Colin Erickson on Kasai destroy. There's a lot of Kasai on Kano destruction.
It's a lot of Colin Erickson too. Now that I think about it,
that guy's insane.
Yeah, turns out national champion and everything. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? Fresh national champion and fresh faced, mind you, just recently turned 21.
It's somewhere up there now. Every time I see me, he gains like 3 inches. I don't know how it keeps happening. It's crazy.
Dude, I have to cast with him every now and then. They literally put a booster seat under my ass.
Have him sit on the floor from now on a pillow. Just slowly.
He'd still be taller than me.
Yep.
Okay, we are going to proceed into our final match, but not after we have a few laughs and, of course, a word from our sponsor, Hammurabi TCG. Hemel Patel is the man to buy from, and he runs the bazaar. If you need singles, just go ahead and message him at any of the 3 social links you see at the bottom of your screen. Email, Blue Sky, X are all the places to find this man. He is your friend in the card gaming world. If you order your singles by July 10th, you can get it all at Pro Tour Las Vegas. Even if you're just rolling up, putting that 80 together, slapping it on the table, and putting out a deck list for the Pro Tour itself.
Yeah, if you're looking forward, if you like all the things you've seen with Fi here and you're looking forward to Pro Tour Las Vegas, you too can just have a Fi deck from scratch. Hamal will hook you up with every single piece that you need with it. And you too can walk in and just Art of the Phoenix people and push 35 damage in a turn.
And now that's not just limited to white border, black border. You can also get max rarity. Hemel is the guy with the drip. If you don't believe me, go ahead and take a look at any of the drip battles that have been on stream at Tier 4s abound. So get over to Hemel. Use your friend in the card gaming business and get your hands on your precious singles. Now,
you can even get some fishy round the table packs up here.
Yes, 100%. You've heard that from me. And I am not spreading misinformation. I promise you that. Go ahead and talk to Hemel about his pallets and pallets around the table. We're going to take one more look at our prizing because, of course, this last matchup of AGE St. Louis, at least here in June, will be a $200 match between these two players because that is the amount of money that separates the winner from second place. Honestly, a pretty far cry from one another when you compare the AGE points. 5 points is honestly not that much different between these two players.
Yeah, both of them really helps catapult them up the standings here. Puts them in a good spot here going into these last few months with these last few AG events before the Players' Championship to actually compete, not only to be in the top 16 and lock their place in that top 16, but also try to push themselves in that top half. Again, we've seen Jason Feng here still at the top, going to put up a few more points out of today. Lucas Barding, I don't believe converted any points today. Lucas Oswald may have gotten a few points, but again, after we hit Jason Feng and Lucas Barding, it kind of starts to sit like pretty close together with each person, as 30 and 25 points respectively is a huge injection for both of these players into their point total.
So even Phillip Scott, Jason Feng, and Anthony Hook, who have all succumbed in the quarterfinals and semifinals respectively, will cement themselves on the left side of this bracket. And that's really where you want to be if you want to be feeling good at these last couple opens.
Yeah, absolutely. And that 30 points puts you already in the top 16 just off of those 30 points, not counting any that you had before or any going forward in the rest of this, 3 months that we have left with it?
Exactly. And now, because we've already heard from Mr. Jesse Kennon and our Fi enthusiast, we are going to proceed directly into our final match. So you don't have that much more time to wait, folks. The conclusion of AGE St. Louis in June is up just after this. Don't go anywhere.
right, guys. We heard you, and we think it's time for you to tell us. What kind of cards do you want in the expansion slot?
Listen, I think I'm gonna need a new weapon. Luminaris 4.0 that gives action points instead of go again.
Ship it! Wait, no. Internally, you're already the best deck in the format.
My angel gets so many cards. Me want card too. Me want to smash. Me want to pass with
If only we could give you a blue 6, buddy.
Blue 6?
Ship it!
James.
Now look here, T. I just need some arcane barrier evil. I'm a man of means. I can afford to invent some AB.
I just need purpose.
Visit the Golden Anvil, you'll be fine.
Forget about Gladiator Boy.
Olympia! Aha!
Just tell me the price. I'll sell my soul if I have to. Aye, works for me.
Ship it!
Wait, James!
Brian.
How do you even understand that? OMG.
Spider also want beat wizard.
There is no way that is all they said.
Spider also say buy from Bazaar.
What is that?
Hammurabi, TCG.
Buy from the Bazaar by contacting Hemel Patel through Facebook, Twitter, or Discord. Available for any and all Fabtcg requests, including high-end, master sets, and more.
See, now that's an idea I can get behind.
Ship it!
2 heroes felled by the Searing Ember Blade of Jesse Kennon. Will he be able to do what the likes of Ashlyn Slattery and Matthew Gump was not able to do? And that is, of course, burn his way all the way to the throne of Volcor and usurp it before a set of the same name can come out. I'm mixing a lot of analogies
Going a little bit into the, I believe this is called fan fiction at that point. But
all right, I'm down with it.
We know where this goes next. Now, I don't believe that either Ashlyn or Matthew had to deal with a Teklo Vossen, though.
No, maybe they would have been happier to deal with that rather than Gravy Bones. But time will tell. We've heard from Jesse that it was a scoop of a matchup between he and Austin in Swiss.
Literally,
Jesse felt that it is completely free.
He literally just said, man, this guy sat down and just like, bro, this is free.
It apparently convinced Austin to concede immediately so that they could both get dinner. So we don't know exactly how it's going to play out. Technically on the sheet, there's a win for Jesse versus Teklo Vossen in Swiss, but the proof can be very, very different. If you don't believe me, ask one Majin Bay going up against Ziggy Starlight. You know what I'm talking about?
I have an inkling, maybe just a little bit.
Well, if it wouldn't be an AG stream and it wouldn't be me in the commentator booth if I didn't throw Majin Bay under the bus at least once.
Usually it's Peter Bedensic, so I think that he's probably a little bit happier here.
Are you kidding? Peter does not throw him under the bus. He
no,
licks
you
his
throw
boots.
Peter under the bus.
Oh yeah.
And then Peter.
That's where Peter lives.
Peter gives Majin $6 more for his Twitch subscription.
Peter
is
is
the way the chain goes.
We don't want to talk about Peter because he could show up at any instance. If
He's
you
outside the
mention his
door.
name
He's outside the studio right now.
Get me out of here. Okay, well, let's talk about the way we got to the top 8 bracket that we have before you. Of course, there's only one more game to be decided, and it's Jesse Kennon versus Austin Henson. Phi Rising Rebellion versus Teklo Vossen Esteemed Magnate. The road has been paved in blood for both of these players, and the metagame is what tells the story. Nobody knew what to do coming into this tournament, clearly, as you mentioned, Barrett, and there's plenty of one-ofs that kind of hint at that exact dynamic. Oscilio Constella Intelligence, only one of copy despite a dominant performance. Guardians have come out of the woodwork, a total of 9 copies, even though we only see 9% of the meta represented for our top most decks.
Yeah, and it looks like at the end of the day, we have the Rebellion versus the Bourgeoisie to round it out. So we'll see the classic battle here. Very French battle here on the day of the French Nationals.
Yeah. 100%. So this is exactly the way that French and Jean Valjean would have loved for it to play out, I think.
They do enjoy burning things down, so I think that we know which side they're on with this matchup, too.
Heck yeah, that Searing Emberblade is going to look a little bit more like a guillotine coming for the head of the capitalist magnate, Teklo Vossen. What? Too gory?
We've kind of gotten into political philosophy along with our cards here. So, I mean, I'm not opposed to it, but...
the fan fiction keeps on rolling. The question is, who do you ship in the Flesh and Blood world for Phi? Is it Teklo Vossen? Are they star-crossed lovers?
I don't know. I thought that him and the KO ship was pretty good. I gotta say, like that one. I feel like I feel like that would do numbers on the social media, right?
It's like the Capulets and the Montagues, separated at birth. Okay, let's see some more Flesh and Blood, and you're going to want to keep your eyes peeled to the screen because this one could be over quicker than it starts. But we'll find out right now. For the last time, we proceed to the feature match area. Jesse Kennon keeps on his burning trail of retribution. This time, trying to topple Austin Henson on Teklo Vossen, Esteemed Magnate. A boost Teklo variant. Looks like he's going to be on the play. It was Jesse's right to choose turn order, and it's Teklo Trebuchet 2000 boosting away a Fabricate straight away.
And we've seen so far every single game in the top 8 here with Jesse has gone with him choosing to go second, which is no surprise. And every single opponent's attacked into him, which is really interesting because it does let him kind of filter that opening hand and kind of dig into those power cards a bit sooner. We'll see if it comes back to bite Austin here the same way it did the previous 2 challengers into Jesse, as looks like we will stop here. He is Teklo Foundry Hardy here to make 2 resources, I believe, boost 2 additional cards away. Looking for those additional Evo pieces so he can play one out here on this first turn and really start to get the ball rolling on that extra armor, which he sounds like he's going to need to have into this matchup to hold up to Jesse's onslaught.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. If you're packing Teklo Foundry Heart, you can't equip all of your Evos, and so you can't play Singularity. What is Austin even playing to win?
You know, I somehow think that he's not going to have the space to build up another 30 Evos like we saw earlier against Huntsman and then swing a bunch of Jesse. I think at this point it's probably just can I stay alive to get to those 9 overpower attacks, which would only be 6s here, but still threatening in Jesse. We'll see here. He does manage to get 2 of the Evos off right away, which is actually really nice for him. We'll get that discount into all of his large attacks as well as that Teklo leveler here. And we'll see what Jesse can do with his opening hand. As it looks like it might not be as strong of an opening hand as we saw some of his previous matchups here.
Tenacity, and I believe that's a fire that burns within. Just pay for a compounding anger. So it's 5 no-go again for Austin's consideration. Jesse rubs his hands together. This is what I was hoping to do with Fi today. And honestly, we've seen him do it on many turn cycles in the feature match area. He's a man that is totally fine going slow when the cards tell him to.
Yep, and we see Still Street Enforcers coming out here, currently blocking for an extra 2 because of those Evo pieces that are equipped here. And looks like Austin's going to have a clean block here. And unlike those first 2 matches that we saw with Jesse, not a super fast start here. Exactly what Austin needs to see here to be able to kind of build up a little bit of a cushion here and get those Evo pieces online so we can start actually pressuring Jesse's life total as your favorite card comes out to play.
Heavy Metal Hardcore.
That's not its name.
Oh, I like calling it by the Heavy Metal Thunder.
There we go.
Okay, all right, we're back, baby. 3 go again here as an Evo has not been banished by boosting this turn. Booze, get out of here, Justin. Wake up.
Now, we do see the Pulse Wave Harpoon here in the banish run from Austin. Didn't see it earlier in his Huntsman game, but much better in these aggro matchups where he can force Jesse to put a card onto the combat chain. As we see him get away another one here with the Teklo Foundry Heart. Did not seem happy to see 2 of those gone this early in the match, as they do seem to be a card that's really important for him to be able to rip that Fi hand apart turn over turn.
4 resources in the pitch now after the activation of Teklo Foundry Heart. Austin Henson lines up yet another card for the combat chain. It is a War Machine. Pretty huge after 2 Evos have been established. No, it's never going to get its full power, that extra +3. But honestly, the on-hit and 6 power at the cost of 3 is just enough for Austin Henson.
Yeah, what Austin really needs here is to have that interaction, and having those 2 Evos out this early means he can actually throw meaningful cards at Jesse. It's not a CNC, it's not an erase face. It does have a relevant on-hit here, and does force Jesse to interact with him, and he has enough copies in the deck that he can actually present some pretty meaningful turns here to Jesse to slow him down a little bit, which we saw RKO was not able to do in the last round. Maybe he can string these together and he isn't going to take that immediate early hit to his life total that stops him from doing it and stringing them together like it did for RKO last round.
It is a big hit to the arsenal, though. Spreading Flames pays for the sins of the on-hit of the War Machine. Jesse Kennon gives a solemn salute to Spreading Flames, as it much rather would have been paired with his Art of the Phoenix War rather than just go into the graveyard. Cards drawn are Phoenix Flame the Third and Rowdy Locals. Jesse gives a knowing snort at the 2 cards drawn up there, and without another Phoenix Flame discarding effect, Jesse might just have to send it.
And Jesse kind of has a little bit of a wry chuckle here, knowing he drew in exactly the 2 cards that you probably don't want to see here at all if you're him with the Flame Call Awakening and the Phoenix Form. This Flame Call is just going to come in for 4 go again with no effect, and Austin is going to have to breathe a huge sigh of relief here. Kind of getting a reprieve that the last 2 opponents did not have here, as the Fi deck maybe stumbling a little bit. And we're kind of seeing some of the issues that befell Ashlyn and Matthew at Nationals.
Firewall gets in the way. No Evo found on top, so that Blast Rig will have to go to the bottom of the deck, but this chain link is all blocked out. Still, Austin Henson remains at his starting life total. No blood has been spilled from the Magnate as of yet. Jesse doesn't like what he's staring at, trying to transform those 2 cards in hand into anything else in his deck.
Let's see here. It looks like he's debating that Searing Emberblade here, which he has suspiciously moved from his left side to his right side. Maybe that's the issue this game, is he swapped his Phoenix Flame and his Emberblade, which hand was which, and his deck does not like this. But looks like he's debating if he wants to pitch into the Searing Emberblade here, or maybe play that Phoenix Flame out and get all 3 in the graveyard right away.
I dare say that is Michael Feng level analysis there, Barrett. He's a student of mannerisms.
One of my first games I ever played, I watched Michael Feng have his Lexi deck with every piece of equipment in a different colored sleeve, and I've never been so tilted in my life as watching that go down.
Not even when Jacob Clemens presented no sleeves on his equipment?
No, I'm okay with that. I've watched Matthew Folks bend the hell out of a phantasmal footsteps that you can't even read anymore from the priest mark. So like I'm apathetic to that, but 9 different colored sleeves is where I draw the line.
Have you ever seen a cold foil scab skin leathers ripped in half?
I have. Actually, I've seen one eaten too.
Wait, what?
Don't worry about it.
Okay, geez. I thought I had a story for you. Rowdy Locals is the story that Jesse Kennon's trying to tell Austin Henson, but it's an activation of Phi, discard of the Phoenix Flame, forcing Austin Henson to discard a card as well. And that one is Scrap Harvester. 31 plays 37. Back over to Austin Henson, who still has 2 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal. Going to try to put the hurt on the maximum herder, Phi.
Yeah, and critically here from Jesse, that's an Art of the Phoenix out of the way right away. Great hit there. Austin, though, losing one of his power cards off the top as well. Not great boost here from Austin's side, but Jesse also kind of stumbling a little bit here, and we'll see which deck kind of functions better when it's not at its maximum firepower. You have to expect that Austin, even with some of these bad banishes, still feels pretty happy with how the game has gone so far.
Yeah, 100%. The only way this game could have been going better if you're in Austin's seat is, of course, if those 2 Teklo Foundry Heart activations already had found more Evo.
And not hit these other cards. He'd much rather be casting and hitting Jesse with. So we see the Sprocket Rocket coming across. Have to imagine Jesse's not going to commit a huge amount of blocks this turn, just wants to start sending these cards and actually racking some damage up, as Austin's still relatively fine at 37 life. No real threat here from Jesse. As we see an Evo Beta base leg. And another hit here from Austin of another one of his War Machines off the top.
And yet another Fabricate. The first card boosted away. It's an activation of Teklo Vossen in order to draw up 1 more card. And a friendly 2 from the Teklo Leveler. Last card placed in the arsenal for Austin Henson. Both decks not operating at optimal efficiency, that's for sure. Jesse Kennon has finally found a chain ender that he might actually get to play out here. Phoenix Bannerman Head likely going to fail to find the Phoenix Flame, but Jesse still wants to shuffle his deck anyway.
I love playing a card to make a Ponder token. This is fantastic. Again, this is just, what did we say it was? A noodle fight earlier with our RKO?
Yeah, exactly.
And our Mario. This is just kind of a repeat of that with 2 different heroes.
I think they've discarded their pool noodles, though, and instead picked up some loofahs.
Maybe a nice little cloth here with that banner on the background.
Rather than exsanguination, they're going for exfoliation on both sides of this board.
The problem is that Teklo comes with a bunch of people with lead pipes. And I feel like I'm generally going to be on the side of the guy with the lead pipes versus the banners, but that's just me.
The sword is on fire, man. It's on fire.
I have a bigger problem here. Jesse has his super blinged out deck, and his Ponder token is a card upside down.
Thanks a lot, Jesse. Now I have to listen to this crash out. 4 go again from Blaze Headlong for Jesse Kennon. Has played a red card, and so go again will be stapled onto this common from Uprising.
That's the problem with the kids these days. They cut corners.
Yeah, they didn't learn how to use their rotary phones. Am I right?
For real. Back in my day.
Oh, boy. Display Loyalty, the follow-up. 3 go again. Fealty token left behind. Luckily, Jesse does have one of those. He spent all of his money on the Marvel Fealty token, so couldn't afford the token Ponder.
Yeah, the nickel non-foil out of Omens.
Someone might pay you a nickel to take it away from
the $4 cold foil promo.
Evo gets in the way of the Phoenix Flame Lava Burst to follow, coming in for 6 after activating Tiger Stripe Shuko. Austin all but happy to take all of that damage, and that was the first meaningful turn that Jesse has been able to put together, and that's after resolving an Art of the Phoenix War.
Yeah, and critically, we saw Austin yet again blocking with a War Machine, one of his big power cards here. We've gone through 4 or 5 at this point, so he's actually like losing a lot of these cards that he needs to disrupt Jesse with. So have to imagine he's another one here to send or something of relevancy if you block with that, as we see a blue T-Bone. Real threatening card here out of the arsenal from Austin, followed up by a Sprocket Rocket.
Oh my gosh!
The hits
Another
keep coming.
Terminator tank banished off the top of the deck to a Sprocket Rocket. Youch. The good thing going for Austin, though, is that Ghost Protocol mainframe was banished to that T-Bone and is now playable on this turn cycle. It is 3 going. Hey, we
Finally.
got Evo, ladies and gentlemen. It is Evo Beta base legs. Can be played out of that banished zone for free. If Austin still has a blue left in hand, might even be able to cycle that card away by activating Teklo Vossen first.
And this is also the 3rd Evo, which is kind of critical for the Teklo Leveler, as well as what might be his last War Machine in the deck, or Terminator tank, of getting that 3rd effect with it as well.
But no, doesn't seem to be a blue in the hand unless, of course, Austin wants to get it out at instant speed in order to kind of gotcha Jesse. No. Last card is placed into the arsenal. Evo Beta base legs are waiting to be played another day.
And I don't know if we saw what the ponder was from Jesse on his side, but he will have that 5-card hand here. And Oath of Validity to start the turn. Great start here from Jesse with that fealty out. It means he can convert pretty much any hand he draws here unless he gets multiple of those non-draconic typed cards in hand, which generally doesn't happen as there are very few in the deck list these days. Usually just, I believe, Salt the Wound and Tenacity most of the time. So should be able to convert this full 5-card hand here, hopefully. Let's see here how Austin wants to approach this turn, given that he's actually now relatively low with his armor, only has 3 block left on that, and does want to be able to still continually pressure Jesse, although Jesse is down to 15 at this point.
And Austin, this game is going his way. The nice thing about the boost variant of Teklo of Austin is that you still have pretty good consistent numbers when all is said and done. And if you can line the deck up properly and establish some of those evos, you get the benefit both on offense and defense.
And again, that chip damage does add up over time, right? If we think of like the traditional blocking Teklo decks, they don't really pressure that much unless it's with the big attack. Austin's just been chipping and chipping and chipping as he's been able to block out. And Jesse here having to put out enough pressure to actually rip a lot of Austin's hand. Otherwise, he's actually in danger of just getting chunked out here over the next turn or two.
A full block of this chain link, Evo, Steel Soul Controller, and Teklo Foundry Heart get in the way of Rising Resentment, which did have a meaningful on-hit here. If there was a 1 cost in the hand of Jesse Kennon, could be discounted on the hit of Rising Resentment. Instead, it's just a buyback of the Phoenix Flame, send the Phoenix Flame, and lay out yet another Blaze Headlong from the arsenal. Austin Henson, now after accepting that damage and that of the Phoenix Flame, down to 18. Mask of the Pouncing Lynx still stands ready, but instead Jesse reaches for the fealty token, makes the next attack Draconic, which is Dragon Power, one of the combat chain finishers that Ashlyn Slattery and many other Fi players alike really enjoyed, not just because it all of a sudden with a fealty token turns into a 5-power attack at 1 cost in the blue, but also because it activates Tiger Stripe Shuko if you've been able to send a Phoenix Flame before it. So all of a sudden, this innocuous blue crashes in for 6 at the end of this chain.
And Austin here has to respect the Dragon Scalar Flight Path with the Mask of the Pouncy Link here. Thinking about covering it, just make sure he's not going to eat, say, a Lava Burst here at the end of the chain to eat another huge chunk of damage here. Blocks out 2 respectfully, goes back to his turn. We'll still have 3 cards to play with here and still has that Teklo leveler line for an additional 3 damage. So just making sure that he's not going to get fully comboed out here by the Fi this turn.
It's that CEO mindset. Wake up early, work really hard, eat your Wheaties, but leave those lava bursts at home.
Okay.
And inflames the stomach lining.
And I'm completely wrong here. All he's going to do is play out a 3 armor block and pass. So that's on me.
Still A-OK for Austin Henson. That 3-block equipment, Evo Steel Soul Memory, of course, is playable because of the Evo Beta Base head that was previously equipped. And now because it is transforming from another Evo of a different name, Austin Henson will have 5 intellect until the end of this turn cycle. So no, he's not cheating by drawing up those 5 cards. That's just how the hero works.
And we see here, end of turn, Jesse did pitch a blue so he could get a Phoenix Flame back into hand. Kind of suggest that he might have multiple blues in hand so that on his turn he can activate Fi again and still continue that chain link as we see Flame Call Awakening coming in just for 3 as all the Phoenix Flames have been out of this deck since quite early in the game, followed up by a Quickseer Ember Blade for 3 go again afterwards.
3 meets 3. Evo Steel Soul Memory gets its first block of the game in. Evo Beta Base Legs come out to play, and Austin refreshes the hand, pitching away one of those other Beta Base Legs because whether you block with it from hand or from the equipment zone, it will only block for 1. So got to get rid of that one. Does he find more blocking cards? That's the question. In the arsenal is Evo Face Breaker, though, which is a surprise to me.
Really good card for him to push in a lot of damage across, especially in those late game situations where you have, say, 3 material under and you can kind of push through. It's almost like having a Teklo Pounder out that you get to use 3 times in 1 turn.
Sorry, not a surprise that that it's in the deck. A surprise that
that
was in the arsenal.
Yeah.
I missed that. But Teklo Pounder is the exact card to compare it to. Obviously, Teklo Austin already has some subpar blocking cards and would like to eliminate them as much as possible. That Evo Face Breaker made popular by our gentleman whose name I can't remember, who did top 8 at Pro Tour Yokohama with this Boost Teklo list.
I don't quite remember. Now, one thing that does concern me here, however, is Austin is blocked with those arms, and unless he has a Fabricate, those do have temper, and this will be the last block breaking them, meaning that Evo Facebreaker is unplayable in his arsenal here. So curious what the rest of this turn looks like for Austin, and if we're just kind of sacrificing that arsenal here going forward.
Now, usually the trick that we see is a block of that Evo and then an activation of Teklo in order to transform it into a different Evo, thus allowing it to block yet another time this turn cycle and also saving it from the grave. Entirely possible that Austin is blocking with it here, and then because Evo Facebreaker is an instant speed Evo, we'll go ahead and play it out. Maximizing the blocking ability of Evo Steel Soul Processor before getting the Facebreaker online.
And Facebreaker is a blade break?
I don't think it blocks at all.
It doesn't block at all?
I think it blocks 0?
I believe it has a block value. I can't remember if it's 0 or not.
0.
Okay. So
it does have a block value, but its block value is 0.
We'll not lose these arms here, though, and we'll have 2 material underneath it for his turn if he does have those boost attacks, so it would be a +4 then, as we see Lava Burst coming across here, and Austin just says, okay, well, I'm not concerned about this. I'll play this Facebreaker out here and be on 5 life and get to keep a fairly large hand here as well.
Now, it does look like Jesse has dealt a massive blow, and he has. By all means, we're only 17 minutes elapsed in this game, and the life totals from Austin to Jesse is 5 plays 15. But finally, Mask of the Pouncing Lynx is gone, and you can breathe a huge sigh of relief once it is gone because it makes your decision points on the blocking side of things so much more face up.
And now we see what happens here with Austin. Managed to have that 5 intellect turn last turn, got that Evo Facebreaker out. See how many boost cards he has here that he can buff with this Facebreaker. We immediately see the T-Bone coming out, activating that Evo Facebreaker, giving it +2 after the boost, coming in for 5 go again, demanding an armor block here from Jesse, and potentially more cards out of him as well, as we see him try to push as much damage as he can this turn cycle with his full hand.
And now the cool thing about Evo Facebreaker, in contrast to Teklo Pounder, is that it's not a once per turn effect. Austin Henson can spend all of the material underneath those arms straight away on this turn, potentially get Jesse Kennon blocking to live.
Yep, and Jesse here taking a look at the graveyard. We did see him boost away that Terminator tank that he put back on top of the deck, but at this point I think that Austin isn't really looking at, I can play that small grindy game and kind of interrupt you. I need to put as much damage into play as I possibly can. Ooh. Oh, and we get a huge hit here, finally from Austin, getting a hit from this Blast Rig as it comes in for 4 go again from that boost, and we hit the Ghost Protocol Architect in his Banish Zone that will also be playable this turn as well.
Youch. And then it's a 0 to 60 in the red, finally finding a big Evo for the Banish Zone. That's Evo Steel Soul Tower. 4 go again. Once again, all of the material has been expended underneath Evo Facebreaker, so no extra. Oh, and the coup de grace Terminator tank. Youch. It is 6 damage. No, it doesn't have overpower, but man, is it still going to hurt Jesse Kennon.
Yeah, and Jesse here, turning that Rowdy Local sideways, has had to give up a lot of his hand turn, a lot of his ability to pressure next turn, but has to cover at least with the Shuka here just to stay alive, and this Compounding Angler is going to drop down. Looks like he'll give the Tunic instead.
Tunic I'm sorry, it did have overpower because there was a third Evo online. So this is all but forced for Jesse Kennon if he wants to stay alive and also keep his hand intact.
Yep. Looks like he'll give the full equipment block here. And Jesse is kind of shields down here, right? He needs to be able to pressure enough this turn that Austin has to give him a card, while also being able to set up for his next turn and hope that Austin doesn't have one more of those overpower cards as well.
Holy cow. Now, Ghost Protocol Architect is no longer going to be playable from the Banished Zone, but it would have only come in for 1, and I think that 6 overpower is a little better than 1.
Yeah, it seemed like he might have, like Austin might have hit like a good chain ender if he had a bunch of other boost cards, but this was a much more preferential way to end the chain on his side, as we see him blocking with...
that is Teklo Trebuchet 2000.
2000, not 3000. I don't remember what year
I love that
it was.
you wanted to make sure that got said right. Teklo Trebuchet is one of those cards that signaled Y2K.
We see Pulse Wave Harpoon coming in for 4 go again here. It is a breakpoint attack, so looking to push a little bit of damage over here, forcing Jesse to show at least 1 card. Looks like he's got
2 blocks get in the way. It's not looking great for Mr. Jesse.
We hit a Teklo Foundry here, go up to 3 resources here. Oh, and we have the overpower for the last one in the deck, and Jesse lays the hand down.
The free matchup is no longer for Phi. Unfortunately, in top 8 cuts, the Burning Emberblade cannot get there, especially in the face of the esteemed Magnate and Austin Henson, a Blues hockey fan and also a purveyor of capitalism. He reigns supreme here at the AGE Open in St. Louis. I did not see this one coming.
Money can, in fact, buy you anything, including beating the crap out of a Phi.
What about love?
Well, maybe.
Only if you believe the Beatles, and we've already talked about how I can't think about them. Okay, we'll talk to Hemmel. Not just
he can
about
sell
our
anything,
cardboard, right? Of course. We'll also talk to Hemmel about love. Hammurabi TCG and the Bazaar are the places to get your singles. Just go ahead and message them at any of the links that you see at the bottom of your screen. Email, Blue Sky, X. Order before July 10th and get your order all at Pro Tour Las Vegas. You've got a friend in the card gaming business, and that is Hamel Patel. Sorry, you mentioned it, so I had to go through the ad read real quick.
You're a good salesman here, so you immediately saw the window and you took it, I tell you what. But absolutely amazing gameplay from Austin there. Knowing exactly what his win con was, we saw both players stumble there, right? We saw Austin kept hitting all of the power cards he wanted to play, no Evos right away. We saw Jesse not get the actual pieces that he wanted off of his Art of the Phoenix Form War. Really kind of struggled to string some turns together. And what was said to be a free matchup at the end turned out to be one that, you know, Austin was able to turn it around and actually snag that win at the very end with those overpower attacks.
And the curse of the rebellion continues. Apparently, we are just locked in the Empire Strikes Back until the end of time, until a champion can raise up a kerosene-dipped blade and finally take down one of these events. Apparently, this is just not one of them.
Yeah, I thought that we were in Return of the Jedi. It turns out we were not.
R2-D2's just in the back screen.
But yeah, great play from both of our players. Congrats to Austin here for the win. Getting to kind of plow through a lot of the top 8 too. We thought that he might have struggled with a Draconic Ninja the top 8. He played both of them and managed to knock both of them off, along with what might be a bit more of a free matchup with the victor in between.
Right.
So really great play from him. Really great way of converting that. The only Teklo in the room, and he takes the whole thing down.
Man, if there's one thing I know about AGE is that we have Teklo stands in every single region, it would seem. We got Evan Bridges in LA. Now we have Austin Henson in St. Louis. I know that there was a Teklo Vossen in New England today. Unfortunately, they couldn't carry the day.
Yep.
But hey, the esteemed Magnate is here to stay. I can't stop rhyming.
You can't. You really got to stop.
I really do need to. Okay, let's go ahead and get to our interview, but not before we go to a very quick break. Stick around and hear from the man with the plan, Austin Henson, for the first time today as our champion. Can't wait to introduce you to him and also say goodnight. For the first time in AGE history, I introduce to you as a victor of an AGE Open, Austin Henson, the man with the plan. Teklo Vossen, esteemed magnate, takes this one down in the face of not one, but two draconic ninjas. Jesse Kennon, in his winner interview, said that was a free matchup. You proved him otherwise.
Yeah, it's not like good. Like if you watch the game in the finals, he definitely like drew pretty poorly the first couple of turns and allowed me to kind of get online. And then once I saw the face breaker and got to like 5 intellect, it was like pretty easy to like close the game from there. But I got pretty unlucky with my boosts though too. Like my Foundry Hearts and my boosts were just boosting reds until the very end of the game when it didn't matter. But
I was about to say, your deck befell some misfortune as well. Things weren't exactly going your way because, of course, correct me if I'm wrong, the game plan here is boost, 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 Teklo Foundry Heart as much as possible, gain defensive equity at the same time that you're burning through the life total.
Yeah. You're hoping to draw additional cards, whether it be like the mainframes or the Evos, because that's how you kind of keep up in value with the aggro decks, because otherwise you like fall pretty behind if you're just like attacking once, putting on like a piece of equipment, or just throwing a tank. Because since I'm playing Foundry Heart in the matchup, you never get to that 9 threshold, and most aggro decks like have some amount of armor. So they usually get to shove like something plus a card to stop the on hits. So you can't like try to play a fair game with them.
Which makes sense. You definitely have to go hard and fast and also put up a bulwark in between you. That's the issue. That was the issue for you. But the deck was firing kind of on all cylinders when it came to offensive output and towards the end of the game, disruption.
Yeah. I didn't get to play any of the pulse waves outside of like the last turn when it didn't really matter. But yeah, Pulse Wave and the tanks kind of help like level the playing field a little bit. But yeah, I would still say it's like solidly like a 40%er in like the Draconic Ninja's favor. It's like that and Mario are like the only matchups you really don't want to see, but you're like pretty happy with every other popular deck.
And so it makes sense that Teklo Vossen's time, at least in your opinion, is coming now that Arachne Marionette seems to be pretty down.
Yeah, funnily enough, I played Marionette at US Nationals and I lost to a Teklo Vossen. So
that was the time to make the swap.
Right.
Can't beat him,
he
join
told
him.
me I should have played it. Yep.
Well, so Austin, you have played with us once before, and you were, of course, on Gravy Bones, Shipwrecked Looter. Unfortunately, that day did not go your way. It was a 1-5 finish, but 1 AGE participation point, which means that combined with your win, you've catapulted all the way up to 31. You are still not in the race, technically, for the top 16. You are just outside of the cusp, but I would imagine that you'll be coming back in the next 2 events and trying to cement your place.
Yeah, I live like decently far away, and that the day I played Gravy, I submitted to drop after round 2, and then I just didn't get dropped, so I was like, oh, now I'm 1-5. I like looked back and my win percentage is like 15%, and I'm like, no, it's scuffed.
That's okay. That means you'll be lower in AGE ratings and you'll get more favorable matchups. I'm just kidding. That's not how that works.
True.
That's not how that works. But your win rate is going to look a heck of a lot better after today. Technically, you dropped 1 match, but of course, that was a scoop in the Swiss rounds because I assume you were hungry or something like that.
Yeah.
Or maybe just didn't want to show Jesse that there was actually a match to be played until it really mattered. But all that to say, you are technically speaking an undefeated Teklo Vossen on the day.
It's true. Yeah, I prepped Teklo a lot before US Nats, and then I was too much of a pansy. I was scared of the Mario matchup, so I ended up submitting Mario myself. But yeah, I have a lot of games on the deck. I probably played it maybe not perfectly today, just because I haven't played it in like a month now. But I was prepping Gravy Bones last night, and I was like, nope, we're not doing this. I can't do this to myself.
So instead, you decided to do Teklo Vossen to yourself.
Yeah, at the last minute, yeah.
Well, I mean, who can blame you based on the way it all shook out? And I do want to talk about your tournament journey real quick. I have it pulled up here. First off, Dash.io. I would imagine the better mechanologist when it comes to bear. How did you end up being able to close that one out?
So I think that matchup's pretty reasonable.
Okay.
If they try to play like they think you're gonna fatigue them and do a lot of setup, you just kill them. And then if they try to just boost into you, you can just play for fatigue. So they kind of lose on both axes. They kind of have to play like a bit of like hit you, try to establish something, hit you, try to establish something. And if they don't, and even then, I think with the boost plan, since I'm seeing more cards on average and I'm getting to my mech stuff or my evos, I think it's fine. I don't think it's like a great matchup, but I think if they play, the onus is on them to play it well. So yeah, he did a lot of setup and I kaboomed him.
Okay, cool. Well, kabooming the kaboomer. That's the way to be. Next up was Anthony Hook on KO Underhanded Cheat. Probably don't need to talk about that one. What I want to draw our attention to is Lucas Oswald, who brought Prism Awakener of Soul. That's a matchup that I would have thought would be semi-difficult or at least fairly coin flippy against Teklo. And I was surprised to see when I was watching standings that you took that one down.
Yeah, it's pretty close. I think it's like a pretty even matchup. Both of you are doing like pretty unfair things that the other one can't interact with too well. It's a big deal is like clearing specifically like Merciful Retribution and then trying to keep a boot in your banish or like arsenal for their ALS turn. But eventually, like if you get to a point where they have to ever start blocking, you've like won the game. So it's kind of about like how their wraths line up. The start of the game was actually quite bad for me. Like he had 2 wraths that were really well positioned hit, and Teklo can't really play around it because I'm not playing any D-reacts. Unless I want to overblock. And the game actually looked quite grim, and then I just started drawing gas, and I saved the boots for the ALS turn and was able to like gain an action point, kill the ALS, and then throw a tank for 9 at him, which is pretty solid.
Pretty satisfying stuff, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Outdoing the supreme underdog, I would say, in the Flesh and Blood universe. I mean, if a Prism is still at 1 life, you got to count her still part of the game.
Yeah, he did go to 1, and I made that joke. I was like, I may lose the game. I put you to 1. I may still lose the game.
Now, from there, you proceeded into Joshua Kelly. That was a game we saw on stream, and I think really showcased in conjunction with your finals match against an unrelenting aggro deck, Fi, that you, while you say may not have played perfectly today, that's something that I think we're all still aspiring to, you did prepare for all aspects of the meta. You were able to go for the long game where you really needed to protect the singularity and hop into the mech suit after generating, I think it was north of 20 pieces of material underneath, right?
Yeah, it was like above 25.
Dadgum.
It was almost all the evos.
And we
the
saw
rest of
you.
my deck.
We saw you playing with your food. I mean, you had that singularity established probably for about 5-6 turns, and you're just playing out evos, being diligent.
Yeah. I think the issue you find yourself in, I think in that matchup, when like because he hit the Terminator tanks off the top of my deck with the D-React, is that you can still get fatigued after singularitying. So you have to make sure you kill them, because otherwise, like you still lose. Because at the end of the game, I'm just gonna have like nothing but like evos and like blue cards that don't do anything. So I have to make sure he dies.
And he certainly did. He didn't even want to stay until the end of that match. He stuck his fists out long before you actually put him in the dirt. And we were talking in the booth that might be the biggest drawback of playing Teklo is that you finally get to the point in the game where you do the thing and the opponent just throws up their hands and says, I don't want to be a part of this anymore.
Yeah, I actually only resolved the mech 3 times today.
Okay, that's honestly not bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was just into the two victors I played, which was the same victor both times, and then the Huntsman. I didn't resolve it in anybody else.
Well, congratulations on an amazing run there, Austin. I do want to turn our attention away from Flesh and Blood real quick. I did notice the St. Louis Blues shirt that you've had on all day long. Are you a big hockey fan?
I do. I enjoy the Blues quite a bit. I'm from St. Louis. I don't currently live here, but I still like to represent. I don't have a team shirt currently. I just haven't gotten one, so I I can't represent my team, but
What
here
is
we
your
are.
team?
I'm on Team Breakpoints.
Okay,
was
you are.
formerly on Team Runaways, but they went kaboom. So.
Awesome. Well, Runaways' loss is Team Breakpoint's gain. And I know that there are a lot of Runaways refugees hanging out in Team Breakpoints. Apparently, you couldn't get Lucas Oswald to come with you. I don't know what Team Yeti Gaming is, but that's what he's been showing on his player profile.
Yeah, that's his LGS.
Okay,
that he
got
works
it.
For.
Very cool. All right, representing some local flair then. Austin, if there is any way for the people in the Flesh and Blood universe to get in contact with you, see more of what you have been up to if they want to?
Let me remember what my Twitter name is.
That's a good sign. I'm sure there's a lot of posts there.
It's okay.
All right.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at Henson Austin 95.
Henson Austin 95 is the place to find Mr. Austin Henson if you want to hear more ramblings from the Teklo, the Necropotent, perhaps I should say. Any shout outs before we let you go and enjoy your winnings and I'm sure a much well-deserved dinner, Austin?
A shout out to Lucas for helping me work on the deck, and then obviously shout out my team. They're all pretty awesome, so great group of dudes.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for sharing your play with us, Austin, and also doing a victory lap for you. We cannot wait to see more from you because I think we're going to be seeing you probably next month and beyond.
I'll be here. Yeah.
Awesome, brother. All right. Drive safe, be well, and I am going to take us out into the credits. That's it for us here at AGE St. Louis. Be on the lookout for more events coming your way. Thank you to our sponsors, Fantasy Books and Games, and of course, Hammurabi TCG. We'll see ya next time.